leave that camera.
Yes.
Yeah. But we want the sound from it.
Yes.
So I record.
We do double camera only. And not during the test.
Yeah. Okay.
When there's something else.
Okay. When there's something else.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. That's already not enough.
This is the note we were looking for.
Check, Martin, the sound, please.
Check.
Perfection.
We do. We show the bending first. I can do I can do a little intro as well.
And wrong.
On. What's that sound? What's that sound?
This was the screws that we just put.
Oh, yeah.
Watch your fingers.
Yes.
No.
It's okay.
Yeah. So I'll just show the pedal first, and you can add them after that. I just want to see the meter. Check. I'll give it a little bit of a... Maybe you can start at the timing clock and then come up to me. So we do a little intro. When I start. När jag börjar prata sen. So can we have 30 seconds of silence? We're gonna record the intro for today's video. Normally you don't have to be silent, you can talk and be loud all the time. But sometimes I'll ask for silence, so feel free to talk when I'm not asking for silence. Okay, we can come on. So welcome to day 6 of the prototype build, and we're gonna do some timing tests today, but before that we're gonna support the pedal a little bit. If you see it from the side, you can see when I put a lot of force, it's actually bending quite a lot. I calculated with that in the design. I was pretty sure it was going to bend, but now I feel it is bending a little bit too much. So we're gonna add some material. So I'm cutting off some extra rectangular square tube and welding it on, and as you can see now, the pedal is not bending at all. That will be voiceover for the coming video. You want to take this one as in the same take, or should we start and stop?
I just started stop here.
Okay, we go on that. Yeah. Are you okay with your ears? This is loud. Sorry?
Yes.
It's great.
So what's your ears, everyone? Sorry, Carlos. Yeah. This is going to touch the flywheel at that point. close, are we? Yeah, no, I never want it higher than that. I could also add it on the underside. That will be better. Okay. Can you clamp these down on the underside? Like this? No rubber clamps for the welding, so only metal clamps. Yeah. Maybe put the clamp down so it's straight. Even better, sorry, we put the clamp on the inside, so it's not obstructing the... Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. It would be nice with 3 actually, and then we move them to double one.
Hello. Welcome back.
We have no argon gas, so they left it open on the night. Yeah.
Want me to get Lucas to see if we can another?
Or no, oh wait.
I think.
No, wait.
Okay.
It was not.
It's early in the day. If you try turning it off and on again.
Hallelujah. My bad.
Got it. Because was the article. The article. I'm Martin. I also Martin. Is it H&M? That I know because Martin also drank from this one. If you want me to just get a new one, because that's Martin's also small. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
We've shared water before.
I don't know. Which one?
That's yours.
Okay.
Both. So yeah. Welding. Where are you going to be welding? On the machine. Yeah. I need to remember to not look into it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found this grinder on a flea market on the ground in France. I bought it for 10 euros cash.
It's so beautiful.
And it's just been working. So you have to sharpen the tips of the tungsten sticks on the welding machine. And every time I use it, I think of that flea market.
I know bias as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did you get the angle grinder from?
Right, Emma? The angle grinder.
That was a beautiful day when we met Angle. No, it's from this a store. There's the dead one.
Yeah.
that did the most damage to the MMX, that one.
I mean, could be. It could be. Not necessarily, no. Cool, but no. Are you I really like English. Yeah. I'm gonna try them later. I'm probably you. You're probably you.
Yeah, the guy was really excited to say the word with you. So on the side there, he was really excited about it. So you're spoiling. He's a nice. I just plugged it into the
So what a lot of people don't know is that the gas, it's not like a burning gas, it's a noble gas, so it doesn't burn, it's argon, and it's just there, you hear the sound, it's just there to push all the oxygen away. So I thought welding was like that the gas is kind of the thing that is on, that it helps with the flame somehow, but it's not doing that at all, it's just clearing, because when the metal is molten, it doesn't want to be touched by oxygen, if I got it right. So it's an argon shield to blow away all the oxygen. It's pretty cool. And argon is in the air. So it's they extract it from the air, actually. I don't know more about. Now you know everything I know about argon. Filler material here. So this is kind of an after fix from my CAD design that I kind of knew that I would perhaps do. So I felt it was better to make the pedal too lightweight and then add material than to make it too heavy from the beginning. So even though it's a little bit not so clean, it's not really Lego kit, I feel happy with it anyway. Yeah, so we just take the welding shots as B-roll for the voiceover I did earlier.
Okay.
Please don't look at the welding.
Yeah, I'm going to be on this side now, so no one of you will see it. Yeah.
On top, right?
Yeah, here.
So look away and watch tonight's video instead.
That's brilliant.
And what you don't know now is that he's secretly changing it up. He doesn't weld at all, he just wants you to look away. This is a pre-ordered part.
It's a lot quieter than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Especially when I got the video to out
Like a flamethrower.
Yeah, right?
So welds are incredibly strong. You can like make 3 points, and then it's like it's
Golden.
solid. Yes.
Enough.
You know?
Enough for me.
Okay, it's done for now. I'm gonna do one more in a minute. Carlos? Yeah. Watch your hands on this one. Just hold it here while I do the first one. Yeah, perfect. Will you listen to me? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah?
You take like a wild shot. Sorry, I can't think nor speak. Wide shot with the cinematic.
Wide shot.
No, yeah, just a little bigger shot when I'm just for a welding part.
Okay. Just gonna be there in 1 minute.
Okay. Now, but we probably have it. Maybe we have it in the other camera. Was it on before that? Yeah. Was the other camera on when we were filming?
I'll do it. I'll make you happy.
I'm so proud of my knee pads.
You should be. Yeah.
Okay. So that was all welding, so now you're safe. Your eyes are safe. Can we check the stiffness of the pedal, right? We feel the stiffness right away.
Yes, you're on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it feels better. So if we here by the link, I think was where the bend was. It's much better. So before I could feel the pedal like flopping. Good morning, how are you?
Happy with that?
That feels much better. Oh, my mic. Sorry, let's say that again. Now I can almost put my whole body weight on it. Much better. Okay, we're ready to do the first timing test.
Would you like to take a look from the outside when I come?
No, it's fine. I just wanted to check. Don't break it yet, Carlos.
We're going to... I love to break the thing. Want to record it?
Yes, this is wrong again.
Can we put the box in? Which one can we off? Well, that way. Can we put the box in? Before we change the boots in there.
Did you? One more?
Yes.
Have you had sugar? Have you had some sugar?
Yeah.
Really good. Yeah, do it now. It's like a live stream comes into I don't understand. No, I don't understand. We'll see. That sounds correct. Carlos or Sebastian, can you pedal the machine?
I do, Sebastian.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna set the gain on only the wheel is enough.
Only the wood is not?
No, actually a little speed would be good.
Okay.
You can pedal it. There's a volume on the preamp. You lower it. Lower. Just a little bit.
It's lower.
A little bit more.
Less than lower?
Less, yeah. Lower it completely.
Oh, it's the quarter turn lower?
You take it all the way down.
Yeah. This is all the way down. That's all.
Okay, good. And go up.
A little bit more.
I feel like 50% is gonna be perfect.
More. Up. Time with that. Perfect. I think keep on going higher. Now a little bit more. Yes.
Back to where we began. How does it feel, Carlos?
Feels great, actually.
Yeah? Stiff?
Yes.
It's working?
Way more better than before.
That's good as well.
But I think that the axle is
The axle is moving.
yeah.
Do you know why?
Because the wall bearings are loose.
The bearings are loose.
Yes.
That's not
Is
good.
the axle walking?
I think so because outside I think that is closer to the brake now. It's not happening fast, but if you can see it, the brake is off.
Yeah,
and
it's-
it's touching.
It's almost through here. Yeah. Yeah.
So we should tighten.
Yeah. And maybe the first use for the knipex that I was given this today. This is a parallel plier, which is actually really cool. And someone else showed me the other day, and I was envious.
Can
And
we hammer it out a little bit?
sorry?
Can we hammer it out a little bit?
No, it's good. Or is it? Oh yeah, the belt is off. Shit. Shit. What is working?
Only one. Only one piece. Right?
Yeah. Thing. Yeah. We can also move that one a little bit. Yeah, we move that one. So loosen this and move this wheel a little bit as well.
So you noticed the whole thing has been walking. Or what did you say? Slipping.
Yeah, we forgot to tighten this down. So the shaft was moving a little bit sideways. They were all completely loose.
Yes, but focus.
Yeah.
We did it yesterday as well.
This tool actually works.
That's a relief.
Yes.
I love when you sound so surprised about stuff like that. This tool actually works.
And we tried like 10 things yesterday.
I'm going to move the wheel this side. But it's very likely that when I start moving it, I'm going to go all the way out.
Yeah, it's
So
on.
we need to change something to this stuff.
You were gonna do it.
It should move easy. No, maybe with the pedals it doesn't move easily.
Could you give me a heads up when a natural moment to...
No, it doesn't. We're not going to go
Yeah.
Is it straight?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think?
Thanks.
It's much better.
So
Are you eyeballing this measurement, or
Yes.
can you measure it precisely somehow?
No, we don't have a reference point. We could probably somehow. Yeah, that's good.
Can't you? It isn't that important.
No.
Okay.
And if you put that and touch it here, can you then measure it?
Yeah.
At the gauge.
Yeah, this we could use, but no, it's fine. It's fine. But this would be a good reference point actually.
Yeah.
Pretty straight.
Also, between this and about 5 minutes, take a good perspective when you're in a natural moment. Also, a bit.
Yeah, no, we after the test.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now, because this is faking the
No,
test.
no, yours.
Now this is faking the test.
What?
The brake is faking the test.
It's on there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
take it with it off.
We can, we can take it off and remove a little bit of tape.
How's everyone doing?
Fantastic.
Focused. You're so silent. No questions in the meantime. I can do my best right now. The first question, I don't know. Thank you for the question. Do you guys know why it's wobbling?
So we have a plan for that, but currently it's not important. The wobbliness is not nice. We should definitely try to get it out. But like this kind of metal is not even straight to begin with. And I think if we could manipulate this one to wobble less, but right now it's fine for the tests. Because at the end, when I know the setting, I'm gonna weld the whole flywheel together and lathe it on all sides and make it run perfect with no wobble, hopefully. And this one, when we lathed it, we indicated it better, so it wobbles 0.3 millimeters. And this one, we used other chuck, so it was more tricky.
3 millimeter wobble on that
Yeah,
side.
something like that.
In your final design, will you use a belt tension?
The thing, I much rather move the shafts
Yeah.
because it's best part is no part, and a small little wheel against the belt spins pretty fast and makes a little hissing noise.
Okay.
So what would be nice is that you can just clunk and take the belt off, or so. But I love the clean. I have a feeling it adds a little bit of power consumption to have a roller against the belt.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit only. The good thing is that you can, with the tensioner, you can get even more grip on this pulley, for example.
Yeah.
So
And also, it kind of stretches over time, like you don't adjust.
sorry.
If the belt stretches over time, the tensioner takes care of that.
That's
You
it.
have to hook the axle.
That's a good point. Yeah, I take that. Yeah. But I think it would make sense on the real machine to have sleds here, so you tension the belt with bolts from here.
Okay.
So the whole shaft is like on my previous designs. The whole shaft is on sled, so you can use more precisely with bolts. There are exact measurements on how tight they should be, I guess, belts.
When your belt has to be tight in the shape of pushing, have you engaged the locking belt?
Yes. I think so.
The bend? Did you play? Because it should
Do you mean this one?
Yeah, you would, yes.
What do you mean?
I think the locking mechanism works by bending one of the pins inside the other mechanism, so it can't untighten.
That's what I
That's the
think.
principle behind it.
You push one of these down into the groove.
Exactly, that's why they are four grooves, and there's always one that's supposed to be at the correct position, so you can bend it in and it won't get loose anymore.
No, but it was loose on purpose yesterday.
If you bend,
Yeah, the thing is, when you tie this, and then these things you bend into the groove, and it's not going by itself.
that's awesome. I didn't know that. So, and then when you want to untie it, you bend it back up.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
If I recall right, in the first lecture, that's I think the purpose of this board.
This is a lock washer as well, so I thought it was...
Yeah, I think the locking works better than bending one of those parts.
Yes, that's what I was still.
it's not like a spring function. Someone said it was a spring, so I thought it was like a spring lock washer.
I think it does both, because it's the spring force against the other part, but against this part you have the possibility to lock it by bending.
So,
But I mean, the question is if you want to do it now, if you want to take it apart later anyway.
so now they were loose because we didn't tighten them at all.
Okay.
So they didn't came loose. We just forgot to tighten them. Yes. But can you look for, because SKF had all the info, can you look for the original info? Yeah. Can you see if you can find the original info from SKF? So this part is H2035. Do we have the package? Yes. Here's the part.
Alright.
So
I have a look.
yeah, like it makes sense now when you say it because it's the correct size. And this one is keyed to this one. So
To the inner part, it's
yes.
right.
So if we do this, then this is keyed to this. So it makes kind of sense, but I have never heard of it. So if you find your
I can see if it's
awesome.
on the papers.
Yeah, cool. Oh, it's a picture. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna take with all the staff a group picture in the event. So we're back in 2 minutes. So just invite them and we'll do our test.
From campus?
Did you find it? Did you find it?
Yes,
Had your personal time with It's set up on time of day. Okay. Damn, it will take 2 minutes.
Ich hab's heute Morgen
Das sieht ja einigermaßen so. Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, ich glaube irgendwie doch nicht, dass man da was rumbiegt.
Ja, genau.
Ja eben, das ist ja eigentlich dafür gedacht, dass du nicht im Rumbiegen bist, hätte ich jetzt erwartet. Wer denn nicht? Okay. Och nö, wollen Sie mir jetzt sagen, oh Mann, was soll das denn? Ich will keine App. Ich will doch. Warum? Ich will doch diese App installieren, um zu sehen, wie meine.
Auf einmal stand ein
Mechanisches Download zu installieren für eine Leute. Care. Ich habe 10 GB Daten, der Monat gerade ist los. Und bei die habe ich nicht in absolut Videos geschaut. SKF Bearing System. Ich download mir jetzt hier.
Genau, also ich würde sagen, 2,8 Stellen.
20 Megabyte, das ist ja okay. Das geht ja nicht. Ja, ja. Wow. Hast du jetzt was gefunden?
Ja, das ist halt in der technischen Zeichnung.
Aber ach doch, das
Da ist oben ist einmal so gebogen, oben ist es einmal so.
Did you find it?
Yes, in the technical drawing, you can see that the upper side is engaged.
Wow. That's great. Thank you. What a wonderful find. And now I take your phone. So, and this is from the official.
Yeah.
Wow. That's actually a killer feature. So we have to show that one.
I think he earned a Wilson.
Sorry?
I think he earned a Wilson for that.
Yeah, everyone can give them that.
Oh, yeah, we still have a few left. We can take.
Oh, I already got that.
Have I seen you everybody? Awesome. Would you mind explaining the video? So bring the picture as quick as
large?
Yes, as large as possible. This screen.
It's fine.
So then I'm going to take a nice close
I'm
look.
sure.
Just very sure.
You got you.
How do we bend it though?
With a screwdriver.
Ja, ja, dann sind sie jederzeit gespeichert.
I think I have something. I think this works.
Wait, I'm just gonna shoot this first. Martin, remember yesterday I was talking about this?
The bending?
Yeah, I was just not explaining it.
I was probably thinking of something else.
Yeah, probably. But it's good that we found it.
Did you think of it yourself or did you hear of it?
I think I saw it in the specifications on
Okay.
or I read it somewhere in the comments.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Remember that he's also gonna be talking, Martin.
Sorry?
He's gonna be explaining.
Yeah, okay,
So,
yeah.
Mike.
Yeah. And I think we do the starting shot with the audience in the background. So we're here. We were here.
Okay.
We'll start here actually. And then we'll go up. So you come here then, and I talk a little bit, and then you say like as clearly and as quickly as possible. Yeah, but don't talk until I give you the mic, because we want good audio on the video. And we'll try to just say only what's necessary.
Yeah, really quickly.
Yeah, you're probably better on that than I am.
I mean, it's only a small detail anyway, so.
Okay, could we have a little bit of silence, please?
Excuse me. There's a little moment of silence for the video. I know. Soon we can chat.
Yes.
So silence.
Alright, is it rolling?
Yep. Let's start over
Check,
here.
check. Yeah. Rolling.
Yep.
I just learned something quite amazing about these locking systems. And what's cool when we're at an event like this, we have so many smart people here in the audience. For example, Benny, who have told me something amazing. What is it you have found out?
It's about the locking mechanism of the taper pushing, because we were losing some tightness on it and retightening it. You actually need to engage the inner circle, like this, it's in the technical drawing. You would bend one of those parts in, it's locked with the inner part, with the outer part, and then you don't lose any tightness.
So if we look closely here in the, on the screen, you see the blue part is bent and the white part is not bent. So we're going to actually try that. We're going to bend this one, and what will happen is that this ring will be locked to this inner part. So let's go ahead and do that right away. I don't know how much force I needed. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's easy. I need to shift it a little bit. Yes. Wow.
Snow is.
Now this part can't rotate if this part isn't rotating, and this part doesn't rotate. So this part can't rotate. So awesome! Thank you so much, Benny, for teaching me this.
There's new heroes every day.
Yeah. Give it up to Benny.
So now we all can chat again. Feel free. Sorry for sounding so rude, everyone.
When you sound your rudest, it's nicer than calm.
But more in Rüdesheim, right?
Actually, they were selling the signed
Just drink.
they were selling for example.
Once you get on outside.
I suppose that
Yeah, and then you can get 1%.
Who hasn't said hi to Wilson yet? D. Wilson.
Okay.
Good morning.
Martin,
Yeah, Wilson's like
sign it for me.
We had some other stuff we wanted signing, right? You just squeeze them in real quick.
No. We'll only do Benny now, and then everyone else after the test. Is it okay?
That's the perks of being a hero, you know. He gets it now. But don't worry, we'll get to everyone in time.
Thanks a lot.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, we should go. Now we should be close to the timing test. say that.
Pretty long, 5 minutes.
It's always just fine.
We call that a hot minute.
A hot minute.
A hot minute. Fusion energy is almost only a few years away. Okay, so this is 80 BPM. I'm gonna try 80, 120 and 160. And I wanted to try to run.
Doing a test now.
Oh yeah, we have to film it. Yeah.
That's more detailed there.
You tap the contact now?
Yes.
We're about to do it.
Start over. There you go.
So, first test ever, 80 BPM with 3 weight discs and the largest pooling. So I'm not expecting great results, but it's important data. I become like a bird.
Clap your wings, Martin.
Do you want to close the door so we can not hear the drum machine song during the whole test?
Yes.
It's actually easier to accelerate now, Carlos, since we made it. I have more control now than yesterday.
It makes sense.
He reinforced the pedal this morning if you missed it.
I'm behind. But here comes the problem, that when I'm accelerating, how would I be able to actually stop exactly at 80? I'm always going to overshoot and then undershoot. I'm reaching, and now it's going to overshoot. Now I'm ahead. That's where the governor could help. But we don't have it on right now. It's always going to be like this. What's the sound? Something started to vibrate. This called like a resonance frequency, but I don't think.
Yeah, it's the washer stack. Surprise, surprise.
So it's like really like some resonance in here. I wonder where this comes from.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think it's any problem. So I'm gonna record keyboard quite long because of the team working on the data analysis software that we will try today. They wanted long recordings.
But I don't, so
Yeah.
shut off.
Oh, this is loose. So fun, one of the rings went loose. Wow, Benny. Oh, on point. Film this one.
Okay.
So we have not really used the machine until today, so this is now when we quick get it. So this is kind of a good image on why we need to lock these washers. This is not really how the bearing is supposed to look during operations. All the parts should stay with the bearing is the goal. So yeah, I think maybe that was a vibration I started to feel. So let's bend all three.
I think there has to be a joke to be made about reading the instructions.
Yeah.
You stopped the recording here, Martin. That was intentional.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
So Martin,
Yep.
you expressed interest about trying to have companies build parts of this or the whole thing professionally.
Yeah.
Has anybody reached out to you making offers about that?
Yes. So I don't do sponsorships really, but I would love to do just collaborations. So if they, like for example with SKF, so true like just true collaborations I'm interested in. That was a live stream, honest, or was it Logic?
No, that was my video.
There. Maybe now I can reach it. Oh, this one.
But you did it with a hammer, you used the hammer or something?
Yeah, and the precision pin. Yeah, this works.
Works?
Yeah, I started with this one and now the pin.
Downgrade ihre Server ziemlich ausgeladen. Das machen nicht mehr viel Geld.
How long are you going to be?
So, Carlos, we have to lift the wheel to get this.
No, how long
This is very far this way.
Yeah, 15 minutes of filming.
If you're
right?
Also, I was thinking that the rigidity, I think that's something more great.
Now it's more like we want to get, maybe we can set up a task even more, we can have them set up. Yeah, much tighter more, that's more like, so it's really hard to like set.
Maybe it's
Yeah, just
great preparation the night before makes you like the perfect.
Okay, okay. That's 5:30 or
what we do? Oh yeah. I can. Yeah.
Das ist ja auch gut, dass ich den Knie oder
Not something else.
so. Das ist ja über seine
But it's a pain to bend them under the bending this
Around
I think making the police off.
Yeah,
I'm getting away now.
just the run between the two things.
Hast du schon mal gehört?
That would be
So do you wish to eat some?
feels so horrible.
Personally, like an hour.
So I guess the vibration is
So we can't hear this. About 45.
Oh yeah, I can get someone else.
Yeah.
Is it more than?
Yeah.
Someone's connected to the game. Perfect. This is bowling.
Das heißt, das Mal so was man lehrt, ist
That's awesome.
Yeah, message to Martin.
Try to remember.
Oh, it's okay. I will also
We have a certain deadline today, but it's too late to do. 3?
because I'll be done at 4.
Shall we just catch me up with the Okay, so
And I want to
And not bending.
because it's more tricky.
okay, oh yeah, so yeah,
That's why it's
okay. Let's
They are pretty easy, so with the screwdriver.
we were aiming for the others.
Wow, this should have been. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take the chance.
Ich hätte halt erwartet, dass er einfach kommt und sagt, es gibt keinen App, das ist nur noch weiß. Das hätte ich halt erwartet. Ja, aber das Ding ist halt, ich kann ja keine Devices das PC-Kabel machen, weil das dann nicht mehr in das PC steht. Nein, das Kabel ist ja Chip, und deswegen kannst du... Ja, ich will nicht selber. Das könnte selber das PC nicht machen.
Well, and that's for the next test.
Das PC-Kabel kann auch einen Chip drin haben.
For the next test.
Weil das
Syndrome.
Kabel
Yep.
nicht mehr den offiziellen PC steht.
Men så sen går så... Jag ska göra samma igen tror jag. Jag typ skulle vilja ha en nice... Typ stor bild men rörligt från dig. Men att vi hela tiden både mig och klocktanken.
Okej, klockan om dig.
Ja.
Det är bomba som det.
Alltså du måste ha dem.
Ja, vi ska ha
Jag tror det är distinkt. Så ibland kan du ha lite liv liksom. Men ändå så att vi kan få det här lugna. Att de får se hela testen och höra. Och så filmar vi hela. Ja.
Lite rörligt. När kör du?
Nej, vi har ju här faktiskt. Den här är bra.
Den är inte det. Det är inte... Den är så.
Ja, så gör det. Jag tar den så här istället. Och då kan du vara detaljer. Ja, så länge
Jag tänkte på varje test då, men...
Nej, för jag tänker på filma om första testet. Jag gör om första testet.
Okej.
Det är därför, så det här är den första liksom.
Okej. Är det redo för det nu eller?
Eller så skiter jag på den här.
Ja.
Så får vi ligga bara på den här vinkeln.
Det är coolt också.
Är det lite coolt?
Ja.
Men lite dynamic zones.
Ja. Men ska du köra nu?
Ja.
Det är så okej, alltså först har vi
Ja, alltså, jag kan lika gärna ta den på 2 grejer.
Okej.
För den är överklar.
Did the bending work? Did you bend it? This one?
Yes. I think so.
Oh, you did this one. Awesome.
Hi, people. Please welcome to the last day. It's Sunday, day number 3 of the Wintergatan community meetup. It is 12:03 here in Germany, and we are starting off with our first panel. It is the 3D printed violin, Violins for All. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm handing it over in just a second. They're still discussing some stuff. We have a bunch of panels lined up for today. I hope you're all interested in stuff that's happening. We have the 3D printed violins right now. Later on, we will have the subs team going through the how the workflow works for subtitling our YouTube videos, and we'll also have the MMX talk on this stage from Lucas and Sebastian. I'm handing over. Everybody, give it a round of applause. Here we go. Violins fall.
Oh, no, but yeah. Hello. Can you hear me well? Okay. Oh, I did a presentation just like 10 minutes ago, so I'm a little off right now. But basically, well, I'm Daniel Cucasan. I'm from Colombia, and I created a project that's called Neolithy. The project name is basically, I don't know if this works. Yeah, Neolithy. Ooh. So the project name is because it's literary, but new literary. And it started because I wanted to do something with 3D printing. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my God, this has so much potential to do so much things, but I don't know what to do. So at the time, I had a friend that played guitar professionally, and I told him like, hey, why don't we try to create a guitar, maybe a 3D printed guitar? We're like, yeah, that's a good idea. There are so many things inside the guitar, like so many details and things that affect the sound. We're like, yeah, let's go. And I tried to do that, and I went to the market and I saw, oh, how much does it cost to have a 3D printer that big? Okay, let's try out some other thing. So I scaled down, and I'm like, okay, maybe a violin could be a good idea. So that happened about around 10 years ago. I had the idea, around. And 3 years ago, I finally was able to get a 3D printer. So, oh well, that's another thing. But I finally was able to get a 3D printer. It was a small Prusa that this was built with small pieces and things. I can show you. This is the picture, kind of the picture of the 3D printer. Super small, but was enough to get me some idea on how to 3D print and how to slice and everything on 3D printer. So it was super cool. Was this the thing that got me really engaged with the thing? Just as a quick recap, I forgot a couple of things. So I checked who else had done that, who else had tried to build a 3D printed violin, and there are 3 projects that already had done that. So there is Hovalin, that's an open source one, Aviva, that's an university kind of driven violin, and there is 3D Various also that it's a whole company. They have super good looking violins, but I'm gonna go for each one of them and say what I try to be different with, what's different within them and me, just because. So Hovalin, in my opinion, doesn't sound good. I think that's a biased opinion, but it doesn't look as good, and it's like a started violin for kids, but it's not really a nice violin. Like, you don't look at it and like, oh yeah, it looks amazing. I don't know, it has like this edge, and that part is a solid piece, and it plays with the sound in a not good way. The second one is from a girl from university. I want to meet her at some point. I think that's the best one of them. But as far as I know, they work with resin 3D printing. And resin 3D printing is not that easy to do, just because getting a printer that big is expensive and it's hard, and like getting the full reliability of every time you do a 3D print, getting a full product, a really good product, is not that easy. And 3D Various are just electric violins, and I don't like them, personal opinion. So, what did I do? I tried doing plate spheres. So I said, okay, so I'm gonna do a single piece at the plate from the top. I'm gonna do another piece at the bottom, the another one that were the sides, and then I'm gonna try to do things. And didn't work. Just because it was too complex to model it in a way that was stable, and I was able to do the print a lot of times. So I went for a single piece body. So, well, that's the design right now, but basically this whole piece is a single 3D printed piece. And that allows me to not have variation, have that much variation between prints, right? Because I don't touch anything on this. It just prints, and that's the body. I have to just clean a couple of things, but the body is there. So I did that. I did a small test with the smaller 3D printer, so it was like a half-size violin, not a half-size on the musical board. It's just scaled down to half the size. That's a long video, so I'm gonna maybe speed it up a little. Not gonna let me do that, maybe. Okay. So basically, it was successful. I was able to 3D print the whole body in a single piece vertical. I was like, okay, that might work. That might be the way to do it. Do you want to see the full video, or do you want me to continue? Continue, or say it? Yeah? Okay. So this is my small 3D printer. It wasn't that reliable. It was built with 3D printed pieces and had the small issue that the vertical axis tried to always went boop. So sometimes my violins were like boop, and it wasn't good. But it did work. It really, really worked, and I don't know, it was amazing also getting this video. It took around 2 days to print because I hadn't figured out some settings that I wanted to, I needed to improve the speed, but it worked. Yeah. 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 And one of the issues with printing this way, with this kind of printer, is that the bed moves. So if you have a tall piece, it tends to like wobble. And that's not good because you need super good precision. And that's going to be an issue in the next part. But it worked. It worked good enough. I wanted to be super good with the precision, so I wanted the surface to be super smooth. So I had a 0.1 millimeter layer height, and that didn't help with the time, obviously, because yeah, right now I changed that. I've done so many adjustments. Yep.
What were your considerations printing from bottom to top instead of it lying down?
So the advantage of doing this is that I don't need that much support. If you print it sideways, there is 2 issues. So the first one is that the bed has to be big enough, and you get taller 3D printers easier than wider 3D printers sometimes. Well, and in my experience, the ones that I have played around with, maybe more big in the tall and the Z axis than the X and Y. But that's an idea that I have played around. Like I want to maybe do it in the future, but for now this works. So if it works, don't touch it. But yeah. Also, there is a small things that I had to do. So if you see on this part, on the bottom of the Fs, this small thing is floating. So there is no way to print this in there. So I had to start playing around, adding small supports that were easily removable, but that worked to support this. And also, because my printer wasn't that reliable, that's nice. Sometimes it was catching with the supports, and it dropped the whole print to the bed. It was like, Also, so inside the violin there are 2 things that you don't always see. One of them is I don't remember the translation, but basically a bar that goes bottom to top in the surface of the violin. So imagine like from here to here, there is a small bar that helps with the resonance of low frequencies. And also there is a sound post that goes from this plate to this plate. So in the beginning, the thing that I did is I just added the bar to the print. Because usually what luthiers do is they have their plate, they add the thing, and then they close up the violin. But because I have the thing fully done in a single piece, there was no way for me to add that part. So I just added it to the model, and it was an advantage because, well, reduces variability and also increases the connection because it's a single piece. Yeah, I do not have any gaps, anything. I want to check with someone that actually knows to know if that's a good idea, but for me, it has worked. Yeah, it has like a couple of small supports in the bottom. In this version, I didn't have anything to hold these parts, so I had to start printing in the air, basically, and then it will kind of mashed up together and will work perfectly. Right now I have something else that allows this to be built from these two pieces, so that's much better.
Of placement of it.
Yeah.
All right, I figured that.
Yeah. So you can get multiple like plans, like blueprints of violins, and they tell you like a recommended place for example. What I want to do is, because I can move it on the model, I want to print multiple variations of the positioning and test around what's the best.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I just took one of the plans that looked good to me, compared it with the model, was like, yeah, that's a good place. Yeah, so that one is like this big violin. And if I remember correctly, this is the 100% infill violin, so it's fully solid, like a solid piece of plastic. And I don't know if you've seen luthiers working with plates from violins, but they take it and they start like boom, boom, boom. And if it sounds good, that's like their way of knowing that's a good plate. If not, they just have to start carving. So I was like, I could maybe do the same. I took the thing, I just did boom, and it just resonated. It's like, okay, so I'm on a good way to making a violin. Yeah, started from there. After this video, I realized that this takes too long, so the next videos that I have of time lapses are way faster. Any other questions while we wait? Yeah?
How long did this take real time?
This one? I think that was 2 days, around 2 days. Yeah, so I don't know if you noticed, but the light went down and up. Was nice. So yeah.
How about playing it while we watch this?
Well, the next one maybe, because it's almost finished.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, that will have been a good idea. Or maybe have music in the background too. The other one has music, so. So, this failed, because it caught with the... Yeah, and I think in the original video, you can see me running around like, oh no. But yeah, that one failed. Multiple of them failed, until the last one. Oh, well, that one also failed. So there's something like called layer slipping, where the belt, and it produces this kind of effect. I don't know if I can show my mouse, maybe. Oh yeah, so these kinds of effects, like stepping. And I just let it finish, because it was like, okay, this is a nice demonstration that it kind of works. I have to tweak some other things, but at least it prints the full thing in one piece. So as soon as I knew that that could be done, I was like, okay, so I need a bigger 3D printer. I don't want to buy a 3D printer, because 3D printers are expensive. So what should I do? So I found an Instructables guide on how to build a bigger printer like mine, called a Mega Prusa. So that one on the left is my original 3D printer. The one on the right, oh wait, the one on the left, right. So the one on the right is the original one. The one on the left, that was the new one. And I built it following all the instructions and everything, and it had been tested by a lot of people. I was like, okay, this is going to be a good printer, it's going to be amazing. And well, it wasn't, because the bed was too heavy. So one of the issues with that is like, if you had it on a table, it will move the table when the bed was moving. So it wasn't that stable, but I didn't want to step that. I was like, I need to make this work, because this is the only way I'm going to create a 3D printed violin, blah, 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 blah. At least it got me this. So this was the first fully like full-size violin. I added on that part, I added like a connection point between the neck and the body. So that was like the last minutes of the print. I was super, super, super happy. But you can see that it has like small defects on the surface, right? It wasn't that good, and I didn't know why, because I wasn't that good with 3D printing. Like, right now I can maybe know how to fix it, but at that point I didn't know. Also, does it have sound? It made a lot of noise. And I had to work besides that printer, so at work people didn't like talking to me because I had always like a background noise of the printer going Didn't like it. I was a little janky. And this one had a leaning issue more because it was taller, the torque was bigger and it was like whoop. So this one also had that issue. You cannot see it that much, but trust me, I saw it. It wasn't good. Also, I designed the printer head because it was like, okay, I'm gonna do the whole full thing. I'm gonna design my 3D printer, and that wasn't a good idea because there is people that already have done really good print heads that work much better than mine, and I can just use them. And I didn't thought about that at the moment until gonna go to that part, but until that part I didn't talk about that, and it should have been like a thing that will have me like walking up on the idea of building 3D printers. So that one had also another issue. So the black filament that I used wasn't that good, and I left this model, like the first successful model, I left it at the sun. And it just bloop, warped and didn't work anymore. I was like, oh, I'm so super happy, I was at a meeting and I showed them the violin. So like, oh, that's cool, and I just left it at the sun. And when I came back, I was like, just done. Wait, that's not okay. Yeah. That also shows that's real time. That also shows you how long does it take to. Yeah, super janky setup. So at that point, I was working with someone else that was like the project manager for me. I'm not good at managing projects. I'm really good at making them work, but managing my time and everything, I'm not that good. So I needed someone to help me with that. So she was helping me a lot, and also we got other people that was architect, and he know a lot of 3D design. I was like, okay, for the next improvements, I'm gonna ask him to help me with that. But what happened actually was that everyone was on their own thing, on their own agenda. So this one wanted to do 3D printed files for their computer, and this one wanted to just like do social media and everything. I was like, okay, so focus. I want to focus. I want people to be on this. So at the end, I ended up basically doing project management and everything by myself. And and also we moved to a new workshop. So we moved to another place nearby my apartment, and we built another 3D printer that was gonna fail. And I didn't want to accept that, but I was like, so okay, we're gonna change this thing so it doesn't lean that much, and So we used aluminum instructions, and Didn't help, but it was a cool experience overall. So it was nice to try new things. We designed a full box for the electronics and everything, and we 3D printed it with that printer. But it wasn't functional, and this one was heavier, and this table was were a little weak, so everything was shaking when the 3D printer was working. So around that point, I think that Martin was at the point where he was like, okay, do I do YouTube videos or do I create this marble machine? And I went like, oh, that's a good point. Do I create 3D printers or do I 3D print violins, right? Like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So why don't I just get a 3D printer that works for this? And I can be sure that it works, and I don't have to fiddle around with a lot of small details. I just get the 3D printer works. So we got one. We got this. This is a Ender 5 Plus. Yeah, Ender 5 Plus 3D printer. The bed doesn't move in the y-axis, so super stable. Doesn't make that much noise as the one on the left. So everything went smooth, and we got the first model that worked. Like, it actually made sound. And that was amazing. Like, okay, this is possible. And it makes like really good sounds. It resonates. This is amazing. But it wasn't stable. So the connection between the body and the arm wasn't that good, and it broke. Like a couple of days later, it just broke because of the tension. Ooh. And that got me thinking, like, okay, so what should I do? Should I design the thing from the ground up? What should I? And I just did like, okay, so I've seen some things in architecture that are kind of the same, so I can just do a dovetail thing, and maybe that works. And it worked. Like, it just worked. That model still works, still exists, I think. Or maybe that got warped by the sun too, but there is a model that's blue that works. And I did two of them. So I did the sparkly one and the blue one, and at that moment I didn't have the sound post between the top and the bottom plate. So it wasn't that stable, and some friend had an opportunity to travel around Colombia, and she went to the Amazonas, and the sound post that we had added, it was like just fitted with pressure, fell. So people from there would help her add the sound post back, and they are like glue. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work, because if you have to do so much maintenance to the violin, that's not reliable at all for a person that's gonna just go and play. So at that point, I added the sound post, and I also made like the surface inside the violin, so the plate and the sides a little smoother, just to try if maybe that improved the sound. And also, I found out that there was wood fiber PLA, so I got some of that, and I 3D printed a new version that has this one, and it sounded amazing. So this is a similar one to that one. It sounded amazing, and I was super happy it worked. I got some friends, some violinist friends, some people that work on violins and everything, and I told them like, hey, this is a 3D printed violin, can you try it? And they're like, wow, that's good enough, that sounds cool. Oh yeah, and I did a time lapse because why not? And this is a much better time lapse. You can see the sound post. It looks shiny, it looks super cool. You can see the supports that help with the sides. And at that point, the friend that I told you that 10 years ago, guitarist, he was doing his master's degree at San Francisco at the, let me check, Music Conservatorium of Music in San Francisco. And he traveled back to Colombia, and I told him like, hey, I have this 3D printed violin. Take it back, do whatever you want. If you want to sell it, you have to I don't know, give it to someone, I don't care, do something. I just want the violin to be there, just because. So he took it there. And he told me, hey, there's a, I forgot the word, a concurso. A contest inside the university. People from the students can participate. We can get some money to do some things. So can I present the violin? Can I do something with the violin? I was like, yeah, sure. I told you, do whatever you want. That's a lot, but do whatever you want. And he took it there, and we won a second. I think it was first or second place. And we got some money, and we did some videos, and we did a lot of things. We did we did a lot of things with that. I'm gonna show you a video from YouTube that we got from that. So, and I don't have internet. Give me a second. I should. I tried to download it, but well, this guy helped us a lot to show the violin to the people there. It was amazing to work with him. Also, he was the one that helped us at the contest to present the violin. And he just took it for a week, got used to the violin, and was like, yeah, let's go. So it was super cool to work with him. I think I have the same thing with this song, like Martin has with the Marble Machine. I have heard it so many times that I'm like a little tired of it, but yeah. No. If you want to see the full video, you can subscribe to Neolity in YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna continue with the presentation. So we did that. Yeah, we did that. We won the award. Later on, there was a second contest that was only for the top 5 people that won on that contest, and we got some good connections to maybe start doing some things in San Francisco. But that's a current story. Like that was a month ago. And then my sister, well, that's a separate story. My sister lives in the Netherlands, and she moved to the Netherlands like 3-4 months ago, and I wanted to just visit her, just because. And so we said with some friends, like, hey, let's go to the Netherlands, but wait, if you are gonna go to the Netherlands, we can do like a longer trip. So why don't we go to Paris with a violin, because why not? And why don't we go to Cremona? So Cremona is like the violin makers' town in Italy. It's like the place. It's the Stradivarius town. And at that place, we met Giorgio Grisales. And that's a funny story, because we got there, we got to the museum, we're like, oh, we have a 3D printed violin, we want to show it to someone. And they told us, oh, yeah, okay, go to this place around the city center. There is this Argentinian guy that could give you some feedback. And we're like, okay, let's go there. We told him, like, hey, this is a 3D printed violin. He gave us some ideas, gave us some feedback, and then he told us, but there is a guy that's also a violin maker that is really good, and he's Colombian. We're like, what? Yeah, he's a Colombian guy, he's just across the street. Go there. That's the entrance. We went there like, hola. We're like, oh my God, you're from Colombia? Yeah, we're from Colombia. Like, what are you doing here? We have a 3D printed violin. And that was one of the longest and most amazing talks I have had in a long time. And he told us like, hey, yeah, if you want some help, if you want some things, yeah, I can just help you with that. I'm not making violins anymore because of money. I'm making them because of passion. So I have more time if you want to talk. Blah, 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 blah. So we had a really good talk with him. We keep in contact with him, well, a little. And yeah, so that was also a super cool thing. And yeah, that was 3 months ago. Not that much has happened since then, until, well, a couple of days ago, that I finally met Martin. That was also one of the biggest inspirations for me, like to keep going on the project, also to know on what to focus on, also know what should I do with the project, like, yeah, project management and everything. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you. Well, also, I asked you to play it because I wanted to, yeah, like have a live event with this. So yeah.
I'm gonna play a song that hopefully a lot of you might know. I don't know how well the sound's gonna be with this since it's right here, so you might want to keep it just a little bit lower.
Thank you. Thank you. It's one of my favorites. Oh. Doesn't want to play you though. And I just want to say, as a violinist, I've been playing for about 15 years. Having just recently, within the past year, buying an antique violin that actually has good sound as opposed to a student violin. Playing this, the sound on this is absolutely amazing, especially for it being a 3D printed piece. The sound is very rich. It's got very good projection and resonance within it. And not just that, I don't know what strings you put on that. What strings do you, if you know? Yeah. I have the spare ones here. So these ones.
I haven't seen these ones before. I know Prelude are good, which are by the same.
Yeah, they're super good.
Those are the good those are the good strings that you want. The sound quality is amazing. It's not screechy at all, especially on the higher strings. It's amazing. So absolutely, you outdone yourself.
I'll make sure to give you one as soon as I have the next ones. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, any questions? Anything?
So, did you also print the arm?
Yeah. The arm doesn't have that much on the story. Let me find. Yeah. Okay, I can use this one. So the arm is also 3D printed. It has some small details and things, but basically what I did is I split up these in two pieces in the middle, and I just printed them side by side. I don't know if I have pictures of it. But basically what that allows me is to have a really smooth surface finish on this, the fingerboard. And also there is a super cool detail on the head. If you want, I can just give it to you.
I have a second question.
Yep.
How does...
if you want to pass it around, okay.
How does material properties affect the sound? Like PLA, PETG, wouldn't fill, or whatever?
So that's going to be the next part for us. We're going to build a new model that has better, so that we can play around with it more. It's going to be a parametric model because inspiration, and that will allow us to not necessarily rely on the, not be tied to the material properties, instead to play around the material properties. So take advantage of the imperfections and everything from the material. So yeah.
That's what I also thought. Perhaps it would be interesting to have artists who have certain requirements and then have this put into the individual violin, for example, thicker or less thick, or perhaps partially hollow. Like everything can change the sound properties. So do you have artists that are interested in giving you input on this?
Okay. Okay. Yes, yeah, we have. I didn't catch everything because it was a little too low, but yeah, we have like ideas on customizing the violin a little more on so many things like aesthetics and also the shape itself, to see if maybe it can change the sound of the violin. So for example, I don't know if maybe you know, there are some strings that you can put to a violin to make it 1 octave lower. And they're just amazing. And I want to build a violin that's made for those strings.
So with those strings will make it sound deeper. It will make it sound more like a cello. So it'll have that deeper tone. It won't have the projection of a cello because it's a smaller body, which is why way back, 18th century, 17th century, when violins were being made back then, there were such things as 6, even 7 or 5 string violins that had the full range that you could play, but they went out of style because they didn't have that projection to project the sound. But in today's present time, they're making them again because now we have electric violins, so you can just plug it into the amp and it has the capability to project that sound.
Yeah, but maybe if you can play around with things, I don't know, but maybe if you can play around with the properties of the violin, you can make it resonate with lower frequencies. I don't know if that can be done, but I want to be the one that tries. So yeah.
It might be possible with a bigger body.
Yeah.
Definitely,
Yeah.
it's definitely something to experiment with, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was mentioned already, but what is the estimated production cost of one violin, taking into account the cost of the printer and?
Well,
doesn't need to be precise, but just a general estimation with the filament and everything.
So, well, yeah, the 3D printer is not that cheap, and that's a problem because we want to bring the violins to more places, and that's a limitation. But excluding the 3D printer, the body, the full thing can be done with strings, bridge and pegs and everything for around 50 euro, around it. I have to check my notes, but it's around that. But there is a couple of things that we want to improve that will make it not that much cheaper, like 5 euros less, but we want to be able to print a single, 2 violins from a single spool, because right now we use 1 spool per violin, so that's not good. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Just in case, you can follow us on neoluthi.com. It has all the links, and a small part of the story is also there, like some ideas that I didn't talk about in here. So, yep.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Very interesting project, and I myself play cello, so it was really interesting to see a violin made from a 3D printer. Very, very interesting project. Next up, we have the engineering team of the Wintergatan Discord coming up, doing a panel discussion. For that, we'll quickly get some chairs and then get the team rolling in 10 minutes for the next panel. Thanks everybody for showing up, and one more round of applause for the 3D printed violin. Very interesting.
Thank you.
And very educational.
Thank you. Thank you.
is maybe harder because of muscle memory, like we talked about yesterday. So this could be like, this is maybe easier than 80, but I was used to 80. So I haven't found like the effort level yet. And try standing further on the front of the pedal. Wow, it's really tiring. Okay. That felt worse, actually.
How is it fitness-wise?
Very, like, very...
Your right leg is going to be impressive.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Are you done?
Yeah, oh no, I'm going to say something to the camera. So, my feeling right now is that this is kind of ominous for this whole design. I thought at these lower levels it would be much easier to play tight. It feels like it was easier to play tight on March next. That was like maybe with a hand crank. So currently little bad omens for this whole design.
But the whole governor situation.
Yeah, that would be super interesting to try, and also the other settings. But like this, and this was what I expected. Like the click is steady, and I'm like wave around it, and the wave is too fast for my liking. The one bar will be metronome tight, 4 bars long. So, but that's exactly the data we're going to find out, and I'm not going to make any guesses. We're going to analyze it properly when we have all the data. So we're on a really good way of finding the information we're after. So that's a success. Only it feels right now like this is probably, right now it feels like this is not going to work, but that's 5 days too early to tell. So let's make a test number 3. I sweat from that.
I still think you deserve it.
So just for fun, I'm expecting like 1 beat. So if we do tick, 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 those 3 will be pretty nice. But as soon as there's more, you hear it, how it's going wave up and down all the time. But probably. Probably you could get really close with a lot of practice as well, because it's muscle memory, as I said 100 times. You feel, I was used to the effort level of 80 BPM. I kind of had that in the body, and I was not used to 120. So if I practice for an hour, I will perform much better. But I want a system that is kinder and helps out more than that. So we'll see. And I think we are going to take a little lunch break. So thank you so much for seeing, and we'll do more tests in the afternoon, after some lunch break. We're going to be, after the lunch, we're going to film in the main hall, and then after that we will be back here. So thanks everyone for coming, and see you later.
That's gonna be interesting. Wait, could you also Martin? Me and Ian?
Okay. Awesome. What is your
Arbeitstakt so
By the way, have you seen Terrance's model machine? Check this out. This is actually almost the best model machine there is because it plays better than the MMX. So this is Terrance. So how long have you worked on it?
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. YouTube channel is TK Music. And there's a whole building series with problem solving and everything. Thank you. Oh, that's beautiful. Did you see the divide by...
Ja, staat zo.
Ja. Waar is dat nog ook? Maar dat is een buitenstijd.
So did you catch the divide by 24?
Ja, millimeter muziek. Hartstikke ja.
Muziek is niet zoveel.
Nee,
Is it just one year?
Je weet er een beetje wel buiten.
Ja.
So you use a lot of the same principles, but you got them to work.
Ja, ik zou wel leren.
Dat moet helemaal niet. Dat wordt alleen maar elkaar afschaken.
Ja, misschien komt er nog iets anders op.
Oh, that's cool. It's manual.
Ja, want hier zit ook nog gewoon.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Ja, maar
Yeah, I've seen it too actually, but I didn't remember that. Did you do some tightening on the audio in yeah, I'm sure that's great Siegfrieds. That original video. I did everything. I thought the manual part sounded a little bit too tight. Because it's late.
Okay, let's get out some signs and stuff besides we can eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should
Do we have some signing stuff? Yeah, some stuff there, so let's do that so we can focus on eating.
So this YouTube channel is TK Music, so so fun to meet you. I actually made a recording because you sent me before you and you were and I said have fun for 5 to 10 years. Like
Yes. That worked. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, marble machine nerds. Are you ready for our next panel? It's the engineering team. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, because we just did it, but one more time and even louder. Applause. Yes, engineering team, have fun, go at it, and let's go.
Hello. Before we start, I have a small announcement to make. You might know there are two people on here that technically aren't E-Team. But we thought it unfair that the people that actually end up fixing MMX are not on E-Team, so we are changing that right now. So, welcome to E-Team.
I'm checking. I don't trust that. I don't either. I'm offline anyways.
Did you already change it?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you should talk into microphones, we get a notice. Besides that, yeah, I think to start it off, since Sebastian is still eating, we'll just start on the left-hand side on how you end up joining the E-Team. You might have it easy in that case.
I don't know, I came to Rüdesheim and stayed.
That ended up working.
Sorry?
That ended up working.
Apparently.
Do you really want me to add my word to this? I've been asking for the E-Team role for a while now. No, it's, well, I guess engineering team means by now anybody that's been actively working on the machine directly hands-on, provided a part is a different role, but has provided some thinking power into the machine, I guess.
Yeah, it's the idea would be to how you ended up joining. I mean, for you it's mostly fixing the MMX, I guess?
Yeah, so our role since the machine was here, or last summer, was, oh hey, we need to get the machine museum ready so it can be presented in the museum in a Wintergatan room, as far as I know. So the idea was to have a machine, come on, it's worth it. The idea is to have a machine that is good looking, finished, as Martin intended it to be finished, hopefully. Kinda, and to have, if possible, a playable machine so that a trained person that knows the issues could present it to people and actively play the music on it. Now, we know it has quirks, but that was basically our role since last year. So through the Discord, we were lucky enough to be at last year's meetup, where we discovered the machine and its issues and the opportunity to fix it. So since we're not too far away from here, relatively, we're like, why not just come every other weekend and deal with the problems that this thing has.
And it's now feature complete. So
it has 2 small tweaks left. Psst, psst.
Sorry. My English betrays me again.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be fair, most of them didn't know they're on the panel discussion. We just started gathering everyone who's in the group.
I started working in the team when Martin asked for help in the episode 54. He was doing, I don't remember all of the things that he wanted to do. I remember, of course, the Ornophone, but do you remember what the other parts were he wanted help with?
Wasn't this Cyberbase itself?
No, the Cyberbase came later, actually. No, there was three. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Are you calling me old? Yeah. So I just applied for the job, and eventually Chris, who was in the PBS thing at the time, he asked me to join and to start working with Florian and with Chris as well into the Ornophone, And then months later, Martin asked me to make the Cyberbase.
Hi, I joined the E-team when Martin asked for help figuring out a release mechanism for the marble drops, so right at the beginning almost. So I sent him an email with an idea of mine, just a small video attached to it with the prototype built from the foam board, and he liked the idea, and we hopped on a video call, and I was involved in the project since then. And part of different teams and parts, and I helped Martin in person in Sweden for a time, and also in France when I was at the workshop, and he needed some manual help, not just CAD and design work. Yes.
Now, I might have done myself not a favor by including that question in the start, because most people ended up providing parts or fixing parts of my Macs. I wanted to be fair, but I just ended up having a museum and showing Martin our toys, and that ended up working. So that's about it. So Max, you go ahead.
I joined the team. It was the middle of making the CAD, and I was an instrumental part in working and collaborating all of that together. So Martin felt that it was necessary that I have the role to be able to help make that work properly across all of the teams I worked with in that capacity. I think that's mostly why I joined, or got asked to join.
Yeah, hi. I'm Christoph from Hamburg. I have a background. I have 2 degrees, one in theater technology and the other one in keeping container ships running, mainly in the engine room. So I stumbled into the project because somebody told me about completely different machines that made music, and then somebody in the group said, wait, but have you seen the marble machine? And so I watched that one video, and then like 4 days later I had watched all of the videos. So I basically spent a few days in bed, and then I offered 2 specific things because mechanics is my background, and it was very clear there were already 15 people on the job. So I offered my 2 side gigs, electronics and putting things in boxes, because I'm from the container shipping industry. And so putting things in boxes was obviously never needed. Back then, we believed it was needed, and then we both talked about that a lot, of course, but it still didn't really happen. And yeah, I did electronic parts like the bass tuner, microphone holders, microphone wiring, things like that.
With the box, it would end up too high for a common truck, by the way.
Yeah,
it just
in the beginning there was
fits.
a dream of taking the machine apart in like 3 big sections that would still be transportable, until somebody found out that is never going to work.
Yeah,
and so
I love the idea, and for putting it back together, it worked kinda. But the problem is, if you have it apart, there's no way to put it down.
Yeah, we have lovely pictures of you, Lucas. I believe in the presentation at 3 that we have some pictures of you trying to lift it in different pieces, face palming a lot. Well, my first question: which of the 2 degrees is most applicable to the marble machine? Then, shipping or theater techniques?
Both not.
Both aren't. Okay. So
he's basically the only person who knows what he's doing.
Yes. So hi, I'm Sebastian. Back in 2017, I joined the unofficial team. I mean, it wasn't really a team back then. It was more of a WhatsApp group, which is funny because Martin doesn't use WhatsApp anymore. So how I joined this so in 2016 the video came out, and 2017 Martin celebrated the 1-year anniversary of the video in Museum Speelklok in Utrecht. It's a museum like this one, but less nice. This one is much better.
I guess I'll get an invoice for that.
Sorry?
I guess I'll get the invoice for that.
Sure. Just do it to Martin. So it all started because Martin made a video how to program music for a music box in only 2 days. Then I introduced the concept of a laser cutter to him, so it was reduced to 2 minutes. And then we got talking, and he said, "Okay, very nice. Let me open up a Google Photos album, and that's where we can discuss with the community. And let's share our code on Google Photos." Then I quietly interject, say, maybe let's do that on a code repository instead of on a picture album, and let's maybe set up a chat room where we can chat instead of the Google Photos comment system. And that has been my main, has been the main theme throughout the years, is getting the Swedish guy who lives in a cave open up to the digital world.
I feel your pain. I really feel your pain.
Yeah.
By the way, we're having our lovely microphone runner Fox here, so if you have a question, just raise your arm so we can cue you in. And please have questions, because that's part of what the talk runs on.
Autographs will be after the panel show as well.
If not, we'll just start rambling around.
Sorry, it was a bad joke.
Say again?
It was a bad joke, never mind. At least Margaret is laughing, which is my only goal.
My name is Marcus, and I'm watching the videos. It's great. I also build stuff myself, but I don't have a background in Maschinenbau. Does any one of you have? Okay, one.
I'm studying my mechanical engineering, basically. Yeah. So since I joined the team, we were 4 people at the start. 3 of them were designers that had nothing to do with engineering. So I tried to make Martin go a bit more traditional routes, and he had always the rule of cool was the first rule for him. So we ended up choosing some concepts that weren't the best ones, but that looked cool. But yeah, the most important stuff, I put my foot down, but I should have done that for more parts, actually, as it turns out.
Which part of that is still on the machine?
The parts I put my foot down?
Yeah.
All of them.
The pedal.
I have some background as well in machining, because I am luthier, I build guitars, and I've learned how to machine wooden parts with my own CNC machine, and I learned CAD and CAM and so on. And the thing about machining is that when you start doing it, you think that you are going to save a lot of time, and it's the wrong thing to think, because machining is really good in precision and in repetition, but it's not something that in my job, I don't do that. I never make the same guitar. So it's always ever-going learning how to machine better and better and better.
To add to that, I personally have a degree in civil engineering, which is close. It's somewhat mechanical, but yeah, most of it is being able to look at the machine and go, oh, why was that decision made?
So I'm a software engineer, and I also ask why, but from a software perspective.
Hello. So 2 questions. First, did you get him into the digital age? Does he know code repositories now? Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Did you get Martin into the digital age as you had hoped?
Well, the answer for that is like 2 parts. We tried really hard to get them more active in the Discord, but the more Discord community coordinators are partly on stage, but mostly are not. We did a lot of work making it more community-driven, but Martin was active on it for some time. It had its moments where he was really active, then not, and then part of the videos and not. But in the other sense, the code repository, Martin is the owner of all the code repositories, but he doesn't code them. I'm currently the owner, I think. But most code that has been written for the marble machine, all the prototypes, all the proof of concepts I did are on GitHub/Wintergatan, I think. I hope to, so yesterday there was a proof of concept being written in Python to do the timing analysis. If the people are here today, let's get the code also up on that repository.
And the second question, in general for the Marble Machine 3, I understand it'll be assembled and maybe designed here. How closely will the E-team be involved with the Marble Machine 3 process?
I'm gonna say it depends which person in the E-team. Having been on the MMX, I'm not sure I really want to work that deeply on the MM3. MMX was a good enough challenge. We still have MM to do. Thank you. MM still has to be worked on, so some of us will be working on that, and maybe some motivated people will help Martin go in the right direction with his MM3. Though as of now, it seems like the SKF engineers have done a really good job of guiding him. I assume some other people here have also helped. I wasn't in there at all, and I think in the Discord part of the community, it hasn't been that much of a direct communication since Martin, as I said, has been on and off the Discord and mostly off.
Yeah, for me personally, I will help Martin with some questions, and the working and the workshop part will not be part for me, mostly due to time constraints. If there's something really urgent, I can come to Rüdesheim and help out, but I'm back to mostly doing it remotely, as do probably a lot of the other people here, I think.
I'm definitely taking you up on that, going to Rüdesheim. Yeah, I mean, I will be involved somewhat because it's standing in my workshop. So I actually was wondering if the prototype ends up being, oh, no, it doesn't work. I hope not. I won't have 3 of those in the museum. Then I noticed it will already be here.
My impression is that if Martin wants help and asks for it, people will be there. The time has shown that offering help is sometimes not working. So,
Martin, this is a lathe. Use it.
Where's the drill? Where's the drill? That's a lathe, right?
Yeah, also it's, so we are the E-team, but as you may have seen throughout the days, it's more of a a lot of people do a lot of small things, like build the source code, help with the lathe for one day. It's a lot more like that, I think, for the 3 as well. It was also for Marble Machine X on the later end of the timeline, but for Marble Machine 3, I think it's more like, I need this done, can someone help me? Do a call, and then someone has an idea and then it helps. It's not really in a structured way, but it kind of works. As in, you can sit in a workshop, he needs an extra hand, that needs an idea, you say something and you help out for the video, yeah.
Yeah,
so
the Meetup actually had also a nice dynamic that ended up working. So you will find someone who can weld, lathe, stand around.
Yeah, because the Marble Machine attracts a lot of different people. So it's like Martin said once, it's like a ice cream truck, and which 3 flavors are you selling? So what are the 3 flavors of the Marble Machine? There are people who come for the engineering, there are people who come for the music, and there are people who come just for the slow TV aspect of it. So that's the power of the machine, and we have a lot of people in all regions of all stuff. Like just on this panel, we have civil engineering, we have theater, we have museum director, we have engineering, we have all over the place already here. And for me personally, for the software side, on the Marble Machine X, what I built was a prototype of converting MIDI, so digital music, into stud welded plates. And I believe that will still be needed, so that will probably need a few tweaks, and I will maybe work on Mars with that, or maybe not, we don't know.
By the way, since we see the chat, yes, we are live. Yes, you can also ask questions in the chat, we'll get to them. Run, Fox, run.
Hello, and yeah, thank you for being here and taking questions. This is great. Just was curious to follow up on the discussion about there was allusions to plans of getting, there have been vague discussions about plans of getting this into the museum, maybe having a separate room or something. Just wondering if you can talk about what exactly the plans are for the future of the machines, or if you have exact plans, or what the timeline, what's the near and far future of the machines?
Great question. Next question. No. Yeah, we have some ideas to put it in. If you have been in the museum beside the Groschenkabinett, because we want it more publicly accessible, and also the previous generations before me already made sure to not leave too much space in the normal exhibition. But we also would still like to have the world tour happen, but with exhibitions instead of stages. So we still hope for other museums, maker spaces all over the world to reach out and maybe put together a world tour, so you don't actually have to go to Rüdesheim, because that's not practical for everyone, even though it obviously is worth a trip.
So this is the good opportunity to say, we'll need a box for it.
Yeah, I think to actually ship it, we'll need to put it on its back.
Yeah, that's the idea.
If there's no question right now, I have one thing to add to the way we collaborated, and that is, I don't know if you remember that there was a pandemic, and this machine and this project, totally by accident, was the perfect timing for that kind of collaboration. It was at a point when everybody was sitting at home at a computer, had time to think, to do the drawings, to join the CAD team, which was, I don't know how many people in the top were in the CAD team. Probably 100.
Like 200 or something at most.
We had at some point 300 volunteers said I'd be willing to work, and I think we've had 115 put actual work and time into it. And then there are some of us that some people really only came in and did their part, left and said thank you, this has been fun. And then there are some of us who have put in 300 or 400 hours on that project, because at some point it's 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, I'm bored, let me start organizing data, and then someone says organize that piece of data and that piece of data. Here you go, here, E-team, have fun, organize data. Which is just a really fun aspect of it all.
And the same goes for, we needed the drawings because there were so many people somewhere in the world making specific parts. And the normal way with a project like this, which is more or less tinkering, would have been, okay, I'll be at your shop in 3 weeks when I'm swinging through Sweden anyway. Let's tinker a little. And that wasn't possible, so what we needed was really exact drawings, so somebody else in Japan could work from that drawing and make something that can be sent to Sweden and fits. So it was a symbiosis of those of the pandemic forcing us to work like that, and also all the people sitting at home giving us the chance to work like that.
Just for a frame of reference, I saw the machine for the first time last year, and I've been working on it together with Mart since 2017. So yeah, 5 years. So yeah, because of the detailed drawings, we were able to just work remotely. and I was in a very far away land of Belgium, so I didn't have to drive all the way over here, like I did today.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Brom, and I was wondering, the Siegfried Museum is very cool, I think. And have you guys or Martin considered using old mechanisms that are like proven to be useful? Or yeah, is it mainly designing new things?
I try, all right. I really try. I don't know if anyone remembers the video from the museum from Martin where he was like, I wonder why I didn't more historical research. I tried to get that historical research to him by sending him pictures. Like, you don't have to have a drum that's a meter in diameter. You can also have it rotate twice and shift it over. But why do that if you can shift over all the readers for whatever reason?
Okay. To add something quickly, I'm going to put the blame on Martin here because that's a Martin issue, not an us issue. Martin just doesn't want to communicate enough to fully appreciate the whole splendor of the mechanisms at Siegfrieds. But it does work. Martin just has to integrate them.
The other thing, at least for the MMX, was that all of the people working on those didn't really have the background in those old music instruments. And the other thing is the rule of cools rules overall. So if the big 1 meter drum looks good, then we're going to use a big 1 meter drum.
Yeah. And a museum is also looking at other people's inventions from 300 years ago can solve a lot of your problems, but seeing their solutions also gives you tons of solutions that you need new problems for. So if you show Martin a museum where he sees 20 solutions that he really needs, but 150 solutions that he now needs an application for, that's also dangerous.
Yeah, so yeah, the feature creep. The one thing that the Discord was used at some point, I don't know how many of you remember that, but the idea vault. People were putting in their suggestions, which is a really nice way to get a bunch of visuals to Martin. Now it's a bunch of visuals. They're not categorized. They're not really nicely set. And Martin goes, oh, well, that looks nice. How do we get that to fit? Make that fit. Oh, that one looks better. Stop that. Work on that. Well, that one doesn't work. Go back to the other one. See, I went and found this other section that you categorized for me. I like this. Can we get those two to work together? Oh, no, we need the third one? Okay. Again, make it fit. At some point, you kind of get weeks where you go, Martin, no. This works with your machine currently. Let's not change too many things at once. It's kind of really annoying when the feature creep kind of just starts rolling down a hill. Yeah, so fun.
Artist after all. By the way, since we're live, we can just ask, who here has used Idea Vault? Who here has used Idea Vault? Or, oh no. Who here is at least on Discord? Ah.
Okay. Yeah. So fun.
Interaction.
Woo!
Who has the archive in
Oh.
A very specific Discord question there.
I don't even think I have that role.
Boo.
I think I do.
You better have it.
I'm not even sure I need it, to be honest.
Fair enough.
One needs the role if one wants to go to the Kanban views of the Idea Vault site.
We can fix it later.
Just as a physical representation of the impact Martin has on our lives, I used to be all black hair, so yeah.
Lies.
Yeah. I was really stressed on my right-hand side. So actually a question in the meantime, if there aren't any questions, I actually have a question for the rest of my colleagues. Who of you plays a musical instrument? I know Lucas does. Ellie?
I do?
Yeah, you played the accordion like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, did I? Or did the accordion?
Do you play a musical instrument, Lucas?
I used to play saxophone for like a week or two.
You
Does
played
that
the
count?
I played the saxophone as well.
That is called selection bias, you know that?
What do you call me?
Selection bias. The people who do play instruments play apparently saxophone.
Well, I'm Belgian, so I have to. It's so nobody else. So the 3 people from the team all used to play. Oh no,
No,
Marius?
I do play guitar.
Apparently, the guy who makes guitars plays guitar.
And you know, when you play guitar and you have a bass, you keep playing guitar because it's in your mindset. But I'm actually recording an album right now, so yeah. Thank you. Maybe I don't get applause when you hear it, but thank you.
And when where will people be able to hear the album when it's finished?
I don't know. It's like MM3. I don't know if that is going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be published. World tour. No, I don't know if that is going to happen.
Let's put the
Soon
Spotify
TM?
link.
Sorry?
Soon TM.
I have a sticker for that. I think I'm gonna take it later.
So, yeah, I am a drummer. I play drums and vibraphone, so that's my musical instrument.
So what would our band be called if we were a band?
E-team. E-team, really?
Any suggestions from the audience? Like 3 saxophones, a drummer, and a bass guitar, and a guitar player.
We need a singer. Who's gonna sing?
That's like ultimate jazz band, I guess.
Let's just get Lucas face palming all the time. Use that as a singer, okay?
I mean, depending on what standard we go by, we also play the Emerald machines, so...
Any other questions from the audience?
Doesn't have to be MMX related, just maybe, yeah, how we got to the project, what maybe some certain parts you have questions about, you want to know why we chose something.
Or like about how Marius got into analog photography, or about the PC, or how about the museum.
So I'm thinking about tight music. Are you also obsessed with it? And I'm looking at the current approach with the flywheel and so on. How would you solve that? And could you like explain tight music to a mechanical engineer?
So, tight music, first of all, if you define tight music, you have to define what accuracy you want. Tight music would be, as Martin described it, kinda, having each beat be the correct distance apart in time. That would be tight music, and having the notes be played on those beats exactly. That's tight music. Now, if we go to the MM3 discussion, I guess that's more of an opinion, but Martin's research, as you might have noticed, doesn't really define a value for he's aiming for. He just said the best possible. But what is the best possible? Because on MMX, it's really good enough, and the tightness from one beat to the next, you'll notice very little variation. Martin's test, in my opinion, isn't really representative because that flywheel is way too light, and yes, you get variation because you can just spin at whatever speed you want, but smoothing out the input is what gets you the accuracy from beat to beat, and from quarter beat to quarter beat, especially on the machine. And the machine MMX is really tight in the sense that you're not going to notice a difference when it's being played by someone that's focused on the cranking the machine. You're not going to notice a difference from beat to beat because it's so smoothed out that any difference you'll only notice over like 10 beats or something. So depends on your standard. Do you want all the beat to be like metronome accurate, which is to the, I don't know, to the 2 microsecond mark? Or do you need it to be jazz tight, which is, let's add some swing to it?
The other part to the playing tight music on a music machine of this kind is that there are some parts of the machine you can't change the duration of. So if, for example, the marble dropping down always takes a certain amount of time. And tight music in this case means that all the instruments, if you play the same note at the same time, should also make a sound at the same time. And that's the other thing why he's obsessing so much about the tight music, so that that happens, so that the music he has in his head or composed comes out of the machine as well, and not just some of the tones are slightly delayed in reference to other notes, basically. That's how I see Martin's obsessing over the tight music stuff, because he wants the music to sound as he thought about it.
Maybe we should just steal one of the contact mics and measure MMX.
Yeah, there was actually a long discussion about if you are a live band, you typically use a click track, and that's typically controlled by the drummer. And what happens if you are a live band of 4 people and one of them is operating the machine? Then is the click track that's supposed to keep everything together, or is the beat still coming from the drummer and the person on the machine has to follow that? Or is now suddenly everybody listening to the MMX and even the drummer has to play after whatever comes from the machine? That was a long discussion, and it isn't really over until today, because Martin wants the machine still being playable as a dynamic thing, where if he gets excited, yes, he might be a little too fast by intention. And that still needs to be felt by the audience, and so that's a pretty long story. What happens when you add a band to the machine? Then the whole definition of tight changes again.
From that, I would probably assume that you would want a click track that would be based off of the machine. There's 500,000 ways to get a click track off the machine, but you have to find some way to do it, and that yet hasn't been established, because the machine has been nowhere near an actual band that would play with it. It's been sat.
Can you organize the data for that?
Yes, if you give me data, I will put data on this thing, but until I get data, I'm going to sit quietly at home.
So am I seeing that correct? We'll just steal the contact mic.
Sure. But I will need a PBS number for the contact mic. Yeah, you can't get away. You can't get away from those. I'm still around. You will give me a PBS number.
Hi. So I've noticed that the Marble Machine X has sort of teetered between being art piece and engineering piece. And how do you reconcile those two is probably the entire reason you exist. But have you ever thought of just like letting it go and letting it be an art piece?
You don't reconcile those things, because unfortunately in this aspect you need to have the art and engineering separate. While you can make the machine look good by doing those things like carving down layers of plywood until you get to that other layer, you can't necessarily do that in parts where you need tight, accurate music. You can't just sit and go, yes, I like the little brass wheels. Make the little brass wheels happen. Which was another thing that makes it just so much more difficult.
Also for the museum, it was always the idea of Martin to have the community be able to finish it. So as a museum, that question isn't too difficult. For the original Marble Machine, that's a whole different story, because where do you stop? Where do you draw the line of fixing it up from the state it was in when it went to that shed in Thousand Frosts? And where do you start fixing stuff that was broken before that's part of the art? Because we all know it might not have been playing as well as it made the assumption to do. The benefit of the doubt.
So this is a question to Lucas. Lucas from the. So are there examples of mechanical instruments and musicians actually interacting with each other and liking each other, or actually showing, like playing together? Are there examples?
The instruments we have always tend to hard fix the tempo, especially if we, since we have only limited features to do music rolls ourselves so far. But we already had some people starting to jam together with accordion, even though I only have really limited control over the tempo and other expressions over that. But if the artist with an instrument can join along, that ends up working usually.
But is there perhaps a separation? Because you asked the question, who plays a musical instrument, right? Because you don't have to build a machine. If you play a musical instrument, you can play in a band and have fun. So is there a sort of a social demarcation line between people who make music themselves and people who make machines who do music?
We partially have to remember, I think, that most of the machines came from the fact that you couldn't record music. Nowadays it's completely different. It's more of an artistic value, but player pianos and everything, you just had no way of reproducing the sound any other way.
Basically, a music machine is made by an engineer, and a piece of music is made by a musician, an artist. The two can mix, but we see the result here.
You also see in many older instruments that there are actually limitations to what the machine can reproduce because they know they won't need it in the music.
I would also say that most of the mechanical machines you've got, the art is on the outside, and the inside is just...
It works quite well this way, yeah.
Yeah. The engineering is inside. It looks awful. You can't really look at it without...
It doesn't look awful. But dusty, to be fair.
Yeah, dusty. Okay, fine. Dusty. But at some point you need someone that understands how to repair that machine to actually do the engineering on the machine. And then you just put nice white, wooden panels, and then you say, someone do some art. The two rarely ever meet. You don't put art on your cymbals. You just put a symbol in there and say, close it up.
It still looks good on the inside because an engineer is obsessed with organization and making stuff look repairable easily.
And I mean, in those machines, it's not cable management, it's pipes, lead pipe management that is, and cardboard pipes for those that have that.
We also have brass.
Yeah, it's a lot of management in there, and still tight space, but organized space, unlike other machines that have more artsy in it.
And by the way, that felt, how do you call that? The conflict between how much am I into music, how much am I into engineering, that is thousands of years old, because those people who built whatever the instruments that before they were able to make trombones because they couldn't get the pipes perfect enough to even have the mechanic of a trombone, which to us sounds really easy now, was a problem for many hundreds of years. And people were trying to fix that. If you go with a larger group of a different background into a company that makes church organs or orchestra hall organs today, there's wood, there's metal, there are people who are responsible for keeping wood there for hundreds of years dry so it can actually be used and not move anymore after you have used it. And of course, all of them have a little glimpse of the music, but not everybody there is a musician themselves. And it's not needed. It's the collaboration works as long as everybody is fascinated by the end product enough to do their part.
It's actually also interesting to see, for example, when you see tribute projects to the Marble Machine, like we have several over there, and you can see which type of person built it? Is it more of an engineer? Is it more of a musician? In the way that the tribute works, the way it's built, were some functional features added to replace a beauty aspect that did not work on the Marble Machine X? Or did it replace those and add more beauty aspects that were personal? So in that sense, you can see the evolution and the different interpretations of a machine like that and the balance.
More questions?
Yeah.
I wonder, do you know any other machines, musical machines that use marbles for all the movement?
By now, yes. But from instruments that have marbles, besides the bearings, I only really remember one that used it for a little game, so you would get a free tune to play if after a certain amount of coins. So it's more of a bar game.
And to the engineers, how would you design the system? No, from the engineer side, how would you design the system with the marbles? I think the free fall in the open air is always subject to some environmental influence. How would you design a closed loop kind of system?
You don't, or just use the floor.
Yeah, the problem with the marbles being in the air that much as on the MMX, there's so many, as you said, so many variables, like if there's some air current or if there's some speck of dust on the release mechanism, then the marble track is different, or if it bounces off the instrument a little bit different. The farther the marble falls, the bigger the funnel basically has to be. So if I want to have a 100% reliable machine, I probably have a drop of maybe 5 centimeters or something, and then right there another funnel. But that doesn't look good, and you maybe don't even get the velocity of the marble, so that the instrument is getting played properly. So there's different problems contributing there. So the idea to use the marbles in the beginning was basically set in stone, and then we just basically find solutions around that problem.
The idea for a reliable marble loop would be a fully enclosed one, because the reason marbles are on the floor is that they escape the loop. And they have to stay in the loop if you don't want them on the floor. And fully enclosed would be the solution. But
you can also remember Intel actually tried to recreate the pipe dream machine. Not sure if anyone has seen that, and they just used the floor. So engineers actually did fix it by just using the floor as a funnel. Yeah.
Hello. I got a quick question to the development process, because the first Marble Machine was more modern on its own, and with the second, the Marble Machine X, more people of you stepped in and wanted to help to develop the machine, so you started working remotely. And with the possibilities here in Rüdesheim and the third version of the Marble Machine, are there any plans of changing this development process, like having a more stationary team established that can help Martin, because the putting together of the parts is a time-limiting factor on the building of the machine? So are there any plans to change it in a way?
If you find out how this Martin plans to change that, let us know. We're just here, so if Martin ends up deciding, yeah, let's do everything Rüdesheim and like do a meetup every weekend, we would be really tired, but I'm sure we will find some people that will help out.
Also, I don't be that, well, I'm going to be that guy that, but we don't actually know if MM3 is going to happen, because even Martin doesn't know that. He's prototyping, and if he reaches the goals that he wants, that is going to happen, but for now there is not even any building of the MM3. We are just making prototypes for testing variables and see if we can reach a perfect timing machine.
let's just hope we will end up with less prototypes and we have space to stack them.
Related to the marble circuit and using the floor, did you solve the mystery of the super jumps?
Nope, it still happens. I know where it happens. It just needs accurate gates. So the issue is in the gates right now. It's obvious. You saw the machine running, maybe. The stuff jumps out because the gates get 2 marbles instead of just 1. 2 marbles drop at once. Sometimes the gate actuates the other side of the gate as well, and you get 2 marbles at once as well. We know why it happens. Just fixing it is a major rehauling of the design of the machine. So no, they're gonna happen. That's part of the whole art piece now.
Maybe one last question? Here in front. Thank you to Fox too, running all around.
Thank you. I imagine like working on the marble machine must be many times quite a frustrating progress. So maybe as like a good last question, can you maybe share like a really rewarding part of the work that maybe you have done?
A really what? A really what part?
Like a rewarding part, like something where you felt like, oh, this has worked really well, or where you just had a big satisfaction.
Maybe let's go down the line, and that's a great finisher.
Our most fun restoration weekend, I'd say, was doing all the vibraphone resonator pipes, because that was rewarding. We heard the instrument, even if it wasn't marbles dropping on it. We could hear the instrument and test the vibraphone and just have a very long, fun evening testing all the pipes and figuring out that the longest one is like 1.5 meters.
Margaret?
Yeah, that was a very nice night. It was, playing the instrument and listening to the sounds. I think also one of the rewarding moments was for me when the marbles in the bass frame in all those dear tracks finally rolled and didn't get stuck anymore, didn't go uphill anymore. When we had fit in all the new pieces Ellie had made, when we had figured it out that where do we need which distance to maximize the incline within that narrow space. And now those jams don't usually occur anymore. And that is just a relief. Because now we can struggle about the outro, intro, and all the other pieces. And we have, 2 marbles dropping, but we have freaking dropper arms that can drop marbles. We didn't have that a couple of days ago. So for me, it's basically seeing all these things on it and being able to complain that it's not working how it's supposed to, but it's there. And I think that is quite rewarding by now. Yeah, everything you can forget about is good. That is very accurate.
I remember for me the most rewarding moment was when I made the first prototype of the cyberbase, and I was on my own in my workshop, and I drop a marble and the marble go into the string and bounce and went into the box the first time, because that was months in the working and developing, and to get finally into a prototype that works, it was really rewarding. And for me, I'm just having fun. I mean, I am luthier, I build guitars, and I want to look for the boundaries of my profession. And so that's when Martin came with the idea of the on-the-phone. I thought I have to be there because that's what I want to do. And the same thing with the cyberbase, and the same thing with whatever string instrument that I'm going to do next. And also, I can't forget that I love to hang with my pal, just making things that, like when I was in France with him, and now here, it's just a lot of fun. It's very funny for me just doing what I do every day.
For me, it was when finally the piano keys release thing works. Basically, the interaction between the programming wheel and the first steps of the marble release. So those piano keys and the two hooks are basically exactly as I did the first prototype as St. Martin in the video. And we designed around them, implemented them, and when they finally moved and the muting worked, that was a really great moment.
I think for me it's not really a part of the machine, but more of the process. Because once I realized that there are actually people crazy enough to come here like every weekend and fix the darn thing, and care enough so they can figure out where everything around here is, and by now probably know some parts way up high better than I do. Yeah, that's really a crazy feeling, just seeing there are enough crazy people out there to follow this project.
Yeah, for me, unfortunately, I don't have as much hands-on time as everybody before me. But last year, when we were putting it back together from transport from France, and having to figure out how it was transported from France, all of the pipes that go from the wood block for the cyberbase into the cyberbase escapement gates, I spent 90 minutes putting 8 plastic pieces together in an exact specific order, and I hated it. And then it fit, and then I was happy, and then I laid on the floor for 15 minutes, happy that it had finally worked and had figured out what monstrosity had been just left to me in a box.
For those people that don't know, every piece of Marble Machine X that was taken away, put into to some paper and labeled, nicely labeled all throughout, but there's no legend. So you have a label, but you have no idea where to put it. Great.
Yeah, my favorite night was like 3 nights ago when I saw that the bass tuner is still working, is not destroyed, and has never been angle grinded.
My favorite part never ended up on the machine so far. So it's the stud welded plates that actually went really well. It was a really nice collaboration with a company in Germany, and it was really fun to do. Also, I think I'm the only one who built a part that was not angle grinded, so I feel a little bit left out for everyone. So
my part was never on the machine. I never did a part.
Okay, you don't belong.
Originally, I wanted to create spacers instead of the washer sticks for the vibraphone, and then they apparently noticed I have a museum. So,
okay, I'm not the only one. But it's for me personally, what it means most of the project is the opportunities it gave me. For example, I got to do the wooden PC, which is amazing. But most importantly, above all, I got to meet these amazing people and do this whole awesome thing. Yeah, closing notes. Do this awesome thing, go to Rüdesheim, the second year in a row, just party in the night. For some Peter, I was asleep. And just an awesome experience and all, yeah. That's my favorite part of the machine, the people.
MMX ends up not being about the goal, but the process. We are already 2 minutes longer than we intended to, so thank you for being here. Thank you for joining the talk. Thank you for everyone joining on the stage, even though they didn't know about for like 2 minutes before. And yeah, see you the rest of the day. Enjoy your stay.
As soon as the email was sent. Also, yeah, bring it.
Okay, let's go over to that. So, oh wait, I'm giving you this. I just sent the recordings we made this morning to the software analysis team that were printed yesterday, and we are going to go to the hall and film the little things people have built pretty quickly. And then when we move back, eventually we're going to try what I recorded in their software here, so that we will do here. And Hannes is going to put on a fantastic show with video editing in his headphones. So there's not a lot that will happen in here now, but when we're back from filming in there, should be back in half an hour or something. We're either going to do new tests or analyze the test from the morning.
So assembly is finished pretty much for today?
I think actually, like the only thing, yes, assembly is kind of done for now. What we're missing is the giant governor, which after how I felt this morning is actually interesting again to me, because it will have, when I ramp up towards the value, it will actually be a limiter all the top. So I can't overshoot like I do all the time. So it's good value. Oh yeah, we're not recording. Okay. So the governor is there, and then we have to fix the wobbliness of the value.
Is the governor a full day assembly? Or what would
Sorry?
Would the governor be a full day assembly?
Yeah, I think so. And also it's getting a little scary now with these beats, and the governor is going to be really scary, because it's huge. It's not one like this. Or
no, I mean you have the shield for the governor.
Yeah. I've actually designed 2 shields. So that will be good. So yeah, see you when we're done there.
We have one the quickest thing just with Christoph before I promised him.
Oh, yeah, we do it in the hall. Yeah,
If you have this black, do you have the black?
Yeah.
If we will do that for a minute.
Oh yes. Hannes.
Yeah.
Can we have full access through this shortcut?
Okay. Do the cinematic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You have to hold the right 5 faces in the camera at the same time.
Video editing magic.
Master video editing magic.
Searching some
Don't touch anything safety-wise. We don't care about the parts, but just your safety.
My mom always says, look with the eyes.
Yeah. Yes?
May I shake your hands and thank you for your work?
Of course. So nice to meet you. Thank you. Nice. Nice work. Yeah, thank you. So nice meeting you.
Continue and keep Martin in check from stupid ideas.
I do. We all do.
I know it's a little far-fetched, but at least you try.
We're trying. That's true. How often was the PC thrown at the moment? How often was the PC thrown at the moment?
I put up the option.
But it hasn't been used yet?
I mean,
as a throwing means to...
No, not yet. I mean,
I forward to it.
I also only noticed it after the video, so I just said, like, if you really want to see people throw PCs when they see this, so you have people beside you.
Guitar. Jetzt kommt der Version raus.
I'm trying to find the audio files. Do you have any clue which it could be? I think it is in this new. Because it's not in this one.
It's just what Carl sent you.
Yeah. I said it was an untitled folder. And which mics are the headsets? Is it the ear? Or is it?
Karl, welche Mikro, also bei der Audioaufnahme, welche Dateien sind denn die Headsets oder wie heißen die denn auf dem Mikro? He said that you already said to
Yeah, he said headset something, but I don't see any headset, so probably I don't.
Ear ABC.
Ear ABC.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are we live? No, I think there's something in going on.
But we are.
I think the top one is live right now until Doro and Jackbird start their talk.
Okay.
But then we'll switch over to them.
We're doing a talk. And not just any talk, because in 1 hour we have two great talks for you. We have in 1 hour we are gonna have the MMX talk by none other than the guy playing the recording right now, Lucas Wendel and Sebastian. But right now we have a talk about our dear Subtitles team, who've provided subtitles for all the Wintergatan SMMK videos. So please give it up for Doro and Jaybird.
Thank you. So, yeah, we were subtitling all the videos from Wintergatan and also now from SMMK because, as you might know, we do also videos on the SMMK channel for the MMX, the restoration process, where you already learned a lot about it. And yeah, we want to talk a little bit on how we did it.
Now, why do we do subtitles? We got a worldwide audience, so we got an audience with various needs. First of all, Martin has admitted several times that he makes videos in Swinglish, which is actually Swedish English. So people, even if they speak English, they might not always get the first time what he means, and we try to figure that out make a subtitle of it, and then people can read it. The deaf, hard of hearing people, they cannot hear Martin's voiceovers, they cannot see him at that moment, so they can't do lip reading. We provide them with a way to get what is going on in the scene. Also, Martin frequently switches to, for example, a drill, or you can hear something going off in the background, and then we provide a sound caption to give that context, like what is going on, why is this suddenly a very focused scene with seemingly nothing going on. Videos. Well, it might be better if they can see a word spelled out so that they can actually look it up without having to hear and then think like, what is he actually saying? Just read it, find it, and you don't need to look too much at context. Then there is also the fun people asking like, hey, what music are you playing? Because they like the background track. So we provide, or try to find to our best ability, what music is going on, when it is going on, when it stops, and put that in a caption down below. And of course the final thing is, if you got somebody who doesn't even speak English, once we got it written out with timing and everything, people who speak German, French, Spanish, they can translate the English text to something in a native language.
Yes, and then the next thing is the history of subs. You might think that subs were a new thing for now during TV, YouTube sessions times, but actually they have been quite around for a long time, and we have some examples, like, oh, that was one too quick. I wanted to go that one. In the early years, way before 1900, when there were already operas shown around Europe, the world, basically, most of the operas were held in Italian, because that was the music, or the language of music. Even Beethoven, Bach, and all those did operas in Italian. But most of the people didn't speak that, so for that also in theater times already subtitles, or in that case it were third titles because they were above the screen, were already put in theaters so that the audience could follow along. Then later, when the movies started, it were silent movies, and we have a small example on here. Hopefully that's now also playing. So that was an example, shortcut from a Buster Keaton movie. And in former times, around at the end of, it was used, those interlaced, those black screens with the white text on it to show actually what was meant and to give some background, because in former times they only had the film, but no speech or sound or anything recorded. And the music which you heard in the background, that was actually played by a theater organ, which could be also visited at Siegfrieds Musikkabinett. So they also have a theater organ there, which produced those sounds, sound effects and everything. Later on, then in around about 1970s, it started that those screens would also be used then on TV movies. First, it was only on cinema movies, but in around 1970s, it also started then to be presented on TV shows. And today, subtitles can be found everywhere: Blu-ray, YouTube, whatever media you have where you can switch them on and off. So, yeah. And one current thing you might notice that those intertitles, what they are called, are also used today, for example, at that one. You might recognize the style of it. No, it's not Star Wars. It's Spaceballs. But yeah. So that is used also today for giving background of the history, so that you don't have to tell 30 minutes of video material to get the background story. Therefore, also interlace will be used today.
Now, the subtitles team doing subtitles for Wintergatan is not hired by Martin. It's basically a community effort where somebody started and said to Martin, like, you know, we might not know each other, but I don't like the automatically generated YouTube subtitles. Can I fix them, please? Doro will go into more details, but right now the team is still a community effort. People chip in and give some of them time. And then once Martin pushes a video, we can start subtitling it at best within a day, sometimes within a week, or it takes a little longer. But it remains separate from Wintergatan. Doro will give you on how this actually all started.
Yes, so once upon a time, in the year 2020, I think many of you will remember that in March, some small thing like a pandemic happened around the world, which led to people or kids to not be able to school anymore. They had to be home taught. And during that time, Joanna, who unfortunately cannot be here this week, had the idea of subs, because she was sitting next to her son, who was home taught, and she wanted to help him. And while she was there watching the Wintergatan videos, but she wanted to disturb her son, so she turned on the captions and noticed that's crap. So many of those captions which were in there were really not good, and Joanna is a teacher, and so she noticed cannot be stay like that. She started to editing that, but it took too much of time to really get them nicely and clean. So in May then, she had the idea to support or spread the idea of it. In May, the current Wintergatan Discord server was set up, and then she there mentioned her idea. And within 1 or 2 weeks, she got so many support from the community, which bulbed that. Bulbing was the idea vault thingy. And Martin or Hannes reached then out to Joanna, like, yeah, that's a very good idea. I'd like to have my videos supported or understandable by more people. And that's how the idea came up. In June then, Joanna, together with JJ, set up the system. We will talk about the system in the background in a few slides. And in August, Joanna was then also promoted by Martin to a YouTube editor, so she had full access to the YouTube channel of Wintergatan, which was a very new thing, but helped us immensely to really get the updates of the subtitles to a working state more or less immediately, because before that it was an editor who always had to approve and upload those changed subs. And in the end of 2020, YouTube decided that it is no longer possible that public submissions could be done to subtitles, so it was banned by them, and we had to change tools for that one. So, our system.
So originally we used YouTube editor, basically did everything in there. Then we thought like, okay, we can use a tool which we got free access to called Amara. We'll go more into detail into it later. And then there's of course the whole process. How do you organize 10s, 20s, 30s of people all doing the same thing, all like, oh, there's a new video out, I want to do this part, I want to do this part. So we started with a spreadsheet. This one though is just only the first thing. When people are collaborating, everybody has their own style, so at some point you need to agree on like standards, like units. I say 1 millimeter, you write it as a number and double M. 1 you spell out, 2 you spell out, 3 you spell out, 12, no, well, we write that as numbers. Certain things like that, you agree on how words are spelled. There is of course like making what is a good subtitle, because Martin can also be challenging in having run-on sentences and continuing this, so and that, and also, and goes on and goes on. And also uses sound effects. So from time to time we need to agree on when does a boom sound show up. And preferably that's all on the exact same time, but still keep it readable, because of course you can't have something just flash up and go away, because people will be flabbergasted at like, what did I just notice? Yeah, this is about like standardizing and writing down what everybody should be doing to make a good subtitle. We'll go through the other tabs, so Doro can now take
yeah.
the most fun one where we document the team members.
Right, so we had in the time we did subtitles a lot of team members. We are currently at 58 team members who are actively currently still working on subtitles or did that in the past. So a big shout out to them. Without the support of all those, it wouldn't have been possible to do the subtitles for videos within 24 hours after release, because that was always our main goal. Again, one too fast. Yes. We were a team of people from many different countries, from all over the world. We had people from, or still have people from Egypt, from India, from Norway, from, yeah, more or less everywhere. And one thing is for the translations especially to always use the same terminology. So therefore we also put in a terminology sheet. One important part was also names, because if you hear a name, you always don't know how that name is spelled. So for example, we did that to have always the name correctly. We did that for the parts, so that the parts are always mentioned the same way and the spelling of that is right. And then especially for translations, so that the words or terminology is always used in the same way in each language to have it consistent. That was one big part. And we are still not finished with translating these subtitles. There's a lot of leftovers. And next one is then a little again once. Sorry.
Yeah, we want to rush through this so Martin can come over here and lure all the people in here. To track our overall status, we keep a list of all the videos that Martin has made with speech in it. Music videos we document it sometimes, but mostly for sound effects. The Marble Machine video itself, we added at some point the sound effects, just because that's the most well known. Although it is a bit silly at times to see boom, cymbal crash when the cymbal is in view, but it's the thought that matters. Overall, we track numbers, so we can say like, oh, I'm working on number 152 instead of like, oh yeah, we're fixing this and this and this today. We have a coordinator for each episode who does the talking to people or just got it first and says like, okay, I'll do the first part, you do this and this and this and this other parts, and if you are done, I'll merge them back together to one full-length subtitle for this video. We got reviewers, so people can have a second look at it, can then discuss with the reviewer like, oh, I would do this that way, I would give more time to a certain phrase or split it or make it shorter, or that word is simply spelled wrong. We'll get more to that on that later, because sometimes even the Swinglish can get confusing when we start from an automatic subtitle and it got something that looks like it's right but actually isn't right. More on that later. On the right, we also track translations. That field is, again, pretty much empty. But for English, we got, in this case, all 11D, which means like, okay, it has gone through all the stages, it's done. Next slide is then, once we get a new video or someone that hasn't been worked on due to various in real life things, we make a sheet for each video, say like, okay, we'll split it into 10 parts. Okay, it's video of 26 minutes long, so about 2 minutes each. And then a person can claim just a piece of the video. We also can then, we write on a Dropbox account like, okay, this is the first part, second part, third part, fourth part. The person who is coordinating is then responsible for merging all those back together and getting the final result, which can be uploaded to YouTube. This is a bit of our sheet where we got statistics.
Yes, so in total we have now 269 videos from Martin on both channels. He has, you all know, the Wintergatan channel, but there's also the Wintergatan 2 channel, which he used a lot for live streaming, daily updates. And we try to subtitle all those videos, and we, as you can see in the statistics, for the MMX videos we have covered all in English. For other videos on his main channel which are not related to the MMX, we have still some leftovers to do. For the Wintergatan 2 channel we did all of them. And for the MM3, we have currently a little bit of backlog, so there we only have currently 19 completed and 15 videos are still open. And whoever wants to help us is welcome to do so, because as you see, a big backlog, we need help. And that one, as you can see for translations, it's looking much worse, as we are all trying to do the subtitles in English first. That's our main priority. We need also people for the other languages, because for the other languages we always want to have 2 persons working on subs. Like what Bert already said, we have the one who is editing it, and then we have the reviewer of it to proofread the changes, the text. And for getting proofreaders or 2 people speaking the same language is not that easy, even though we are 50 people in our team, but not everyone has time at every time. And we need, as said, people whose their main language is that second language, so to have a proofread.
And to add, it is quite necessary, because sometimes we get a submission where we're thinking, is this Google Translate? And they say like, no, until we start poking a bit and they say, okay, maybe, and then end up with, yeah, okay, I winged it and maybe it needs some review.
Okay.
But oh well.
Why always?
Amara, oh no.
No, that one first.
Yes. To, as I before said, get the music right. We also keep an entire list of backlog of all the kinds of music that Martin has used in the past. He sometimes reuses them. Can see the top ones are the most used tracks, and then we keep part of which episodes they were in. And the more to the bottom you go, of course, the rarer the song. Yeah. Once in a while we don't recognize it, so I guess Martin has also got his unfinished studio tapes, and sometimes he uses that in his build videos. So once in a while we also get to name one, especially in live streams for fun. Then we come up with a name fitting the video or the atmosphere.
And by the way, all which is green are released videos or songs, so can be found somewhere online. The red ones are not released officially.
Yeah, we keep track of those so we can mark them as unreleased or released by Wintergatan or a different artist. Then the current tool we're using to do, or used to use, it's sometimes still in use with the public and free version.
Yes, because we had another change after we had to change from everybody can submit subtitles to Amara as a tool. We then had another change that our subscription to Amara is now out, but yeah, that's a different story.
I'll show you what it is.
So Amara is a tool which was promoted by YouTube for doing subtitles actually and having them in a collaborative work. We had a group, a Wintergatan writers team, that's how we called our team, where every video was put into that team, and only people who were part of that team were able to change the subtitles. With the free version of Amara, everybody could link it to Amara, the YouTube video, and do subtitles, and upload them, and then change them again.
Slight difference, of course, is that with the team, we could actually couple it directly to YouTube. So if two people were collaborating and the first one uploaded something and the second said, okay, I like it, it could go directly to YouTube thanks to the link in the background. With a free version, everybody can make a subtitle, but it doesn't get on YouTube, of course. So then somebody like a YouTube editor still needs to grab it, put it online, and that's extra work. With this tool, you could do all at once.
Yes, so that was how the tool looked like. The most useful thing on the paid version, which is unfortunately not on the free version, is the waveform, the line in the middle, because there you really see when do you have sound, when does the sound starts, and sound is everything. Every background sound, every speaking, everything. And with that, we were able to really get the captions. Like here it says in, I guess, Spanish, do todos los mujos. I don't know, I'm not a Spanish speaker. When those lines do start, so that we really can adjust the timing of it, that it's fit to what you actually hear. And we have different languages to translate into, and that tool really helped us to fit that. It did some it did some provings, like that the line of the subtitle has not been too long, because if it's a 4-line text, it's much too big for the screen on YouTube, so it has to be split into multiple lines, for example. We had a version control in there so that we can compare the original one to the next version, or compare an English version to the translation to have that side by side, and things like that. And what we also had always was a 4 eyes principle, so the one who is finally, or who is editing, submitting the first version of the subs in Amara is not allowed to actually publish that. It had always to be a second person who's then finally pulling the publish button to really have then the updated version available on YouTube. And you heard now a lot of the process, and for people who wanted to join the team, we had to show somehow the process map, flowchart. That's that one. It is a bit of which role has who, or who has which role, like the coordinator, the reviewer, who is doing what. And that was for if a new video has been released, and if we had to translate videos. We have this flowchart, which is a bit different, because also we had the issue that in Amara we had in total, I think, 4 language slots available, but we wanted to start on many different languages. So we could not use every language as a fixed slot, And then there was the thing that we had in YouTube itself, which was then again to be done by someone with editor rights in YouTube, to set there the language. For example, we did a language in Spanish, labeled Spanish, but the actual language was Italian. Then we had to, in YouTube itself, remark then that to Italian that it really fits, because we ran out of slots. Yes, that is just a very short overview of the process we had in the past. Nowadays, without Amara, we still have a similar process, but not yet fixed, really. But we're working on it.
Definitely. So now, well, for some might it fun, some might say like, ooh, that's odd. YouTube, when Martin uploads a video, will generate an automatic subtitle. So when you enable captions on, for example, yesterday's video, you will see that there's no commas, periods, capital letters, whatever in there. It's just automatic speech recognition. On the one hand, that's great, because we can use that as a starter, especially when to find periods where nothing is being said, so we can quickly skip over those, except for going back and adding sound captions. But a speech, and knowing where that is, that saves a lot of time, whereas usually you needed to play the video 10 times over and over and over and over, and each time you heard something, you typed it in. The only downside is AI is not always on the ball, especially with Swinglish.
With Swinglish and with the Wintergatan typical words, but the AI learned.
There is of course enough jargon going around. Let's be honest about it. Now we'll show you some of the things we found in the automatic subtitles, and we'll leave you to guess what was actually meant over there. And be aware, most of the time the early ones we can figure out pretty soon if we hear the video. Some of the later ones, sometimes even I get confused, like, is that what he's saying, or is it, well, maybe not on this slide, but there are definitely times where the AI just found something that matches, but isn't the right thing. So let's move on. Moving the Goslins, videos on my steez, phase of the plastics, get up in my space, integral time and safe, the other bad stacks. That's what we found.
And all of those do mean the same, according to YouTube AutoGAN.
Any guesses?
Silence in the room, so no?
It is nothing less or more than Wintergatan Wednesdays. For some reason the AI, well, okay, it doesn't recognize Wintergatan. Fair enough, it's English, but then the Wednesday somehow gets completely lost in the message and turns into the weirdest of things.
When we found those, we had a lot of fun.
We got some more.
These are a little bit easier, maybe. We have Hallmark Machine next, Warranty next, Marble Kings next, Democracy next, Monitor She Makes, Martin's next, Emergency next, Mirror Machine X.
What could it be?
Marble Machine X, yes.
It is quite surprising in the various amounts of ways this gets through. All right, now these ones we picked some because there are hundreds of them.
Really random, so not related to Marble Machine Wintergatan stuff, but also they very funny.
And I couldn't have some wine. Syrian Sea Machine. Maybe I didn't pronounce that one right, but good enough.
City When, and then we also have PI will soon see the XF cut 3D print of the chef.
Plain obvious, right? Okay, well, Lucas, you should join the team maybe if you got some spare half hour or something. We can always use a reviewer. Oh.
Actually, for your videos, Lucas, it's much easier.
I think the AI has a knack of understanding the English or German accent in English, but it's fine. It's fine.
Well, so the solution of those. And I couldn't have some wine translated to, and I couldn't understand why. Right, we also didn't understand. CNC machine. Okay, CNC machine. If you know, then you know.
Detective Biron, yeah, that's Martin's old band, of course, so we can understand that the AI didn't quite get that, but it was still kind of odd to find that then. And yeah, the last one, just like...
Again, CNC translated to we'll soon see.
Sometimes these things make things up. Let's see. Drums and bar before girls have to face. It's written below. So I've answered your question. I just said how to come here, but picks up. It's like...
We were really sitting in front of this or hearing that and we were like, huh? What? Doesn't make any sense at all.
It looks like English. It looks like English.
It looks like, yes.
But actually, I was getting confused by the vibraphone.
I like the second one. It translated from, so I'm answered your question to, so I'm searching for a new question.
Conveyor belt also failed to be detected. Oh, well. Now, want to help subtitling? That's quite easy. We put, maybe from your side of the screen, a bit too small, but there's a QR code pointing to a message on the Wintergatan Discord. There you can react to that message with a particular icon, and that will give you access to the Subtitles team channel and start on as just somebody who can see Subtitles, get some updates on where we're going. Just be known that we don't get any videos sooner than everybody else. So no sneak peeks at videos, sadly.
Yes, and that is how subtitles would look like on a video, so... Yeah, pull. Pull.
So Andras, what's next?
Right, next is a talk from Lukas and Sebastian about how the machines actually went up to the museum. Yep. Right, still 30 minutes left till that talk.
I'm calling you for your car's extended warranty. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next slot of the day. It's the wonderful Sebastian and the wonderful Lucas talking about the MMX.
Right.
Let's go. Have fun. Go at it. Go at it. Do it. Applause.
Reheating talks.
All right. Thank you all for coming. So yes, the talk is the amazing marble machine, and Lucas added the subtitle while playing music with marbles is kind of a bad idea, which was the second line that was ever written in this presentation ever. So it's the main idea behind it. No, that's not true. Yes, it is. So first of all, who am I? So I'm that guy, this guy, same one, pointing his root. Dr. Skunk is my nickname because of, I don't know why. I work for television, TV, as a software developer. I've been doing that for 6 years now. I've worked with some other YouTubers as well, besides Wintergatan. This guy is famous in Belgium with the crazy eyes, a typical Belgian trait. And he built this specific part a few years ago for Martin. And you can see it in one of his videos like this. I also work with a different small YouTube channel named Linus Tech Tips. That's the other one.
Always forget them.
Always forget them, yeah.
So unimportant.
Yeah. But most importantly, we're here for one YouTube guy, and that's the Wintergatan. But you, normally in this part of the presentation, I ask who knows Wintergatan. I think that's not a wise question to ask here.
Who doesn't know Wintergatan?
Who doesn't know Wintergatan? Okay, some
the
of
video team.
Some of the crew. But yeah, we're not here for more Wintergatan, more here for this guy, Martin Molen, the front band leader of the Swedish Folktronica band from Gothenburg. And more specifically for this kind of thing that passed all our YouTube feeds in 2016, like the original marble machine. I think we can skip. So yeah, I haven't seen that video yet, but I think everyone has. It's a good one. So it came out.
If they haven't, why are they here?
Yeah.
Like, how did you get here?
I heard the burritos are really good. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing that was shown in the video, the original marble machine. It's, as of moment, almost 230 million views on YouTube. Martin has 2.6 million subs almost. I have a small note here that says a lot of work has been gone into it. I believe Martin said he planned to do it in 2 months, and it took forever, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the recording alone is like...
Finished in 2 years, yes. But yeah, the original music video took about 1.5 months to film. Like a very rigorous editing by Hannes as well, a lot of work by Martin. And it took a few weeks to edit. So...
Weeks? Month?
A few months to edit, yeah.
16 days. Why do we have this talk? We can't just ask the crowd. Like, who knows this?
We don't ask for questions in the audience, we ask for facts from the audience.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this fact? Yes, I see some nodding, I see some shaking of the heads, but no worries. We can just forget about it.
The savior.
It's
the savior is coming.
The savior is coming. We call it the Marble Machine X. Martin dropped everything, of course. This was the first time it was really a more international thing, like you saw in maybe in the previous talk we did about the E-team. We first drew it digitally. It ran about from 2017 until 2022, and then that's also not maybe the top most quality. So why do we call it a fail? Because the original goal for Martin was to go on a world tour with the machine, to go with thousands of people in a stadium. So because of the amazing efforts of the community, we got it running to play the original Marble Machine song, but that's about as much as we can
Applause for that, by the way.
Sorry?
It's running. It's freaking running.
For the first time ever running by volunteers, it's absolutely amazing. But in the perspective of going on a world tour, it's a fail. So that's why we have a third question mark, and we all saw Martin working on it in his studio. And if you haven't seen the sketch for a third machine, it looks a little bit like this.
Maybe.
Maybe. So
We'll
it's
see.
like an idea child. But yeah, he started on it in 2022, and it will be finished soon, trademark. But yeah. So this is in the big lines the journey so far, but more on how the museum came to be here in Rüdesheim. I'm going to give the word to Lucas Windel. You may know him. Please give a hand.
Now, who here does know me? Not even my sister. Great. I don't want to know you. So everyone who might not know me, I'm a huge nerd. I'm a tinkerer by trade. I use Arch, by the way, with rare exceptions. And I still think caring for the marble machine is a good idea. Most of the time. I'm part of the third generation, with the other part sitting right there. Last time we did this talk, my father was in the crowd, so he got the couldn't hide. We were found 1969 by our grandfather Siegfried Wendel, and we are a museum for self-playing, data storage-driven mechanical music instruments. We by now have over 400 plus instruments, with a couple even standing here awaiting restoration. If you're wondering before, that's Hupfeld theater organ up there, the only remaining one. Maybe if you have to don't know what to do with your free time within seasons, you still have a marble machine to fix. There's still another one. So on the question on how did the marble machines end up here, maybe a short question. Who has programmed before here? Show of hands. Nice. So maybe you know, if you start a program and write for weeks, months, every little detail, function by function, and then it's getting to be this complex monster of a system. And at some point, you find a GitHub project, long forgotten, fixing every single darn thing you wanted to try and do. That must be about how Martin felt around 2020 when he visited the Musikkabinett.
It's so cool to see how they actually solve the same problems that I have. And I'm amazed I didn't do like more historical research.
He still doesn't. But that still doesn't really explain how the marble machine ended up at our space, because that was only first contact. But then also around 2020, everyone had some spare time, maybe rewatching old videos, including a marble machine. I got the idea, man, why is this thing rotting away in the shed in southern France? That thing belongs in a museum. Wait a minute. We are the darn museum this thing belongs to. So I ended up asking Martin, hey, this thing you have in your shed that's standing there since a couple of years, could we have that? And he said, yeah, I think it's starting to mold, but sure. But 2 weeks later, it turns out he might have a different idea.
You will no longer control my life. You will now control Lucas Wendel's life.
That still leaves the question, why us? For anyone who doesn't know the term of a data storage music instrument, there are many instruments even before the Marl machines that use some storage media to control their music. And we even categorized them, so we didn't even need Max to do that for us. And the Marl machines just fit right into the other pinned barrel orchestrons we have. So by now they're for us known as I611 and I612. Also removes any confusion about what Marl machine. So, but still, why a museum? It's a Marl machine. It's supposed to world tour. That it was proven to be great, or was it? Well, the thing is, it works by now even way better than we ever imagined, but it doesn't really work for touring. Even just moving the darn thing to Nerdland Festival, where we were earlier this year, I would rather move 10 orchestrons that are way heavier instead of moving one Marl machine. It barely fits into the truck, and we still need to build a box, I guess, because there's still the idea of having it touring, even though we noticed moving it is difficult. Just not a tour of the musical stages, but exhibitions. So if you know someone, a museum, maybe even a hackerspace or other space that would have the space and resources to partake in a world tour, feel free to reach out. Then what's the problem for the machine to not go on a musical tour? Well, let's start with transportation. It was recently tested with Nerdland, and even though the idea of putting it in different boxes, like moving it in sections, was also proven to still somewhat work when it got here, there are still no attachment points, so even if you can get it apart, you still don't have a way to lift it off. If you find a way to lift it off, you still can't put it down because there are no feet on there, so you just start bending any arms. And even if you just move it in one piece like we did, it's such an odd shape where you can't trust anything to keep the whole force of a machine, that you start ending up creating creative structures like a trunk for the Marl machine, so you can actually ratchet strap it down. It's still also pretty top heavy, so if you don't fix it correctly or just want to move it, you have to care for it not tipping over, which is also a reason when you saw the video of us moving it over here, there will always be people standing beside it and it will be clamped to the forklift itself. And also, it's just darn heavy in general. Like, it's top heavy, it's bulky, and you have no good way of lifting it, but let's make it heavy as well, and probably even have a small door in front. The next thing would be the marble ring lift. If you saw the machine in Hall 1, we by now, Margaret and Ellie, devised a plan of fixing it, and the problem is the ratio is off, or at least by now was off, since the lower ring lift ended up moving more marbles than the upper one could take up, which is a problem if there's a brittle piece of 180 degrees bent plastic you can't really easily change. Ellie's nodding. And that starts bursting because there's just too much pressure going in and not going out. The lifting of marbles with magnets also is really nice. It looks great, but you end up magnetizing them, so you end up needing more features to demagnetize them down the path. It's hard to clean, especially since Martin found this great graphite powder. And the transitions from Marble Ring Lift to the Marble Ring Lift 2 are really tight. The bend is difficult to do, which is why it's been redone completely. And even though all those problems are, and it looks great, it's still not fast enough. You can't feed enough marbles up to end up at the BPM that was envisioned previously. But to get to the back to the question Martin asked me previously in this presentation, Does it control my life? I don't really think so, because in the end I found a huge community to move mountains with. You already saw throughout the whole event, this whole event wouldn't be possible at all without any volunteers. And we did this talk for the Nerdland Festival, but since I kind of forgot to schedule for an ending talk, I'll just move it here. I have to have huge shout out for our volunteers. They've been working for a week ahead to get the halls prepared for you all to partake. My sister, together with Dora, just saved my butt. There wouldn't be anything here if they weren't there to take up the organization. And the whole idea of this event started with Fox. So if you're wondering why there's a Blame Fox sticker, when in doubt, just use it for this. He suggested at some point in the Discord we should meet in real life. Like, we're a bunch of people, we must meet somewhere. So let's find places. We looked for places, maybe Utrecht, maybe something else. But then later it was known, hey, the Marble Machines will be here. We have halls. So we basically cheated by just luring everyone here. And our plan is to do it again. You know, because you're sitting in the redo right now, we maybe should have changed that from the presentation now that I think of it. And please give a warm round of applause for everyone helping around here. You wouldn't be sitting here and enjoying your stay if it weren't for them. So please thank them. It's just crazy the amount of work they do. Also, video team, I see you in the background. You're also meant. Thank you. We had the E-team talk before, so I'm not sure if this will yield any much results, but any questions?
If not, I don't know if I'm live.
Do we have a microphone?
Yeah, we have a microphone, yeah. Also, if there are questions afterwards, we'll be running around, so please, if you see us, do not bother us, just leave it, no. Just talk to us, we'll be happy to answer them.
I think he's slower than me, so...
Yeah, we'll be indifferent to answering them. Wait, what? No, please, absolutely, we're here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, so my question is, do you anticipate for the machines to stay in the museum for a while? And will they be able to be seen as a part of the normal museum tour, maybe at some point?
We have the goal to display them in the museum. It's unlikely that will be incorporated in the normal museum tour, because 2 generations before me already made sure we won't have space to include it in the regular tour. But currently we're looking at some space accessible from the outside, so even people that don't necessarily buy a ticket or just have a couple of minutes can go there and enjoy the machines as we know them. Any more questions?
Cool.
If not,
then thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying our talk, I hope. And yeah, see you around. See you next year.
Oh, sorry. Sorry?
I would like to try sound over HDMI.
Oh, yeah, I just did it, so... What is your presentation going to be about? What about?
It's a keyboard that is playing like on a roll, the sounds, but on the keys themselves.
Oh, very nice. Music keyboard, you mean? Yeah, Midi Keyboard, very nice. Like NeoPixels or...
NeoPixels, yes.
Yeah, perfect. WS2812B. Let me remove this.
Andras, audio still on. Thanks.
breaks up. So every peak, obviously each line is a different color, and then every peak is lined up along a central axis.
So it's the shape of the waveform, it's not the timing. Yeah, so it makes it because they are slower when I play slow, of course. So these ones are the ones in the beginning.
Yeah.
Are we live?
Yes,
we are live. Yeah. Show this on the camera.
I'm not sure what tightness point is empty. We're actually still working on that. This is down. I'm not shaking it.
So the Siegfrieds is just all
no. Yeah. As I understand it, is take the maximum of every transient.
Yeah.
And then the width of the window is set to whatever the band of the graph is.
So this is basically kind of relevant export for us because it's just you just see here how the microphone picks up the piece.
I'm not sure. I'm not.
It gives
It looks to me like this part in front of this.
Yeah. The big ones are the slow ones in the beginning. When it was slow. And then the tight one is when it went. But what is interesting here, if we remove, when we just choose the 100 best, then this image will be more interesting because it just tells us if the transients are constant.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit interesting, but it's not like life changing.
Yeah, I'm also not sure what this Gaussian distribution is down here, but that's relatively new. I haven't seen that in scripts before. Me personally, I haven't focused too much on getting the data or matching the peaks. I've been more focused on making sure that we can change the configuration per run of the script and that we have a user-friendly interface for pulling tests stuff. I also sent you the CSV.
Okay, awesome. So just a huge thanks to Tom and Jan for stepping up. Like Frodo saying, I will take the ring to Mordor. And thank you for doing this. And they will show up in upcoming videos on the YouTube channel where we will really update you all on how it's going. I think it's going to be a fantastic tool in my process. So thank you so much for all the hard work.
Thank you for all the
Okay, let's risk our lives.
Yeah!
Yeah, this is...
Can you just set up that camera and I prepare this?
Yeah.
Or you want to slow the camera?
We put the power back into the camera. Yeah, that's me. This is going to be actually probably not even possible. We'll see.
Yes.
I can also stop it while we're setting up.
Why?
The moles have entered also the new prototype, I think so.
Who put it where?
I don't know. There is no mole in the pulley.
Capos. Gotta be
Carlos,
capos.
I will accept putting a mole on the flywheel. But
not now.
No. There is no mole here.
This is the one that will cause the disaster.
Okay.
Get it out. Happy with the angle?
Oh, I haven't set it up.
Okay.
Now when we were talking, I'm like, can you change that? But that's what our, but yeah. I'm going to be able to show with graphs why, which is so cool. Like, there's a whole new way of working, and I absolutely love it.
I'm probably back to the
Yes. Yes. This is pretty good. Now should we do? Or maybe we should. Oh, we should. Okay, we'll do with the crowd in the back.
Should I just pull it out? Turn it off?
Maybe it's loose. It's loose.
It is loose.
Here we actually see the wheels. This is nicer.
Okay. More stuff to trip upon here.
Perfect.
Perfect. That's the way we like it.
Check, check. Okay, sound's working. So you're doing the close-ups, Hannes?
I'm doing some close-up, not
No.
we don't overshoot now.
Awesome.
The video will be impossible.
Yeah. Maybe what we did in there is a separate video.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. Should I push record here?
Yes, and then give a little knock on the contact mic. Tap. Perfect.
I'm tapped on the machine.
No. I hope not. Are we rolling?
Yes, we're rolling.
We're doing with the audience. I just asked everyone if they wanted to risk their lives, and they were like,
if they're willing to risk their lives.
Okay, so we're going to try 160 BPM on the pretty janky flywheel. I feel very comfortable actually, but it's scary at the same time. So yeah.
I'm moving out of the way.
I wouldn't do it if I thought that something happened. I welded a cage here, so the wheel has to go. It can't come through this direction, so it has to like explode through 4mm square tubing, which I don't think it will. But here we go, 160 BPM. So Connor, could you just inspect visually and just scream if you see? Not so close. Over there, please. And just see. Let us know if you see something that is out of order. So I'm repeating a little bit, but the faster I play, the more moment of inertia the flywheel has. Which I thought would help me play tighter, but it also gives me less control. So yeah, I'm figuring this all out right now. So the machine is now so strong. So
that's out of there, please.
The machine is now so strong, so it can lift me. Like, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to try to accelerate. I don't think we're going to get there. How's it looking, Connor? I see nothing.
Yeah,
I just have this killer wheel in my back. It's crazy. Oh, my leg is toast. I can't do it. Hannes, you want to do it?
I don't know if I can.
No. Okay. I'm actually a little bit little bit scared for safety. But very nice of you to, like Frodo, step front and say, I will take the ring tomorrow.
But you're willing to risk me.
Yes. let's lower the tempo. I can't. So already this is interesting. I thought I would be able to play this easy. So, for example, something we can do. I'm going to say this to the camera as well. Is it rolling? One of the features we have in the prototype is that we can change the travel of the pedal. So we can put the offset of the pulley closer to the center, which will reduce the travel of the pedal, but it also reduces leverage, so it gives me less power inputs to the system. And the way I feel it now is that if I have less leverage than this, I will not be able to do anything.
Tell you to turn it on.
So
I turn it on.
That's okay.
Do it again then. You rehearsed.
No. Is it on now?
No, it's
okay. No, I'm rambling for the video. Is too much. Turn it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the test was still.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah.
you explained something.
Sorry?
I counted out when you were talking.
So basically, I already figured out that with this system, like, kind of makes sense now when I think about it. Can you press play on the click, Hannes? Yeah, so this is easy. And I was thinking with small movement of the pedal that I can still add power if we can accelerate the wheel in another way. So who knows? I got to try it. But I don't have time to put a lot of power in here. So here you can change, right? I don't know. Let's do another one in 120 BPM for those who didn't see it. So that's this one. Yes, you smoothly play it there. Yeah. Okay, so we take it down.
This as well?
Yeah, we have the other angle. Let's do that. So we're taking it out to 120 BPM. This is what we tried this morning as well. And I want you to notice something when you see how this syncs up with the click, which illustrates an issue that when I'm trying to accelerate up to the line is straight and I'm accelerating, I always overshoot. And then I'm trying to decelerate, I always come under. And I'm constantly chasing. And that's why a governor could help. Because when we come up to the line like this, the governor will slam down and add friction. And as soon as we go under the line, the governor will release. I don't know how much it would help, but yeah. I'm going to try to speed up. Is it max volume for this? So I'm a little bit slower. I'm still slow. Pretty good. Slow. This is pretty good actually. I'm ahead, trying to slow down. Now I'm going to be too slow. Now I'm too slow. So use for the camera. Oh, no, I can't. My leg is closed. Yeah. So, I am a little bit surprised how I thought it would be easier to keep the tempo. And this gives me an immediate experience of how it is to use this system. So the prototype is doing fantastically. The prototype is awesome and perfect, big success. But right here and now, I want to highly change my system. Yeah. How did the fly one feel? Fine. Fine? Yeah. And so what is a little bit worrisome is how much effort it takes from me physically to just power this with no power consumption. We're doing nothing with the machine. So another thing that we could have added, we could add it here, is like a crank as well, just to get a feeling from how it's with a crank. Then someone suggested a bicycle pedals. And what's annoying is that this is a really good idea. But it's, I refuse to go on a world tour sitting on stage biking. Then there are some aesthetic requirements as well.
The biking is better.
So yeah. So like maybe summarize a little bit the situation right now for you right now is that I'm confused about, I'm surprised how bad it performs, but the process I'm doing now feels fantastic. So it gives me the understanding I need. So I love for everyone to understand the difference in having a successful process, but being able to discard bad designs. You get where I'm trying to go with this. So yeah, anyone wants to try it a little bit? Yes, go. Yeah, but it was 160 BPM. I was worried about. Can we put? Okay, so at your own peril. Yeah.
At your own peril. I've done sketchier things.
Okay. I believe it.
I'm a cheerleader back home, so I get hit a lot.
Okay. So just be careful that you only apply power in the beginning when the pivot is on the correct side.
Yeah.
So like now. So not on the way up. Yeah.
No, because if you do that, you have
you're breaking.
Yeah, you're breaking.
Just waiting to feel it.
When you're accelerated, you don't have that problem. This is just from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's actually really nice for me to see it from outside perspective as well.
I want to show you the whole thing.
Like complete madness all over. Still on colors.
Yes.
Yeah, don't fall backwards.
Of course. Yeah.
What do you think?
It's definitely a different experience. Like, yeah, I was very worried at first, and then when I first turned around, it was hard to feel when to pump again.
Yeah.
But now it definitely feels better.
Yeah.
And I can't. And in the startup, you obviously can shift your weight a lot more. But now it's just a weird bend in the knee.
Yes, that's why it's too high actually.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to actually go below the surface with the pedal, if that would be more ergonomically. But if we could have reduced the height, it's not that. Try putting your foot all the way forward, then you have max leverage. I don't know if you feel the difference.
I don't feel much of a difference.
No.
Maybe at a higher speed I would, but you know, respect the limitations.
So another fun thing happened yesterday, or the first day, because we did all this safety. Yeah. And then someone just said, why don't you have like just air around the pedals, because there's nowhere to get stuck.
That leads to falling off.
Yeah, because it's hard to have balance. Yes, exactly.
Well, like a railing here would be really something interesting. Like
sorry?
If you have like a railing, it's just to hold on.
Oh, to hold.
Yeah. That way you can actually like push down into it a little easier.
Oh yeah, like that.
Yeah, like the ballerina.
No. Then that's almost as horrible as the bike.
Or just the one side.
Would you like to break?
Oh, yeah, sure. How? Oh.
To the right.
This way, right.
To the left, I mean. Yeah, so I don't know why it takes so much. I don't know where all the power goes actually. It's the belt is tightened too tight because there's a lot of grease in the bearings, and the grease has less friction when it's heated up. So I, with my application engineer from SKF, we chose low friction seals. But of course, if you take away these black things on the bearings and take away all the grease, they will roll like skateboard bearings. But that shouldn't be. I don't know what you think. It shouldn't be where all the power goes. Sorry? Oh, to see the heat of the bearing. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Sorry? Or feel, yeah.
There's temperature, but there's nothing to it.
No, I mean we are at so low speeds.
Yeah, sorry, can I try to?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I promised some science stuff as well. Yeah. Do you have that before you're leaving? So yeah.
No, I think it's the medium size.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. That the other one is bigger than.
Yeah. Should I come with you? It's right there. Okay. Connor, can you take care of our subjects?
Yes. Can I try with the click track?
Yeah, cool.
Because I'm a drummer, so I'm used to that.
Okay, this is super fun.
Yeah.
Take. You want 80 or 100?
Maybe 100. It's staying alive.
Let's record, and then we'll send you the graph on how good you are.
Some nice memory, yes. I think I'll do with the right leg. Yeah.
Ready to go?
Wait, can you go microphone?
Yeah, it's the kick drum. Yeah. Yeah. So whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Are we waiting?
Just remember that you will only have to apply force when it's going down.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, I will be brake. Do some braking. Yeah.
So maybe you're a little fresher than me. I'm starting with the excuses already. I'm gonna be outplayed before I even build the machine. Yeah, give it some time. Do it as long as you can, and really get into it and see how good you can do. Maybe you can do well.
Is this 100?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Color. So. And now. Wait. Now. Yeah.
We'll film it. So if you do well.
Yeah. Pressure is on. Yeah, I need to get used to it. difficult than I thought. Then I break it. Not breaking, breaking. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. It's exhausting. Really exhausting. Yeah, it's more difficult than I thought. It really takes some minutes, so you need to apply quickly.
Did you get a little bit tired already?
Yeah. The energy is definitely going somewhere.
Yeah. It's strange.
Yes.
I thought it wore my left eye on my actual pumping way.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Maybe you have like a small step for your left.
That's
more stable the more tight the blade.
Yeah, we can try that.
I guess that's a redesign because unless you attach no way. You would like to see something?
Okay.
Connor has. I can.
Oh yeah.
I can pedal it and.
Connor band. Yeah. Oh, you mean the
this wheel? That's right.
Yes, so we're bending the axle?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the axle, maybe the wheel.
Is it temperature?
Yeah. Yes. Just leave it here because everything is fine. So do you want to see it?
No, I understand it's on the
the issues is that we have another one on the other side.
Yeah. So we were just looking at that the pull is actually, it's not supported here, so it's actually bending over when we apply the force, which makes a little bit sense, but it's interesting because I thought everything was overkill chunky, but it isn't. So
the force is fine with the torque.
Sorry?
The force is fine with the torque that it creates the moment.
Yeah. It's
You know, going to counteract the moment is the outside of the lock.
Again?
You know, going to counteract the moment that you're introducing is the outside of the lock, because otherwise it's just hinging on the inside.
Yeah. So on the Margin X, I had a cam lever in the middle between two bearings. That's better, not hanging off the shaft like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we are going to make a little pause now. So it's yeah. My big takeaway is that the process is working, but the prototype is maybe not working. So that's where we are right now, and just so let's just hang around and see. We're gonna start a little bit with the video. And just again, thanks everyone for being here. It's awesome. Thanks for all the help. Yeah.
Turn it off?
Yeah.
This is good news actually because you're making
was it on all the
time? Yeah. It's the story of this day.
I'll put your table.
But the tape is it is working. Yeah, this is your process. That's your brake pad.
So when one place it thinks some energy is lost, it's the actual pedal itself.
Yeah,
you made it stiffer this morning, but it still bends. And every time you bend something, there's energy going in it.
Have you noticed that the front shaft having a bow in it while it's spinning?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we imagined with the...
So like just the whole shaft as well?
Yeah,
like
the whole
yeah.
So yeah, we need to be more chunkier and straighter stuff.
Yeah. Mechanical and aerospace engineer.
Okay, yeah.
And for the lever of the pedal, probably, I don't know, think of like a truss like on that bridge, triangle, to have more stiffness, but not that much weight. It's just having steel plate on steel plate.
I see what you mean, like crane.
Like a triangle, like you see on most of the bridges, like several triangles.
Yes.
Well, I don't think it's pedal.
It's the pedal and the whole the lever of the pedal. I mean, this morning we added another pedal steel up there to make it a little bit better, but you can see that it's bent.
It's a pedal.
It's a pedal, yes.
Like it's twisting or it's...
No, it's just when you step down, it's the whole thing is bending.
Yes, I know that's a trick as well.
Also supporting your entire body.
I think to have
And then you have also the crown. Let's go for a ride.
Yes.
Maybe you'd like to see what we were talking about?
Yeah.
I will. Just be careful. So the wheel goes down, all the force is going from this, only in this side. I don't think so. I think
It will blow your mind as well. It's your turn. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
Thank you.
2 seconds, 3 seconds, yay, cool. Hello everyone, and thank you for showing up. Most of you were directed by marketing from me. I went around and collected people to hear the lightning talks. happy to see you here. I'm Joona Kotilainen. I come from Finland, and I identify as a creative entrepreneur and a huge Wintergatan fan. So that's why I am here. And I got inspired by the talks on Friday already. So I signed up that maybe I could share something of my own. I will present to you Heavy Metal Knitting World Championships within the next 15 minutes. And I'll lead with a video. Can we get the audio on the video? Yeah, cool.
Sisään.
You rock!
Yes, I know.
So, any questions? That was the first instance the world had seen of heavy metal knitting. The video that you just saw, it was the promotional video for the 2019 World Championships. And 2 months before we filmed that video, we had invented the concept of heavy metal knitting. It's a 3-year-old invention that happened. And usually the first question I get when I talk about heavy metal knitting, so who came up with this? How it all started? So I'm gonna share a short story about that one. So let's go back 4 years, no heavy metal knitting invented yet. There was this 50-year-old woman, Finnish lady called Mari, who is an avid knitter. She was having an interview with a journalist about her knitting practices. And the journalist was coming from a music background, and the journalist posed a question to Mari, this lady, the most important question of his career. Can you do knitting like the guitar heroes of our time, behind your neck? And they came up with this question because they were talking that you don't really need to look at what you are knitting if you are doing knitting. You don't actually look at your produce, you just do it. So the journalist asked that, could you do it behind your neck? And they started discussing the idea back and forth, and they came up with the idea of heavy metal knitting contest, heavy metal knitting championship. And 1 week after that interview, Mari had a meeting with me. I have a media production company, so I do videos on websites and marketing. Mari asked me that, hey, Joona, I have an idea. I would need a website and a video. And the idea is to have the Finnish championships of heavy metal knitting. I was like, that sounds awesome. How can it? How there is no such competition yet? And I said, on one condition, our company can do the website and the video you just saw. If we make it the World Championships, because I believe that we couldn't find enough people in Finland to be crazy enough to take part in such a competition. So we decided to make it the worldwide competition, and we did so. We launched it. We put out press releases. We had a website with the application form. We led with the video you saw in the first presentation or the first slide. And the main thing how this event went wild, how we got people to Finland to actually compete on it, was through media. And there was one single media in the launch phase that was crucial. You might know it. It's called Metal Hammer. They say it's the world's biggest and best metal media. I'm not sure if people here are heavy metal fans, but when we got Metal Hammer making news of our event, all of the other news sites cited Metal Hammer. So including in Japanese, Russian language, in Arabic, in South America, North America, in Africa, we got attention, media attention from all over the world, just with the video you just saw. So first year, in 2019, we got totally 26 applicants from 13 different countries, including Mexico, USA, Japan, Israel. You can see all the countries who applied. And we had an idea that we would ask the people to send in 1-minute performances beforehand, so that we can judge whether they can do heavy metal knitting. And we were in awe of what the people had prepared in the semi-final stages. I have a couple of videos from YouTube. This is the Gigabody Metal from Japan. So we gave them a song of a local band called Maniac Abductor. The Fight or Die was the title of the song, and all of the contestants had to make a video in order to apply for the competition. And the next one comes from Mexico, Cuca Desastre. It doesn't autoplay, so I'll just click here. Let's not watch it again. Sorry. Okay, so once we got these videos on the semi-final stage, these were the kind of application videos from these people who actually owned the idea. They perfected the idea that we just kind of put it. They show that knitting is actually no bullshitting. We sent invitations to all of the 26 applicants, and 12 of them replied, and they said that yes, we will book tickets on our own cost. We will travel to Finland. The Japanese group actually had this crowdfunding campaign. They raised $70,000 in Japan for their 6-people crew to travel to Finland to compete in the competition. Here you can see all the other contestants from 2019. And I'll show you the video which will recap the first year of the event.
We took two seemingly unrelated things and combined them into a competition. And the world exploded with comments, likes and awe. 1 week after the first Heavy Metal Knitting World Championship, the news of it had spread all over the world in major media headlines and social media, with a paid media budget of 0.
There was actually New York
It all
Times made
started
an
with an
article
idea
about us.
formed during the darkest and coldest hours of Finnish winter. What if we would transform knitters into rock stars? Have them play with a band of heavy metal artists and swing their yarn and needles around in a manner familiar to rock festivals. So we wrote the competition rules, made a website, filmed the promotional video, and sent the info regarding to the competition to the media. And then we waited to see what would happen. The first days showed that we might be onto something here with the competition. With just a promotional video and a website, we got some publicity from the media in the US, the UK, Brazil, Russia, Japan, Ukraine and Belarus, in addition to the several thousands of social media shares on Facebook and Twitter. The semi-final stage finally attracted 26 applicants from 13 different countries: the Netherlands, Australia, the UK, Japan, Latvia, Mexico, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, Belarus, Israel, Russia, the United States and of course Finland. From these 26, 12 arrived in Finland to compete in the World Championship. With act names like Nine Inch Needles, Bunny Bandit, Bulgakov Satan, Wolfumes and Giga Body Metal, the 12 heavy metal knitting finalists rocked the heck out of the audience, resulting in a victory from the act from Japan, Giga Body Metal. If you missed all this, don't worry, the event will return next summer.
Yeah, you know what happened in 2020? We didn't get back to it the next year. But I promised that I would do some couple of notes on the communications wise and branding wise why this thing was a success. I've learned in communications that if you can evoke a question, you've won the communication game. So I had a trial run. I spoke to people. Have you heard about heavy metal knitting? No. What is it? There's a question, and we have a conversation, and then if you can evoke a question with your thing, it usually is good communication. And I like to go for oxymorons. Oxymoron is a thing that combines two things that don't really match or belong together. It's like a flying submarine. That stupid thing. But how does a flying submarine work? It's the same question as how does heavy metal knitting work? And I believe that these questions were the main reason why this thing went viral and we got the people coming in first place. And I also believe that people like in communications, we should have a call out to the public. If we had just said that we had the competition and these were the people, I don't think it would have gone through, but we had the quest for people. Do you want to be the next heavy metal knitting or the first ever heavy metal knitting world champion? So the media wanted to share our story because there was a call out to people. You could actually participate. You could come in and you could be the next world champion. Since then, from the 2019, of course, we had to establish a company around this. We established WTF Productions. If you don't know where the WTF comes from, it comes from the words "Welcome to Finland." That's the official thing. That's our company name, and our sole reason to exist is to produce this competition. And at this point, me and Mari, we also took the third person to join the company, the actual metalhead who knows about metal music. Ina joined the team. My time is beginning to finish, but I will leave you the names of the 2 live streams we have done. We did in 2021, we did the Heavy Metal Knitting Online Championships with no people traveling to Finland. It's a 1.5 hour show. And then there's the Heavy Metal Knitting World Championship 2022 from last summer, also available on YouTube. You can check. And if I can spend 1 minute more, I could show the winning act of last year's competition. Would that be okay for the organizer? Yeah. I will close after that. So. Or LJ, did you have something to say? Okay. I will show one last video and then I'm out of here. It's supposed to be winded to the right spot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the right spot. So.
Okay, so the next contestant is coming from the United
This was last
Kingdom,
summer in
and
Finland.
From what I've heard, he's a YouTuber that has traveled the world through different weird events. I don't know how he came up with heavy metal knitting, but he is here today. Well, let's see the application video speak from itself, and then live performance from String Thing.
So this is the application video that he sent us last year.
There's been sightings of a large knitted monster. Locals are calling it String Thing.
Thank you.
Recruited randomly 4 people from the city of Joensuu as his background dancers. Let's give big applause to String Thing from the United Kingdom!
Notice the twerking on the side. Approximately 3,000 people were watching on the market square of Joensuu. Hey, thank you for listening. This was the story of heavy metal knitting so far. You can find us on Google via keyword heavy metal knitting. Everything relates to us. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why. I have the strong urge to go to Finland now. Very interesting concept, and I gotta say, also very interesting shows. Next up, we have René, who was here on Friday to do some piano, but today he's playing the Cajon, am I right? Yes. Okay, we are setting you up. Zayob, can you quickly tape this down? Thanks. Yes.
Okay. Hört man die Cajon? Hört man die Cajon über das Mikro? Ja. Gut, dann muss man mich noch. Hört man mich auch?
Perfect. We are hearing the instrument,
Yes.
and we are also hearing him.
Hallo, hallo. 1, 2, Test.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
There we go. And now everybody, one warm welcome, one warm applause for René. Let's go.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for being here. My name is René and I am a music teacher and I have played drums for over 30 years now, and I would like to share with you an easy approach into playing this beautiful instrument, which is named cajon. So cajon is the Spanish word for box, basically, and so it is pretty simple. It has a wooden frame and a thin layer of wood in the front where you can play the instrument. And then there's some metal, in this case, on the bottom. Sometimes you find it here, or strings go across the surface on the inside to have this, what we would call on the drums, the snare sound. And so you have two main parts, like on the drum set, the bass drum and the snare drum, and you can just take two hands, place one on the top, so you have your finger and start checking where the sound is. So here you would just hit the frame, there is no sound, so you would just hurt your fingers, so you go a bit lower and there starts the music. If you go lower, then you have a more bass sound, and this is what we want. And if you want to play pop or rock music, it's pretty simple. You just need to alternate your hands like this, basically. And that would work for 90% of the drums you need for any pop rock song that's on our radio. So go to the campfire and have fun. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and of course that gets a bit boring after a while, so you can have, of course, a lot of variations as you like. So the one simple thing is you would have two bass drums, like one at the start and two drum beats later, so like and so. So that's the classic rock. And so on. So as you don't have cajons, I think I can play a bit more for you, so you get an idea, but you can't play along and learn with me. So you can try it out later. I'm happy you can just try it wherever you see this box. You can probably build it yourself pretty easy, but it's difficult to get the sound good. So I would maybe recommend buy a kit so that you can just assemble it and you know you get a result that is sounding good. So it's not that expensive. Or if you have a specific sound you want to have, go into a shop and pick the one with the sound you like. So that's what I do, and this is just a week before I bought it. And so basically on Monday this week, actually, I was at a party where we were like 10 people and nearly everybody could play an instrument or was singing, and we had such a good time just getting together and playing around with different ideas. And this is basically what I wish for all of you. So have something, if it is clapping along, if it's having some cajon or just humming like and you can be part of the vibe there, and I think that's a beautiful experience. So, and maybe let me share, on Friday I was here at the stage talking about intuitive piano playing. So I developed a concept there over the last 3 years. But unfortunately the stream was at the workshop then, so it wasn't streamed live. So we checking options to get that somewhere. And meanwhile, just let me share with you that I have a YouTube channel where you would find me playing a bit of cajon, and you would find also a video called How to Get into Intuitive Piano Playing. So that's a concept where you don't need much theory, and the piano is really a good instrument for a beginner, and if you ever felt like I would so much like to play an instrument, so the cajon is the very easiest instrument I can think of. You can just go to a campfire and accompany somebody playing a guitar. And at home, a piano is perfect, I think, with the easy concept like I have. So my YouTube channel is called René's Music for Gods, channel name @Music4Gods. It's a bit tricky with that name, but otherwise go with the name of the video, how to get into intuitive piano playing. So, as a finish, I would like to maybe play a bit of a solo, so you can see what you may achieve after a bit of practice or some years. And may I ask you to just clap along with me, something this tempo. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. Thank you so much. Then give it to the next one and see you later. Thank you.
I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. That stage is higher than I thought. And I'm giving feedback. We're turning this microphone off. Perfect microphone stand, by the way. Gaffer never fails. René, thank you so much for that introduction to rhythm on the cajon. A very interesting instrument. I remember it from basically primary school, where nobody ever knew what it was about. It was basically just, if you tap here, it's high. If you tap there, it's low. And then we played rock music. Next up, we have David with a clock project, which looks very intimidating right now. But I guess he's going to tell us more about it. Also, can I get the video crew again? Because I'm not touching that camera. I'm afraid of it.
Perfect. So, you can hear me? My name is David. I'm usually designing prototypes, freelance for like 2 years now, and this is a little passion project that has a little bit of a story to it. So, I was visiting my then girlfriend in Utrecht. She was doing summer school, and on this occasion we walked through the city center with a couple of friends, and I walked. There was a big church, really nice streets. I really go to Utrecht if you can. It's a beautiful city. And I was walking through there, and then I noticed something. I had to walk a little bit back, and I saw the logo of the Spielklock Museum, and I was astonished to see that, because I remembered from Martin's videos that he got inspiration from there. I pulled all the friends into that museum. They had no interest in that whatsoever, purely everything mechanical, but I was amazed. I took a bunch of photos, and on the 8-hour drive home I made some plans, some sketches, and I theorized this at first. Yeah, I can just show you. It's a half-finished prototype, and it's supposed to be a digital analog clock, if you want to. Let's see if it runs. We might be out of luck here. Anyway, I was trying to make this talk a little bit to get like the design, explain the design phase of how I did this, and maybe to have some mistakes that I made that everybody else could avoid, and share a little bit of the process. But it would be cool if it worked. It doesn't, unfortunately. It worked at the table. I swear. Who saw it? Who saw it at the table already? Okay, thanks. And then that's probably probably enough in terms of that. Okay, so basically what I tried was to the name. Basically, the name I thought of the project. I Googled for. I do that all the time. I Googled for some Greek mythology involved in that. Everybody does that. I'm not the only one, I think. And I found a god-like figure from some mythology that's called Aeon. It means something like time as well. And obviously Martin somehow, influenced the idea. So that's why it's called Time Machine. It's like a machine that displays time, not a literal time machine, of course. So the function of this is simple. We use registration wheels like Martin does as well. Just those registration wheels have different states. They have on and off states for each of the 7 segments here. And what I think I can do is just turn this by hand so you can see maybe the numbers rotating through, because we don't need motors. If we can do it like this. Yes, and the 1 countdown. So what happened was I realized I needed a translation, because the first 2 digits of a clock obviously represent the minutes, which means this one goes 0 to 9, this one goes 0 to 5, because after 59 it goes back to 1. And this one goes 0 to 9 as well, and this one would go 0 to 3. The problem with that is, if I make a Geneva mechanism all the way to the end, the last gear will be really, really stiff and hard to turn by a single motor. So I use 2 motors, and both of them are the same. So this wheel counts from 0 to 9, this one from 0 to 5, 0 to 9, and 0 to 5. And that also means I can reuse this and make a timer that uses minutes and seconds instead of just seconds and hours as well. So you can reuse that a little bit. One thing about that was I realized you can use just 2 axles and have kind of reuse every axle for the axle of the registration fingers. This mechanically is really stupid, I realized, because the force of those fingers pushing back, especially the bottom one, doesn't actuate much, because it should be parallel force, but it's not. So that's one mistake I made. And one thing that works is the Geneva mechanism. It turns 36 degrees on one wheel and then 60 degrees on the next wheel for actuating. Yeah. It's not finished. I want to finish it. What I want to do is basically build a project that people can make themselves at home. This is way too big for any printer, but it had to be that big for the experiment to work, for the prototype to be regarded as feasible or not. I'm not sure if it's possible yet to make this fully 3D printable, but I kind of want to have something that uses the least, the simplest system for displaying numbers, which is a 7-segment clock, and displays that in the most complicated way ever. Yeah, so that's my project. Thank you so much. If you have questions, feel free to ask. No questions? One question, yes.
I think there's there's also another clock by Florian who worked for Martin. Did you see this?
A clock. I know someone showed me a different type of 7-segment display.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? The one that flaps like to the back?
No, it looks more like this. It's by Florian who also worked for Martin. It's F. Huable is his channel, I think, on.
Okay, nice. I would be interested in seeing that. You can show me.
I don't know whether I find it, but yes, try.
Interesting. Thanks. Any other questions? That's good then I explained everything well enough. Okay, so thanks.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that presentation and this amazingly overcomplicated project. Don't we love it? Just engineering stuff and then making it overly complicated just because we can. We don't need to, but we do it anyways just because we can. By the way, can I grab your microphone, please? Don't run away with it. It's expensive. Okay, that was person 1, 2, 3. Now we have the last one of the talks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the last talk, which is Mark from Australia. Can I get a small applause? Because the big applause comes after that when I leave the stage.
And we get it up here.
Okay, video team, we have a presentation now. Nice. Okay, give it up for Mark now for the real applause.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark, and I'm here with my beautiful partner, Margaret, who's sitting back there, all the way from Australia. And I'm going to start with a little geography lesson. And this presentation is really about why we are here. This is what I call this presentation, why we are here. But first we start with a little geography. Do I press the space bar here? Or up arrow, down arrow, right arrow? It ain't working.
Where's my mouse? Can't see my mouse. There we go. Now it should work.
Now it should work?
Try it again.
Okay, so here we are in Frankfurt, and the little blue dot is us. This is the world, and Australia is that bit down there. And if we zoom into Australia, we have Australia complete. And down in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Victoria. And if we zoom into Victoria, we have Port Phillip Bay and a little heart up there. And the little heart up there is at the centre of the old gold mining area region of Victoria. And if we zoom in there, you'll see this is our house. And you can see it's very dry, and you can also see that we don't have too many neighbours. We are by ourselves. This is what our house looks like in autumn. And you'll also notice the solar panels on the roof. So we are what's called off the grid. We have no power connection to the grid. This is not exactly our system, but it's very similar. We have 4 lithium batteries, and all the solar panels come in through this box, and the inverter there steps up the power from the batteries to 240 volts, which then powers the house. And I can monitor all of this from here on my phone. I can check what the batteries are looking like back in Australia, which is kind of nice. I can turn the lights on and off in the house, but I don't want to do that right now. I have a workshop. That's my workshop. And inside the workshop, which it looked like this a few years ago. It's changed a bit inside, but basically it's got stuff in there where I make things. So I have a docking saw, a bandsaw, a table saw, a lathe, and all that is powered by the solar system. So the whole workshop's powered completely by the solar. This is our nearby town. The town is called Malden, and it's an old gold rush town, and it hasn't changed very much since the gold rush in the 1850s and 1860s. So here are some quick snaps of Malden, and that's what it looks like, and that's our hometown. That's 4 kilometres away from where we live. If you have the right equipment, you can still find gold in our part of the world. There's Margaret after half an hour of detecting. On the next door to us, in the paddock next door to us, Margaret does half an hour of gold detecting and finds a half-ounce nugget. This is why we can afford to travel, and we do like to travel, so we get about a bit. This is us in India a year ago, and we've also travelled a fair way to get here on this trip, on this journey. So we started in Vietnam. That's me. Just in case you didn't recognise, we spent some time in Delhi, in India. Here is a bit of Indian electronical engineering, which I thought you might find amusing. That's a light switch in Delhi. And we went to Paris, and from Paris we went to Colmar. And from Colmar we went to Strasbourg, and from Strasbourg we went to Rüdesheim am Rhein. But why did we come here? That's the end of the geography lesson. Why did we come here? Some years back, I built in my workshop a marble machine, and it's all made out of wood, and there it is sitting in a gallery. I have some close-ups of it, and I have a video of it working, but I'll tell you about that a bit more later. Here are some close-ups of the marble machine, my marble machine. There's a marble gate I must talk to Martin about. And you can see the marbles here. I also have a YouTube channel, and of course, because all my stuff is off the grid, I called it Off the Grid Makes, which was a bad choice of title because there's so much off the grid stuff out there that that it gets lost in in all the off-the-grid stuff, which wasn't supposed to be about. It was supposed to be about a maker channel where I make stuff. I've got a modest amount of subscribers. I don't have Martin's 2.5 billion, but 4.2K, and I'm getting there. You can find all sorts of strange stuff. There is stuff about wood turning. I do a bit of wood turning. There's weird stuff, making a goat skull from paper mache, for example. Steampunk clock. And of course, the marble maze is up on my YouTube channel. There's a video of it operating. I also have a Facebook page, and as you can see here, I have 235 friends. About 7 years ago, I reckon every one of those 235 friends sent me a link to this guy. What could I do? I was the marble rolling guy, and suddenly I had 235 links to Martin and his famous marble machine. So, what did I do? Like and subscribe, and here I am. And last night I got to meet the man, which was great. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that talk. Very interesting story, actually. Just that you built the marble marble mill, and then came here, and that you got the link to the marble machine 1, to the first marble machine. Very, very interesting story. We still have like 10 minutes left.
I'll take questions if anybody has questions. I can. Does anybody have questions?
After this one,
yeah.
We have a question.
Sorry. Oh, you want to show? Have we got an internet connection here? Can we get on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally. Okay.
Video, könnt ihr einmal meinen Bildschirm ausmachen? Whatever. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So if you go to. And if you do a search for off-the-grid makes, but don't put the spaces in it. Yeah. Okay, so... Okay, so go to videos, and we scroll down all our videos. It'll be one of the earlier ones here, Marble Maze.
Marble Maze. Oh, there it is.
Okay, and
it's ads.
We play the advertisements first.
No.
That's
we
a
don't do that.
picture of me there. It's.
We go here.
Okay.
Just chuck that in there.
Just chuck it in there. Someone can. All right, there is a bit of music with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get that there.
Okay.
There is some music with that, but...
Can you turn on the audio?
Oh, sorry. It has a mechanism that when it gets down the bottom, it sets off the next one up the top. So you can see it pushing it up there, and that pushes the next one out of the rack. It's sort of got a magazine of marbles that sit there, and it's got switches too that switch the track. There's a switch. And it has a slot for donations that go into the little treasure chest at the bottom. That's it.
Okay. That's very complex.
Yeah.
And it looks very mesmerizing, just the fact that the marbles go down and then shift up lever to load the next marble in.
Yeah. Well, you basically load a magazine of marbles in the top, and then it just keeps going until it runs out. Yeah.
Super interesting way of just keeping it going.
Yeah.
It
runs for 5 minutes, 10 minutes when it's got a full rack of marbles in the top of it.
Wow. Nice. Okay. We have to clear the stage for our next slot, which is gonna be the MIDI keyboard guy. Okay, one more round of applause. Thank you all for the lightning talks, and have a great rest of the day, Mark. Okay. Next talk right now is it's in my schedule just called Midi Keyboard, which is very underwhelming, but the project itself looks already very promising, and I heard interesting things about it that I'm really looking forward to learn. Give it up for Marcus and the light up Midi keyboard.
Okay, can you hear me? Super. My name's Marcus. I'm from Heidelberg, and I've been to a lot of maker fairs. I've built other things, but I'm not a musician. I think most of you are not able to play music. Same with me. But I want to learn more about music, and that's why I built this prototype, and I hope it will also show you something about music that you might or you might not know. It's basically, you can see it up there, a keyboard with 49 keys, and the difference is that they're lit up. So there's some lights at the top, and those lights are something about music. So I want to do a quick demo first and then go into more detail. But the basic premise is that the bottom row is a chord in music to be played. And this thing has a certain song in mind. It's a lullaby, a German lullaby, Gute Nachtlied. And it sort of wants me to play that song, and it tells me, hey, please use these chords. So I will try to play the song first, and I hope you get the idea of how this works, and then I'll go into more detail. I didn't try this with the left hand yet, but let's see if I can make it work. Okay, I never sung on the stage before, so please bear with me. Guten oh, okay, this is not loud enough. A little louder. Okay, so my voice is not so loud, and it's more this sound. Guten Abend, gute Nacht, mit Rosen bedacht, mit Näglein bestellt, schlupf unter die Welt. Morgen früh, wenn Gott will, wirst du wieder geweckt. Morgen früh, wenn Gott will, wirst du wieder geweckt. Okay. Thanks for the applause. So, what did you see happening? So when I actually don't know which keys to play. They're all white, so I don't know what to play. So what did I do when I was playing? I used the lights, yes. So I'm now, again, the same song is coming up. So I use the green light. So I press this key because it's green. These three, this is a chord. And also all others. They all fit. So I can do an arpeggio, it's called. I'm not a musician, I just know that playing from bottom to top, that's an arpeggio. So this is the first chord, and it's the start, it's a D. So on the screen, there's Guten Abend, Gute Nacht, mit Rosen bedacht, it's the green color. So that's a D. So when I sing Guten Abend, Gute Nacht, mit Rosen bedacht, I have to play this D. And I can play it any way I want. So I can do this. Guten Abend, Gute Nacht, mit Rosen bedacht. And now the text on the screen, there's the last word is mit. So mit, and then I have to move to the next set of chords, which is blue. That's an A7. Näglein is the next word I have to sing. That's blue. So as soon as I press any of those that are not green, but are blue, for example, this one, then the blue moves down one level. And that's the next chord that I'm playing. So, mit, ne, ne. Also, I'm now out of tune. So this is the next chord. And then the next chord is again the green one. Okay. So that's the green one again. Morgen früh, wenn Gott will, wirst du wieder. I can play them up or down. And or arpeggio. Morgen früh, wenn Gott will, wirst du wieder geweckt. Okay. So any questions at this point on how this is supporting playing a song? Next, I would talk about how is this working? How is this even possible? Can you help answer a question with a microphone? Thanks.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. So I was wondering if the next chord has some of the same notes as the current one. How does it know if to progress or not?
Yes. So the tricky piece here is the progression, right? So sometimes the next chord has the same key or has the same thing inside than the previous chord. So this is a jazz song now. You hear it's weird and it's more sad. And all of these are the pink ones. And there's next to this pink one is a yellow one. That would be the next chord. So if I just press this pink one, I don't go to the next chord. It just stays there. And I always stay here. So I have to press at least one of the yellow ones to continue to the next chord progression, to answer your question. So now if I don't press this one, or these three, if I now add the one below here, this yellow one, then the yellow comes down and we're at, this is A minor. Now we're at this chord in this song. This is a different song now. It's different than the lullaby. Any other question? Yes?
I would be interested in what format the songs are stored or how they are read out, but maybe you'll go into more detail.
I don't, so the question was, what is the format of the song? There's a little controller, a little microcontroller that's inside here, and this is where the cable connects it via USB. And on this microcontroller, the song is in memory, and it's no particular format. It's just code.
So it's hard-coded, basically.
The songs are now hard-coded in the microcontroller, in the memory of the microcontroller. But of course, you could take any song, for example, from Guitar Hero or from, no, not Guitar Hero, these tabs websites where you have guitar chords or piano chords. And you could create a conversion that convert it into something that this thing would be able to play. But you don't necessarily need the full score or the notes of the song. You just need the chords. You just need to have the chords if you just want to play the chords. Any other question? Then I want to show a few more things and then talk about how this works, if anyone is interested. Who's interested to understand how this works in a little more detail? Oh, great, thanks, super. And also, if someone wants to come here and play Viva la Vida from Coldplay, just from scratch, please get ready. I will ask for you to do that in a second, okay? So, so this is a jazz song, and this is the A minor. There was a boy. That's the current text here. There was a boy. And then if I play the next chord, we move on. The next one is D minor, sad, D minor. Now on a regular keyboard, you would have to know all of these chords when you want to support someone singing a song. So you have to know the C is here and the next one is there, and then there's black and white, and then there's a different distance between them. Here everything is equal. So all the keys are a half step next to each other. There's no black and there's no white keys. So it's all simplified. So also whatever you learn here, you cannot play on a regular piano. Perhaps that's a little bit of a disadvantage. So arpeggio is one way of doing a phrasing on a chord. Another one is to do some rhythmic pattern. For example, we stay here. We go to the next one, to the pink one. And then to the yellow one. So the way that you play it also adds a little bit to the emotion of the song, and you don't necessarily know the song. It's Nature Boy from Nat King Cole, but you can also see how the harmony, like this basic pattern, is creating some mood, and then it gets more complicated, and even more complicated. And then it resolves again. So music is about these chords and about the harmonies and how those chords follow each other. And I thought, how can I convert what's underlying songs in regards of the chord progression and the harmonies? How can I make this so easy to play that anyone can play it just by following the colors and then improvising on which tempo, which pattern to use. Just staying on those chords or on some scales, which would also be possible. So next I'd like to ask someone to come up and try a simple song, Viva la Vida. So I'll just continue to the next song. Okay. Oh, this is a Christmas song. I just want to skip it. Typical Christmas song chords. I just want to skip it and go to Viva la Vida. Who wants to come up? Here it is. And try to play just with the colors. Yeah? So Viva la Vida from Coldplay, everyone knows the song. And I want to give you one tip, and that is that there's a certain pattern to how it's played. Okay. So it's a repetitive pattern. So if you play the blue first, and then the green, and then the red, and then the pink, and then the blue again, and just do a little bit of a rhythmic pattern. At the bottom, that's the next one, yes. You can also just press 2. Yes. You missed one of them, so we moved forward. Sorry. How about if you try just the 3 or so instead of all of them at the same time? Just 2 or 3. Oh, Sorry. I'm not a good singer. Okay, thanks very much. Was this good? So I'm through. If you have any questions, I want to give. So I don't really care to invent something that's great or magic. I like to build this prototype more for myself. But if other people like to build something similar, I'm happy to share what it needs to be done. So you need to put NeoPixel strips, like LED strips, underneath the keys. You might have to reprint the black keys in white so they shine through. And then you need to use a microcontroller and a computer to program the microcontroller to know the songs. If someone wants to continue in a similar direction, I'm very happy to share experiences and to work with you and share everything I built with you if you're interested. Thanks very much.
Oh, okay. In that case, I would definitely say I was not disappointed, and I was totally right that the title and the schedule did not own up to the project. It's a very interesting project, and I can see this definitely getting people into music when they like start feeling how an instrument can feel if you like know how to play it in a sense.
It's easy as possible for you to and just intonate and just express yourself somehow, like rhythmically.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, that makes like the difference. Definitely, huge thank you for the presentation, and one more round of applause, please. Next up, we have the Glockenspiel, which probably everybody here has already heard if you have walked through Hall 2, and we have the man himself here explaining it to us today. So we are going to set that up real quick, and don't run away. You want to see this, it's really cool.
And if I'm in the middle of doing something, it'll preempt whatever I'm doing. It'll just dump.
By the way, what's your name?
Neil.
Neil.
Yes.
Okay. Neil with the electric glockenspiel.
Or robotic.
Robotic, yeah. Nice. I'm happy that we got a mic. It's better than holding up a microphone to the notes.
Trying to chase them around.
That was feedback.
Alright, it'll be a few seconds more. So we're at 29. And we'll see how accurate it is.
Okie dokie. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our next panel. We have Neil here with the Robotic Glockenspiel, which we finally get to know better. Have fun and go at it.
Thank you. My name is Neil. I have a young daughter, and she's what started this whole process. Switch to the video.
That is too blue.
Yeah, can I have this? So that was my first attempt at a robotic glockenspiel. I learned a lot how not to do it, and so then I created the Robotic Glockenspiel X, or whatever you want to call it. This is my second version, and I'll give it a spin here, and then we can talk a bit about how it runs. So you can see that the first problem that I had with with Beverly's Glockenspiel is it had 8 notes, and there's a limited set of tunes that you can play in 8 notes. No matter how you transpose it, there's stuff you just cannot do. So I wanted to go bigger, and I picked up this 25-note Glockenspiel used on eBay, and then built the rest of the machine around it. Start it running while we explore it. It uses the same solenoids that the earlier one does, except in order to get rid of the metal-on-metal clanging sound, there's now hemispheres of wood on the top of the solenoids, and the whole thing is coated with rubber. That's a trick that Martin was using for his Glockenspiel as well. Put this back. Here's the underside of it. Over on this side, we've got a Raspberry Pi. It's got 26 GPIO pins, which is just perfect for a 25-bell Glockenspiel. And then each of the GPIO pins goes to a MOSFET for amplification, and then directly to the solenoid on the other side of the board. Didn't need any shift registers. It's all worked out well. The solenoids run for 8 milliseconds. That's all they need to get launched up. Any more, and they hit the bottom of the bells and dampen the music because they're holding there. So 8 milliseconds is the maximum, and any less than that, and they don't have enough velocity to reach the bells. So it's a very fine tolerance, but it seems to work out consistently across all of them. The solenoids use a fair amount of current, and the power supply that I've got is just a tiny wall wart. So the real heroes of this are these 2 capacitors down here that are doing all the heavy lifting. Much of this is made up of scraps from bits and projects that I already had, things lying around. The main board is an offcut from our dining room table when I built that. The terminal block here is from the Deutsche Bahn when they stripped out all their electromechanical relay-based signaling systems and replaced it with computer-based system back in '88, so I was in West Germany. And it's, I've never figured out what to do with all those amazing relays, but terminal blocks are useful. There we go. The fun part, in my opinion, is in the software. I am a software engineer at Google, so this is what I do. The software is, let me try going over to this one. There we go. The software allows you to program your tune rather than compose it. Music is mathematics, and computers handle mathematics very well, especially repeating. So here's a simple tune. And we can change the notes, make them shorter. And this is a programming environment, so we'll put loops around it. Let's play this 4 times. Run it. And then we can play it on the Glockenspiel. I think it sounds better on the Glockenspiel than on the computer because the percussion of the solenoids adds a certain beat to it, which I like. Some people say it's a bug, but whatever. Bug feature. This programming environment, this is Blockly. This is the project that I work on at Google. It's the library that powers Scratch and Code.org and Made with Code and all the other ones. If it's block-based, it's probably using Blockly underneath. We've got functions and variables and lists and math blocks. If you can figure out how to create music dynamically using a square root block, I'd like to hear from you. But if this is not enough, you can always switch to JavaScript, and here's what we just wrote, but this time in JavaScript, and you can use all the features of that language. I'm going to show you how coding can make music more interesting. This is Frère Jacques. We'll just play it as it is on the... So this is a long program, basically what you'd get if you were to load this in from a MIDI file. Well, there are repetitions, like quite a few of them. So let's exploit that. That's this part, repeat twice. So now we can take these 4 and throw them out. And then we'll get another repeat. Let's set that to 2, and we'll need 2 more of them. There we go. There's the next bit. And what do we got here? Oh, right. That's the bit that we can throw out again. You can throw it a lot once you understand how loops work. There we go. There. Take this out, that, break it apart, throw away both of these. And if all went well, we now have a much smaller tune. Now we can have more fun with this. Let's throw all of that into a function. We'll call it tune. And then we'll take function call. So no change so far. And let's add a second voice and some rests to offset it. I think that's the right number of rests. We'll see. And we can play that in the Glockenspiel proper. So it can currently play up to 8 notes at the same time. That's pretty much an arbitrary limit. I'm not sure what the maximum number of notes is before it depletes the capacitors and browns out the computer and it resets. But I figure that if you're playing more than 8 notes at a time on a 25-note Glockenspiel, you're probably doing something wrong, so I think 8 is probably a good limit. Which leads us to the next point, which is I'd like to put this on public display, say in the lobby at Google, so that people can play with it, either when they're waiting there or remotely, because anybody can go to glockenspiel.outspot.com, including the people watching here live or at home. Hint, hint, and it will play here. So have fun with that. We'll see what happens. But the problem is that if this is put in a public area, you've got a spam problem. So somebody's going to come along and repeat the same note 1,000 times and then play it. And that's going to be really annoying. I don't need a doorbell in my life. Now the good news is there's a big red button right there, reset button. You hit that, it just dumps whatever it's playing and moves on. But I would prefer that sort of thing not to be played in the first case. So the question is, how do you write an algorithm that can filter out music and not music? Or in other words, how do you algorithmically define music? Does that sound like a hard problem? It does to me. These days, the most popular way to do something like that would be to train a neural network. Basically say, I don't know, let the machines figure it out. And that's certainly one possibility, but then I'd need training data. Well, there's lots of training data for music. The problem is there's a lot of non-music that is of different types, like one repeating note, random notes. How do you define where the boundary is? That's an interesting problem. Another potential problem, and this is where we get into legal areas. Disclaimer, I am not a lawyer. I'm a software engineer. Oh, 45 minutes. Does the Westminster Chimes. So what happens if somebody's at home and they compose Coldplay and then play it on the Glockenspiel that's sitting in a corporate lobby somewhere? Does that qualify as a public performance? We don't have a cover license. So could that get us into trouble? And this is the sort of thing that matters to a large corporation because, you know, we have partnerships and it matters. Small organizations don't have to worry about it. But now you have to figure out, possibly, do we need to filter the tunes against a known database, a content ID database, and filter out anything that's still in copyright? And what is in copyright? Like Happy Birthday, finally, is no longer in copyright, but do we have that sort of thing up to date? And what happens if you transpose the music so that it can't be, and if you fold octaves down, can you always pick it up? So that's the sort of problem that is where software engineering collides with legal matters. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how far you'd have to go with this, but that's the sort of thing you have to think about. Do you have any questions? Any questions about how this works? Well, if that, I will leave you with a tune that I think some of you might recognize. I have to say that pretty much every piece of music that Wintergatan makes plays really well on a Glockenspiel. Not everything does, but Wintergatan is just a goldmine of great tunes for Glockenspiel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what an amazing project. Was also nice to see your daughter just being like, ooh, it plays itself.
Somebody's using it.
Very interesting project, and I think the legal question is actually really hard to solve. I always see it in documentaries, even up to recently, where they pick apart popular pop songs, where it's like, well, actually, this is not a new melody. This is from like 1950s. It's just played backwards, so they should be sued. It's a very tricky question, and I feel like unless you have like a master's degree in this specific field, you can't even think about it. Yeah, with that said, thank you so much for your talk. It was very, very interesting, and Are you going to bring it back in hall too?
Yep.
So we can hear
Bringing
it
it back,
more?
yep.
Nice. Okay, everybody, one more round of applause, please. Thanks a lot. And then we are preparing the next talk now. Okay, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our next slot. But before I'm going to announce you, I'm also going to announce the marble machine, the MMX weighing, the official weighing is happening at 1900. So in 1 hour, it's going to happen in Hall 1. But you'll also be able to see it here on the screen because we are going to stream it from over there to here. So in case there's too many people there, just walk back here. You will see it here. The open jam session, therefore, will be delayed by 15 minutes after that. And for now, we have... I forgot your name. Ewald. Ewald. Yes. Coming in with his talk about overtones. Have fun. Let's go. One round of applause, please. We welcome every guest the same way. Let's go.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, yes. All right. My name is Ewald. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm going to give you a talk about overtones and the natural origin of both melody and harmony. So, how many of you already heard about overtones? Can I see some hands? All right. How many of you can explain me exactly how melody and harmony came to exist in this world that we live in? Can I see some hands? Okay, so I'm not here without a reason. That's really nice. I'm happy to see. I will give you a small presentation today, first of how I got into overtones, why I give this talk to you today, because I think it's really fascinating. I'm going to explain to you briefly what overtones are, just the physical workings of them. Then I will go deeper into harmony and how it was created, how it came to be, just simply. We'll do the same with melody. Then I will go from there, take that as a starting point, because I will tell you that's the starting point. And I will explain to you a little bit how Western music developed throughout the years. And up till the point where we are now. So I will go up to the chromatic system that we use today with the 12 notes. And then I will look into the future as far as I'm able to, and just see what are the possibilities we have, and maybe how we can use overtones to explore new paths that we didn't explore for the last few hundred years at least. So first I will tell you how it started. So a few years ago I was at a festival and I heard a strange sound coming from a tent, and I thought this is some kind of computer sound, and then I walked in and someone was overtone singing, and it was the first time I heard it, and I thought this is not possible. I didn't believe it was possible, and I couldn't understand it, so I dived deep into it, and that's why I'm here right now. And I will show you a little clip of a group called Hunhurtu. They're from the south of Russia, and they are masters in this style of Sigit, which is an overtone singing style. And this guy is going to sing 2 notes at the same time, if we have sounds. So as you might have been able to hear, there was a bass note that was continuous, and then there was these other notes happening simultaneously, and to me it blew my mind. In my system of thinking, that was not a possibility, but it was, so I wanted to know how it worked. So then we come to the questions, what are overtones? And it starts all with sound. Sound is vibration. Literally, it's like an air column that's just moving, and all the sound that we hear, it's created by a physical vibration. It can happen in multiple ways. One of the ways that's most visually comprehensible is a string. When you see a string, it goes up and down, and every time it goes up and down, it creates vibration, and the faster it goes, the higher the sound is. And if you imagine a string, in Western theory, we say, okay, we play the A string on a guitar, for example. It's an A2. It vibrates 110 times per second, up and down. And we think, okay, so that's the one note it produces. But actually, there's not only this movement going on, not only does the string vibrate up and down on its entire length, but it also has like a point in the middle, and from there it also vibrates like this. So there's like already two vibrations going on. And the same happens if you divide it by 3. So there's actually already 3 vibrations going on, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's many vibrations going on at the same time if you play a single note. So to say that one string produces one note is actually kind of incorrect, because one string produces at least 16 distinguishable notes at the same time. And that is actually the basis of harmony. So it's moving in several ways, and the overtones, they are the tones that are just literal multiplications of the root note, of the lowest note that you produce when something is vibrating. And I can show this to you very easily. And so here you see a little diagram of how you can visualize it. So in the top you see the entire length of the string, and then you see the string is also vibrating 2 times as fast, 3 times as fast, 4 times as fast, etc. Now I have a little clip for you, and this is just a recording of an accordion-like instrument, and it's just playing one note. It's playing the A, the 110 Hertz. And this is what I'm going to show you. It's going to be a spectrogram, so you can see exactly the different frequencies that are present within this sound file. And I will just play it for you, and then I will look deeper into what we are seeing. So the only thing that was just one note. And when we look up close, we see the different frequencies. So you have the bass frequency, so like the lowest note, as you could say, is 110 Hertz. Then the other frequency that shows up in the spectrogram is 220. It's 2 times as fast, 2 times as high, than 330, 440, etc. And you have this entire range of notes that are present within this single note. And you can do this with any instrument, with any sound. You can analyze a guitar in the same way. You can analyze your own voice, and you will see the same pattern in anything, in any stable frequency that you analyze. And what we end up with is what we call the harmonic series. And here is a different visualization of the harmonic series. It's exactly the same pattern that we just saw, but now you can actually see the names of the intervals. So in music, there's intervals. The octave, it's exactly 2 times as high as the note below it. And if you look up close, you can already see that there's some kind of pattern that we can already recognize if some of us are familiar with Western music. So the very first interval that appears in harmonic series is the octave. Then when the second one that appears is the fifth, the perfect fifth. Then there's another octave. Then there's what we call the major third. And this is already present within every single note that you hear. So even before you change anything, this is already there. And it goes up to another fifth, natural seventh, another octave, and then a few notes that don't have names in our language because we don't know them so well, which I will come back to later on. And I will just show you a little clip of a guy playing these notes one after each other, and you will already see that this is the basics of what we have as harmony today. When you hear music, you hear major chords, you basically just hear these notes.
I'm going to play harmonics 2, 3, 4, and 5. He thinks he's clever, but that's just the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th notes of the harmonic series.
So you can see that what we call a major chord and what we call a dominant 7th chord, these chords that we use every day, we didn't even invent them, they just existed already, and we're just copying what has already existed in nature. So that was all the parts I was going to talk about harmony for today. Now I want to talk about melody, because melody actually came to be in a similar way. So there is this natural order that we saw, this natural order that's already present, and it exists within each note, but it also exists in a melodic way, and it already existed before humans existed, probably. And I'm going to tell you a little bit of a hypothesis how I think that the first melodies were probably being able to be heard in this world that we live in. And what I imagine is that maybe a few million years ago, I think bamboo existed before humans did. I'm not sure, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think bamboo existed already. And one very likely event is that at some point in time, 1 million years ago, a bamboo broke, and there was only just like a shaft of bamboo and a top. And if you blow into a beer bottle, everybody has done this, I think, you hear a sound. There's a sound created. So if you blow across a tube, some part of the wind goes inside, some part of the wind goes outside, and there's an oscillation going on and a standing wave that's being created within the tube. So then you have your first standing wave, but then if you blow twice as hard into the same tube, you get a frequency that is twice as high. And if you blow 3 times, or if the wind 4,005 million years ago blew in this tube 3 times as hard, you get a 5th. And I'm pretty sure this is one of the ways that the very first instruments were created. So I guess it's all started maybe with a piece of bamboo, and probably some human picked it up, tried the same thing, and you can replicate the same thing really easily. So I get just a piece of bamboo right here, and if I blow into it, I'm not sure if it's going to be too loud. I will maybe bend it a little bit. Sorry if this will hurt your ears. So if I'm just blowing it, so now I'm blowing just normal, and then when I blow twice as fast, it goes twice as high. And as you can see, I'm not using any buttons. This is just natural. And there are few flutes that work in this way, and they don't have any buttons at all. I'm going to show you a little clip of Clément. He's a Belgian guy who makes really beautiful flutes. All overtone flutes, really interesting sounds. Check him out if you like it. And this is just one of the examples of one of the instruments that were probably the very first instruments that ever existed. So as you can see, humans really like to play with stuff. So stuff already existed, and then we think, oh, we can do something else, and let's try something else. And I think this is one of the first examples, but then obviously humans get bored pretty quickly. So instead of just only using these notes, we wanted more notes. And that's how we come now to the subject of the development of Western music. So we see that there was already a melodic scale that we could use, but then I guess we got bored, or maybe we wanted something else, so we decided we wanted to have some kind of scale, some kind of notes that are really nice in a row, and then you can sing it in any key. So we started to play around with what already was there. So we started with the harmonic series. And then we thought, oh, there's these intervals in between. So maybe if we can place these intervals in a certain order, we can maybe create different melodies that we didn't hear before. And what we use very often in Western music is what we call the diatonic scale or the major scale. It has 7 notes. We are really used to this. Everybody knows this as the do, re, mi, fa, sol. Oh, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That's just, everybody knows that. And the way we figured this out is we just took the intervals that were already present within the harmonic series. And that is really clearly shown in the second row. So there's the title just. It's the just intonation. So we start with the root note. We don't have to do anything there. Then the re, so the second, the major second, we just derived it by looking at the interval between the 9th note of the harmonic series and the 8th. So the difference between the 8th and the 9th is exactly what we used as the major second. So that interval was already present within the harmonic series. We just copied it. Then the 3rd, it's already there between the 4th and the 5th. And then the 4th interval is just the difference between the octave and the 5th, so the 4th and the 3rd note, and etc., etc. So the major 6th, it's the difference between the interval between the major 3rd, so the grootste terst, and the perfect 5th, the quinth. That difference becomes, that interval is what we call now a major 6th, and then the major 7th, it's the 15th note up till the 16th note. That interval is just copied. And then we had this skill, and we could create melodies that were really recognizable, and in church they were often used to memorize the different psalms or the different prayers. And so in the church times we kind of stuck to that, and this tuning is different than what we use today. And I'm going to show you a video of a guy he created. His name is Jim Snow. He created an instrument that is justly tuned. So it's tuned according to this system that you see in the middle. So all the intervals are directly derived from the harmonic series. And then if we listen to this, I want you to just pay attention if it sounds different than what you're used to. I think it does. So this is the G keyboard made by Jim Snow. And he's just going to play a few very common chord progressions, and also the Canon in D by Pachelbel, which was actually written in the system that I just explained. So it was before the system that we have now. And this is the original way that it was thought of. So these are just the chords. So the very first time that I heard this, I thought, I think his piano is out of tune. This instrument, I think, is out of tune because my ears are so adapted to the system that we have today that this sounds wrong. But the system that we have today, it's a cheat. If you look at so we have seen how harmony works. We have seen that notes relate to each other in a very mathematical way. But the problem with this system of diatonic tuning, the just system, is that it's really difficult to transpose. And it's really difficult to create instruments because in a way you have to, every note relates very specifically to another note. But then if you want to play the same melody in a different key, you need a completely different instrument that has a different root note. And because all these relations are so particular and so specific. So what we did is we thought, okay, that's too difficult. That's really too difficult. We don't want a different instrument for every song that we play. We want one instrument, and we want to play all the melodies with that one instrument. So instead of holding on to the basic principles, like the exact principles of harmony, we decided to just cut the entire octave into 12 equal parts. And in this way, everything sounds almost the same, but not entirely. So you can see already some differences. So the major second, it's the 200 cents. It's written in cents. It's a subdivision of semitones. Then it's 4 times, if it's 4 cents, the justly tuned note is 4 cents higher. So that's barely noticeable. But then the major third, you see that in the equal tempered system, it's 400 cents. And then in the justly tuned system, it's 386 cents. So that's already the well-tempered version is 14 cents sharp of its naturally tuned counterpart. So that's already a big difference, and it goes on a little bit like this. And then there's also the other notes that we saw in the beginning that we just don't know them, and we think they sound wrong because we don't know them. When you don't know something, you think something sounds wrong, but that doesn't mean it has to be wrong. So I think that's something interesting to discover. So this is where we are now. This is the development up to this moment. We have created this system of 12 tones, and as you can see, it's not in line with the mathematical order of sound waves, in fact. And so that's where we are, and that's fine. Like I really love Western music. I really love jazz. You can do a lot of things. It's really smart, this system, but there's also a lot of things that you cannot do with this system. And that's the part where I'm quite interested in. It's like, what is possible if you let go of the chromatic equal tempered system and discover further. So I think there's 3 main things that are really interesting when you look into overtones. I think one of the things that can be really interesting is I'm just going to show you a little clip of Jacob Collier. He's going to make a big claim about just tuning, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. So first, here's Jacob Collier, who's going to analyze a song of his. It's called Moon River. He made a rearrangement of it, and he's just breaking it down. So this is part of a video where he breaks down what he did in that song.
It's worth mentioning that this chord here, which, let me see if I can get this right. This is a G half sharp major chord. The third of a G half sharp major chord on the piano. Let me go to this. We're used to this being here, but in physics, in like real life, it's. It's that different. Can you believe that? The piano is a lie. Everything about the piano is a lie. It's a compromise. All the semitones are the same size. This is not the case in physics. This note here is 14 cents sharp of its justly tuned self. So in this arrangement, I always strive to be justly in tune, because just intonation is so much bigger and so much more resonant and actually inspires more endorphins in the body. But for me, like singing triads especially, it's just, there's something about justly tuned triads that I cannot get over. And so this is really in tune. It's not this. It's not that. That's just naff.
So the interesting part, I really like this video, but the interesting part for me, what he says there is that the justly tuned major third, it is capable of producing more endorphins in the body. I don't think it was research, but I think it's quite plausible if you just, for me at least, if I think about it, if I just theoretically think about it, it sounds quite plausible that something that is actually harmonious, I think it's probably capable of calming me down more than something that is dissonant. If I play 2 notes on the guitar and they sound dissonant, usually I get a kind of, I don't feel so well. But then if something is really, if I hear a beautiful interval, just like a perfect fifth, it's like, shit's all right. Like I'm really calm. So that is something that I think is worth exploring. Is it possible that you become more relaxed or more happy just by hearing intervals that are actually in tune? I think that is something worth exploring at least. And maybe it is quantifiable. I'm not a scientist, but if someone would investigate, I would be extremely interested in what the results would be. So that is one thing that is interesting, I think. And then there's another thing that I think is really interesting, and that is other traditions. So I've talked about the development of Western music right now. But Western music is not the only music. There's also Arabic music and Indian music, and all over the world there's different systems, completely different systems in a way. And we don't, or at least I have never been taught how these systems work, and I don't think it's widely taught in much music schools, in the West at least. So the Indian system, they use completely different, or at least they use some different intervals than we do. And whenever a Western person tries to analyze another music, he does it from, most musicologists do it from their own perspective. So they take their chromatic view and they just look at a different system and they're like, oh yeah, this one is 133 cents lower than our fifth. But I think that's not the way to go. I don't think it helps us if we keep continuing from our own perspective. I think it would really help if we want to understand each other. I think it would really help to start a kind of framework from the things that we have in common. And what we all have in common, every single system in the entire world is based on the same thing, and it's based on the harmonic series, because that is the origin of melody and harmony. So if we look from there and start to understand each other from there, I think that would actually unite us much more, and we would be much we could understand each other more easy, I think. So I think that's another thing that could be really worthwhile investigating, just how can we analyze every tradition from the same common ground and then maybe have some kind of language so we can talk to each other about it. I think that's also something that could be worth investigating. And then the third thing that I also think is quite interesting is, so in this harmonic series there's notes that don't have a name in our musical language. The first ones they do up to a certain point. So we know the root note, we know the octave, we know the perfect fifth. That's all fine. Then we know the major third, even though it's tuned differently. We kind of know the natural seventh. But then when you go up further, you see, well, the major second we know, that's the ninth note. But the 11th note, for example, it's somewhere in between the fourth and the fifth. And it sounds like a Lydian note. I cannot really produce it at this moment, but it's not a fourth, it's not a fifth, it's not a tritone, it's a note that we don't know yet, but it is within natural melody, and it is within natural harmony. So I think it's quite interesting to also discover and play with these notes, because they are there. We can maybe make some new stuff with it. And the same goes for melody. And so I'm personally really interested in playing a lot with these notes that we don't know so well and the harmonies that come out of it. And just as a finishing touch, right now I will show you a video of a singer, or polyphonic singer, that goes by the name of Anna Maria Hefele, and she's from Germany, and she sings multiple notes at the same time, and she makes really interesting compositions. So I will just finish this presentation with a video of her where she does something that I had never heard before. She plays it in a beautiful church with a big installation that kind of vibrates with her sound, and I hope you like it. All right. Well, thank you all very much for being here today. My name is Ewout Luit. You can follow me on Facebook and YouTube. I make a little bit of music as well as a singer-songwriter, and I'm working on a project where I will incorporate everything that I talked about today and try to make different music that I've never heard before. I'm not sure how it's going to turn out, but if it's going to be nice, then you can find out later. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. I would say that produced so many endorphins that I would say I love you for giving that talk here. So I have so many questions, so I try to just maybe give one here and we talk later. So how could I tune my piano basically or an instrument to those frequencies? Is there any like rule, or I mean I can have an app and it tells me exactly the frequency. Have you experimented with that? Does that work for a guitar? I mean, it's the fretboard fixed, but...
So for a piano, it's really, really difficult. You will not be able to use the piano in the same way.
Yeah. So and it has a fixed scale, then I understand, but I would be fine for me.
Yeah. So I'm not much of a mathematician nor a physicist, but I know there's people who have changed around the frets on their fretboard, for example. I think so. The difficulty with the instruments we have today is that they are able to play the same exact melodies in 12 different scales. And so if you want to work according to this system, you have to limit yourself in a way. You will probably be able to only play maybe 3 scales on the same instrument if you and so I'm also still working on that right now myself. So I'm kind of in the process of thinking like how can I actually make instruments that are in line with this system. And for me it's also still a work in progress, but there's already people who have been working on it a little bit.
Would like to join that journey, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, you asked if there was any specific rule for that, and I happen to know the maths behind it. There actually is. You can check in on the Google. There actually is. If I remember correctly, it's a Wikipedia page. It has this chart. You have the just intonation, equal temperament, and the differences in sense to every interval. I don't remember them all, but the major third, that's -14 compared to equal temperament. And the most out of tune is minor 7th, I think, with -31 cents. But if you have acoustic piano, you can just tune yourself, but otherwise you would need some kind of software to change the intervals. So just a normal digital piano like here, that wouldn't be possible, I think. But yeah, there's some Wikipedia page, if I remember correctly. It's some like just intonation versus equal temperament, or just intonation, basically, yeah. And I actually have another question. What's your favorite overtone?
My favorite overtone?
Yes, because it's an infinite series, but of course, I'm guessing you have one favorite.
Well, at the moment, I like them all. But
Same.
I think at the moment, my favorite overtone. I'll go back to it. I think it's the one. It's number 11, I think.
Oh, 11. That's basically for me. I have this short story. I was listening to my refrigerator in my previous apartment, and the 11th came. It standed out. I was like, "What's that sound?" But it sounded so natural. Usually, when you play Lydian on equal temperament, it's so harsh, you know. But it's a natural 11. It was so kind and warm sound.
Yeah.
It's actually, when I listened it enough, it became more natural, like the normal major scale with the normal 4th, you know.
Yeah.
It's almost more natural if you listen to the Overtone series and it stands out. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, and also I think one of the moments that I started to get really interested in this stuff is I was studying music therapy, and then at some point we were looking at how the different modes affect your mood. and there was some kind of theory about it. So we listened to I don't know if people are familiar with modes in music, but you have the major scale, and then if you just scooch up like one note, you get a different scale, and then we have also a minor scale, and you also have this thing called a Lydian scale. And in this course that I was taking, they said that the Lydian scale actually kind of makes you happier than the major scale. And I was like, what? Yeah. Happier than major?
yeah, it's brighter, one step brighter.
And the Lydian also uses that, or something that resembles very closely to that fourth or the 11th harmonic.
And if you want to get close to the Overtone series with a normal keyboard or just like equal temperament, you can sharpen your fourth and flatten your seventh, so you get this Lydian dominant. So sharp 4 and flat 7.
Yeah.
You can experiment with the sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
If you have an acoustic piano, I'm pretty sure anybody who's trained in tuning a piano can tune to just intonation. They do it with the beats between the different notes, so they are. Yeah, it's a whole nother concept. But if you play two dissonant notes together, then they start interacting and canceling each other out on a regular basis. So 3 times a second or 4 times a second, and piano tuners use that to determine how to tune the piano. And I'm pretty sure they can tune to just intonation using this, but you will have to get someone professional for that. And with digital pianos or MIDI pianos, you can hook them up to a digital audio workstation, and there are plugins that can change the tuning of your notes. So that would be, I think that would be the easiest version. Or you get, for an acoustic piano, you get a professional tuner, and they can most definitely do it.
Yeah, and if you are interested in the technical way of doing that, actually Jacob Collier uses this method really often. So he just plays a note, and then he just cranks it up by a few cents with some kind of software. I don't know which he uses, but he very often he records MIDI, and then he actually adjusts it to the just intonation system. Any other questions?
Yeah, I love the talk. It's a very interesting subject, I think, the overtones, and I also used some in my project at school with physics, and we studied if you can recognize different musical instruments with the overtones. And I was wondering, what do you think of the digital future of overtones? And I mean, you have the sine waves that you can stack up, so you can make all different kinds of sounds. I was wondering what you thought of that.
Yeah, so personally, I've not thought a lot about the digital future personally, because I really love to go outside and breathe fresh air. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not really deeply invested, but I'm absolutely sure there's so many possibilities. And also with sample producing, like there's so many people creating sounds right now, and you can really use these principles to create a really rich sound. I'm sure with just stacking up many sound waves in certain ways. But again, that's not my my passion at the moment. Maybe it will come. Yeah. Another question over there.
Yeah, so one comment to this analog tuning. Maybe it's working, I'm not so sure, because you have, of course, also problems with the string tension sometimes. But anyways, I have another question to you, which is, of course, the temperate tuning we have right now is sort of artificial, but as I remember, I'm not a music theoretical person, but as I remember, there were fights about which kind of temperate tuning should be used. I think Bach himself was interfering with this, so my question to you would be like, would you be interested to find artificial systems which sort of maybe work better for therapy or whatever reasons?
Yeah, so how I see it is all this stuff we do with skills and systems, it's just a way of playing. So I think I'm always interested in other ways. And I didn't hear earlier about different ways of well-tempered system. I thought there was just one, but maybe there is more. But I also did hear it was Bach who had a role in the system that we use today. But obviously, I'm very much interested in different systems as well, because it's just a different game that you can play, which has different results. And for me, that's just fascinating and fun to roam around in. Yeah, I'm sure there's different applications for. And also this system, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that it has certain capacities and certain limitations. And the capacities are also amazing. So I wouldn't just cast this away and say, oh, it's bad, it's a lie. It's not really. It's just one way of playing with it, and that can be really fun as well. So yeah. Any more questions? One more.
I can add to that. I just recently watched a video of Adam Neely. I don't know if anybody knows him.
Which one?
Adam Neely. That's a jazz bass player from New York, and he makes music educational content on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he summarized the latest findings about Bach and the well-tempered piano or clavier. And the latest opinion in music science is at the moment that Bach didn't play in 12-tone equal temperament as we did today. He didn't. That didn't exist in his time. Rather, he invented his own tuning and wanted to showcase. So he wrote pieces in every key, major and minor, 24 pieces in 24 keys. And he didn't want them to sound the same. Rather, he wanted to show the differences in his tuning system between the keys. And the scientists are pretty sure, the historians, scientists, I don't know, are pretty sure that he invented his own system because he tuned the instruments on which he played. He tuned them himself always, and it took him about 15 minutes to tune a whole instrument at the end. And because he was so meticulous about tuning his own instruments, they think he invented his own system to tune them, and so it wasn't neither just intonation nor well temperament, in which there were indeed a couple well temperament systems. He just used his own.
And do they know what he used, or is that still a mystery?
No, they in the original copy of the well-tempered clavier, he did a few squiggles, and it was a couple loops. I think it was seven loops. No, 11 or 12 loops, and they think that those loops are supposed to be the tuning, a way for him to remember the tuning, because his students who copied the original writings of the well-tempered clavier, they copied also the squiggles, so they seem to be important, but we have no way of finding out with what they mean.
Fascinating. Thank you. Any other questions? Now is the time, or later. You can also come up to me later. There's still time, so. Yeah.
Thanks. So maybe I can just add a bit like that topic about middle A and which frequency we have there. So you know, usually we have the middle A at 440 Hertz in our music today, and there's debates or other moods. So like classical orchestras, they go higher sometimes, and then other people like the 432 hertz. And I just took a time to tune my piano to middle A at 432 hertz and compared like 4 different songs. You find that on YouTube if you like, 440 hertz versus 432 on piano. And it was interesting, so it's not that simple in terms of, okay, this works better for everything. So my finding there was like, for some songs I like this tuning better, and for other songs I feel it fits better there, so I can feel it more resonant in my body with both tunings at different places. And so I would like to combine these things, so like what are you suggesting with the overtones and that sort of scale, and then try to find a good root note frequency, so to speak, and see what comes out of that. So I like to experiment with that. So thank you, and yeah, that's just a thought adding. So not a question, but yeah, what's on my mind there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also kind of a discussion going on sometimes between people. There's like a whole group of people saying 432 is the best, and then there's like another like, what are you doing? 440 was fine. And I think it's not really about one or the other either. I think it's really nice that we have one standardized thing, because then every person everywhere in the world can play together very easily. I think that's beautiful. And at the same time, when I make music myself, sometimes I build instruments myself. I built a didgeridoo, for example, and then I just build it. I just build it with a piece of wood that I have. And then what comes out of there, it's a thing that vibrates at 64 hertz. So, and then you can see it's like, if you compare that to 440, I have to kind of like, if you compare to the middle A, I probably play like kind of like a C half sharp in 435 or something like. It's not, things are not really very precise when you just do things spontaneously, and that's the way that things were done for a long time, and that's also what sometimes works the best for myself, at least when I study music therapy, for example, and I study yoga and meditation as well, and then sometimes I use sound to calm myself. So I just sit, and then I feel kind of restless, and I think, I really want to feel more calm, and I just start to sing a random note. And whatever that note is, it's never really according to one or another system. It's just the note that I like to hear at that present moment. And then I think that's also interesting, that you can basically just work around there also. But you cannot do that with tuned instruments that are always tuned in the same way. You have to, if you want to make music according to whatever system, then you need music instruments that are really flexible, and with which you are able to create any interval. So that works way easier with instruments that don't have frets, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, just one comment. It's definitely refreshing to try different frequencies time and time, but I'd like to do a little warning, a comment, that hertz as a frequency unit is completely artificial. Right now it's currently based on a second, which is, if I remember correctly, about 9 billion frequencies, vibration of a cesium-137 atom. So if you go like 440 or 432, it's really completely artificial, but it's definitely worth experimenting. Everyone has their different resonant frequencies inside their body cavities, so it's definitely worth experimenting. But there's no, like we have just said here, there's no really better or worse frequencies out there, because the hertz is based on a second, which is completely artificial, made by humans. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. Although I do have to say, one funny fact that I once heard is that if you add 4 plus 3 plus 2, you get 9. And then if you divide 432 by 2, someone help me out, what do you get? 216 or something? How much? 268. 16. Yeah, 216. So if you add 2 plus 1 plus 6, you also get 9. And if you divide that by 2 and you add all those numbers together, it's like a game people like to play. It's kind of funny, but I don't know what it's worth. Another question.
No, just one comment to this. The older instruments were actually not at 440. They were actually lower. Just a remark.
What did you say?
The older instruments like pianos were tuned not to 440 but lower.
Lower.
Because the frame was not getting the strength. I think that's the main reason. Like the pianos especially.
Check. Any more questions still? Then I wish you all a very pleasant day, and I thank you very much for being here. And then maybe we can chat after. So, have a nice day.
Hearing these musical notes together, in about 25 minutes we'll have open jam session here where everyone can come in with their own instruments and play music together. Before that, in 10 minutes at 7 p.m. we will be weighing the Marble Machine X to determine how heavy it is over in Hall 1. Thank you everyone for coming.
want to try for my handband to play on stage. It's easier than to set up 2 microphones. And anyway, it's useful for a lot of things for playing. Just for playing around. And does this thing now working? Is they attached it yesterday?
It does work, but it just trip the marble once in a while.
Yes, of course.
We have you. Yeah, we were supposed to be installing these feet. So.
Slept like 3 hours today. Oof. Was the festival going on still? It was really nice theater piece about refugees in the Mediterranean. And then it was like almost 1 hour theater piece and on the street in Frankfurt, and then I did go from there. I did go
it's so much
to
easier
like
if you
festival
do it
area,
this way.
kind of, or community area, and there was like a lot of talking, a lot of jam sessions, still really nice.
But one day I will remember that I have to close it.
There was also a long night yesterday. Did you work there?
Mostly the Martin and everybody following him had a long night. Apparently he returned at 4 or 5 in the morning or something.
And you did also be there?
I went to take a shower at maybe 1:30 and then went to bed at 2. And that was the first time they came back here, and then they said, we're parking in the hall. These people were sleeping here. I said like, oh, we don't want to wake them up. Let's just go back to the town.
Are they referred to time?
Yeah, they definitely got
Are you this week or here? Like still, the next week here?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I think.
Oh, nice. So I'm thinking about maybe coming there on Tuesday or Wednesday, just for an evening or something. Because I need also to work.
So you're stuck to the foot. Yeah. It depends on. When in doubt, push the foot up. No, first with the foot so that you push the level.
Leveling, chill out,
foot up.
So I need to sleep a bit after this week. And to work again. I had fun with the weight, like I really wanted to know how much it is.
Knowing the secrets, I'm also kind of curious. It's supposed to be around how much? No, it's supposed to be incomparable.
This one is titled already? No.
We'll let you
So much more time I spent about what opening and closing is, and then the other way around, or rather the right way around.
It is the opposite way. We are weighing the metal board with it, right? We're removing metal with it.
No, we don't remove them. We weigh them with it.
We weigh them with, and then we will.
We will afterwards
Weigh the
weigh the beams.
with
And
beams
then we
and
can-
the
Then we can subtract them.
Yes.
We aren't taking off the beams, please. Not while it's
Nope.
on the show. Shenanigans. Not the beams.
We trust the wood blocks to keep it in it. Can I have any of the?
Oh, that's a 64 one.
Is it for all of you? No, we need black.
ready, press the hold button on the scales, and that will hold the weight, and then we can remove the scales and come back down. Because I don't want to keep us on the scales longer than we need to.
Hold on the scales.
Hold on the scales, and then the
Lifting up again.
no, the kilogram will start flashing.
Okay.
And then once the kilogram is flashing, the little kilogram symbol, not the numbers. Lift, remove, walk, down, take that weight, and then we start doing a weighing of subtraction.
Do we have paper to take the notes? Pen and paper.
Yeah, I can give you.
There's a marble in between the stand there and the
Should we disconnect all of this stuff? No. Can we have the black
and especially those we mustn't remove because they are the audio event.
You good?
Getting there.
So all the readouts are, yeah. We want mics here. Yeah, they're behind. Yeah, but I'm writing on card because we're also. They're back there. They're next to the transmitter. The fourth.
I'm also getting info for the glass.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you want both? Got it.
Should we also add some house lights so that we can actually read the small?
They light up. They light up. It's fine.
Very nice.
I'll ask video what they prefer.
Oh, there we go. They light up. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold.
Give me a second. Hold.
So like find the scale, hold it, and then it should look like you hold it. So put weight on it. Flashing for kilograms, hold it.
Good. Then I can go back to.
Press hold again. And then it's 0.
Well, they have been calibrated, so that is good as well.
What did we put on?
No, it's just all of them are very much at 0, so I would assume they have been calibrated.
That one needs to be lowered more. Can it be lowered more?
Also, this is.
No, we cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not completely sure how it calibrates through the feet.
They probably use the feet test. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. We can raise up quite a bit.
This small will not be under
Yeah,
there.
you can.
We're ready.
Thomas, you good?
Do you need me to push the scale on, or are you going to do this all by yourself, Margaret?
So we're not ready.
Can you label your paper with the 4 corners such that we're ready to just take?
Yeah.
So say again.
Label the 4 corners on your piece of paper.
Yeah, we also want this for data.
I will do these 2, and you take the notes for us.
We also want to know ourselves how the weight is spread.
Why are the others red and one green?
Probably just a different power supply is fine. There's no communication between the power supply and the thing, so it's just a power supply
I thing. think it's just an indication LED, and they don't expect you to buy 4 of them.
Good.
So left back, left front, right back, right front.
Okay.
And mid feet. Oh yeah, whatever you call it. Clamps
So
and
you do the lifting.
yeah, you know.
Yep.
I do the side axis stuff.
Yeah. And you do the tick
Hold them. We lift back up. We put the feedback in, and only when both of us are happy do we lower.
What feedback is
The wooden block.
The blocks have to go.
The blocks.
Oh, the blocks. Okay, the wooden blocks. Those
Sorry.
The
Blocks out, scale in, down.
Yeah. Then everything is
Hold
yeah.
up. What? If you want to hold the back of the machine while we go up and down.
Very good idea.
Have you scared there for a moment about taking off?
Yes, it is.
Of course, once.
Lucas, yes, we have something for Lucas.
No, just ready to go. Probably some. And then you count in? No, that amount. Okay.
They have a whole button. We will wait until
Okay, well, fine. We have to do the subtraction of the weight of the things.
they won't be on the same picture. Well, I don't know. Video team probably is running around or something. I think we will be concentrated on making sure that the machine doesn't topple over.
We have 5 minutes.
Margaret, we have 5 minutes. Do we want to remove the angle iron and weigh it now?
Sure, go ahead.
We have that value.
Go ahead, yes.
Wrench is in the back again. Yeah. Wrench and clamps.
What's the idea?
Get the weight of the angle irons and the clamps before, because we now still have 5 minutes. Can I have the wrench?
That's the one we percussed on.
Alright.
Percussing it off.
What? The machine moves.
Yes. Well, no. We're going to bring everything to one scale and then weigh it all together.
The wrench.
Pass the clamp.
Stays on everything. Checking. Not bursting anywhere. Maybe like
Good?
13 kilos.
Margaret, help. You have to go clockwise. No, you're going to have none of the tool. No, you're not on it.
Yeah.
Go put the tool the other way. There you go.
Clockwise.
Yep.
Come on, right up.
You need a hand.
I need eyes. I can see what I'm doing. There we go.
You're fine.
I think by now.
This is very nice.
It's always standing on.
There's no bigger size in this thing.
Yes, what? weight of the lifting material is 21.8. Yeah, good. Take note of that.
And we put it all back together.
This way. Oh, no, because we want to know our balance. That's good enough.
Why do you get it?
Because I believe it deserves it. I believe it's harder than everyone else.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I was just wondering if it's still movable. You're good? Are you finding it? Yeah. You put the clamp on first. That way you can tie in the right position. You good?
This corner should be. I mean, that is the.
We're going to tighten it more.
I mean, that should be
Okay.
fine. Now counterclockwise.
Don't ram your knuckles into the thing.
Yeah, or your thumb nail bed.
Why do you have to specify nail bed?
Sorry, because I did that before.
No, I don't want it.
Sorry. It's fine. It didn't even do any actual damage. Just uncomfortable.
Good? Should be fine.
Sorry? Ah. How heavy is your finger?
Yes, we have to. Okay. That's how much you put on it. Maybe it's
do we think we're going to go over 160? What do you mean? Do we think we're going to go over 600?
600.
Because if we're going to go under 600, we can put them at the precise.
I think I need 600.
Good evening. So we're currently still preparing to actually weigh MMX. For those people that don't know, we had a guessing game with some great prizes, as well as the jar of marbles and washers. I think we should be ready any minute. Well, what guesses did we have in the audience? Anyone?
2 decimal places.
No?
Is it tight? Are you tight?
Yes.
Okay.
Double check this one.
Oh, these. Okay.
No,
they're unplugged.
Hey.
Oh, that could explain it.
Yeah, they're not existing anymore.
No, just use a microphone for stream. Okay, then I have to speak a little louder. But any guesses from the audience? What did you have?
540.
Someone from the video team had 2 tons or something.
Oh, nice.
Just the cable.
Cable.
Thank you. Okay. Giving out, we have to do a subtraction. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'll just leave it to you.
If it's scary, it's normal.
Lift and it's blocks away.
And have to lift higher.
So we are currently lifting MMX to be able to put on the 4 scales we have. Because for the guessing game,
This is fine.
I sure hope it is. For the
Really not wanting to lift.
The blocks, it's off the blocks.
On my side, the scales go under.
It's off the blocks.
My side has not started even going
Okay,
up.
so
Your side has just lifted the bit
barely,
off the
barely,
blocks.
not enough.
Barely, yes.
Blocks down offsets. Keep going.
funny story, since we don't know the weight, I had to guess the weight to actually buy scales. I hope they're enough.
So what was your guess?
I think the scales go up to 500 kilos each. Just as a precautionary measure. Scales are going in.
We're good?
On the machine.
Tear both of yours.
Tear. Give me a second.
It's not touching? We're good?
Tear 2.
Yeah.
Yours are teared.
Good?
Yep. Down we go.
And here we go.
Come on.
Maybe?
Is it binary?
Pretty much.
God damn it.
Down. Down.
I can see it, I can see it.
Down. Out. Clear.
Oh,
Number 2 bird.
I'm seeing 2 100s.
Left.
So, wait.
So
Left
left
rear.
back. 102. Oh, hold. Sorry.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Hold.
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 Yeah.
Flashing numbers.
Flashing numbers.
Do we want to, Bert, you get numbers while we get it back on blocks?
Yes.
Yes.
Bring the.
So we have left back
102.
As much on the side as possible.
102.5. Left front
105.5.
105.5. So this means it's at least around 400. Oh. Back right 130.3. And front right 99.6. Front right 99.6. We still need to subtract the lifting equipment.
Yes, which is 21
kilos, 800 grams.
Back left or?
Good.
We have 102.5 and 105.5.
It's pretty balanced. Just realized that's pretty good.
Yeah. 99 was one. That one is 102. 105. 130.
Accidental.
So we have the result in a second.
These are good. Are these feet both aligned?
Yeah, they're
well
aligned.
on the blocks.
Aligned.
Good. It's back on the blocks.
Very good.
Refund.
The final weight. The final weight is 416.1 kilograms.
Wait.
I think we'll have the result of the winner, but I still have the numbers for the marble jar.
Marbles 185. I know what 200 is.
Oh, plus.
The marbles. Oh, it's starting with a 1. The marbles in the jar. We are at 98 marbles. and 214 washers. So in total we had 412 items in the jar. And thank you. And that means for the third place, we have Javik T from Köln, Germany. Second place, thank you. Drum roll, please. Tamara von Gensingen with a guess of total 349. And for the final and first place, Joachim T. von Uppsala, Sweden, with 424 items in the jar. And I only forgot that first one. So the final and closest guess was off by just 12 items. And do we have? Thank you. Do we have the winner with the MMX weight already? Yes. The third place goes to Toby K from
USA.
From Beaverton, USA.
410 kilos.
Placement number 2 goes to Germany with 412 kilos. Timon Riemer. And the first prize with a guess of 420 kilos goes to Sweden, to Matthias T. Thank you for participating. We'll reach out to the winners, and please come back to us if we reach out, because else the prize will go to the next person. Thank you. So we're following with a jam session in Hall 3, and after that we'll await the DJ set. So have fun.
That's also flash. Yeah. Fox, would you want a picture of the scales arranged with the results?
Of course. You have to subscribe to track the 21.8 as well.
Yes. It's including the lifting.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a file.
Check-in for general. I am looking for volunteers.
Yeah, 30, and it's right there. But also that's the list where it has come up. So I don't know if it kind of looks.
It definitely was, but it doesn't mean there's no waiting. Yeah. Which means the file and something else. I don't know what else.
Yeah. I mean.
And there's part of the programming layer, there's part of the base, but I would say that the way the numbers fluctuate.
Cybergate?
Does have all.
Had so much wrong with like take this and find the flattest form and redo this and optimize it.
Yeah. Sister lost. What was that band lost?
Wherever prayers that we have DL, forklifts off this godforsaken hill.
Or this thing, but the challenge of this fine is to get onto that.
No, but this surface isn't there.
It's a dome. It's a center.
Yeah, but
worries. We have a measurement. Always up for that one. Someone, we gotta get the typewriter up in here. I think the light shop across the street had one in there. I don't know if they're open. That one if you'd let us borrow it.
today what is it? Tornado.
Everybody went. That's a D minor.
It is. Really, now. Let's all start together. Everybody's whistling. That could be fun.
That's not cheating, that's just playing smart.
Right.
Yeah.
You have nice chords. You like
There's Martin's on the phone.
That's hard. Did you say?
It is Martin's special.
Oh, it's the on the phone.
Don't touch
Oh, you have to hit it with the...
Yeah, it's a vibraphone.
But it's dampened
I'm
now.
assuming it's just turned up really loud.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't touch that.
Should we try one more?
yeah, we need Scots on the guitar.
Okay.
Before the DJ